The Tao Te Ching. Written by Lao Tzu. Translated by Gia-Fu, Feng, and Jane English. The Tao Te Ching is divided into 81 chapters. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of 10,000 things. Ever desireless, one can see the mystery. Ever desiring, one can see the manifestations. These two spring from the same source but differ in name. This appears as darkness. The gate to all mystery. Explanation of Chapter 1 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 1 of the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu introduces the fundamental concept of the Tao and sets the stage for the philosophical exploration that follows. This chapter is dense with meaning and serves as a gateway to understanding the core principles of Taoism. Here's a detailed explanation of its meaning. The ineffable nature of the Tao. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. These opening lines emphasize the ineffable and indescribable nature of the Tao. The Tao is not something that can be fully expressed or understood through words or concepts. It is beyond human language and intellectual comprehension. Any attempt to define or describe the Tao inevitably falls short, as it is an eternal and boundless reality that transcends human perception. The nameless and the named. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of 10,000 things. Here, Lao Tzu distinguishes between the nameless and the named. The nameless refers to the Tao in its purest, unmanifested form, the source from which all things originate. It is the primordial, undifferentiated state that precedes the creation of the universe and all its myriad forms. The named, on the other hand, represents the manifested world, the 10,000 things that arise from the Tao. This is the world of distinctions where things have names and identities and where the Tao is expressed in the diversity of existence. Desire and perception. Ever desireless, one can see the mystery. Ever desiring, one can see the manifestations. This passage highlights the relationship between desire and perception. When one is free from desire, they are able to perceive the deeper, mysterious aspects of the Tao, the underlying unity and interconnectedness of all things. In contrast, when one is driven by desire, they focus on the external manifestations of the Tao, the material world and its myriad forms. The implication is that desire clouds our perception and prevents us from seeing the true nature of reality. By cultivating a state of desirelessness, we can gain insight into the Tao and experience a deeper understanding of the universe. The unity of opposites. These two spring from the same source but differ in name. This appears as darkness. Lao Tzu emphasizes the unity of opposites, suggesting that the nameless and the named, the unmanifested and the manifested, are ultimately part of the same underlying reality. They are different expressions of the Tao, and their apparent duality is a reflection of the mysterious and paradoxical nature of existence. The gateway to mystery. This appears as darkness, the gate to all mystery. The chapter concludes with the idea that the Tao is the gateway to all mystery. It is the source of all understanding and insight, yet it remains shrouded in mystery and beyond human comprehension. The Tao is both the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega, the ultimate reality that encompasses all things. Conclusion. In summary, Chapter 1 of the Tao Te Ching introduces the concept of the Tao as an ineffable, eternal, and mysterious force that is the source of all existence. It emphasizes the limitations of language and human perception in grasping the true nature of the Tao, and it encourages a state of desirelessness and openness to experience the deeper, hidden aspects of reality. This chapter serves as a foundation for the philosophical and spiritual teachings that follow, inviting readers to explore the profound and enigmatic nature of the Tao. 2. Under heaven all can see beauty as beauty only because there is uglines. All can know good as good only because there is evil. Therefore having and not having arise together. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short contrast each other. High and low rest upon each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Front and back follow one another. Therefore the sage goes about doing nothing, teaching no talking. The 10,000 things rise and fall without cease. Creating yet not possessing. Working yet not taking credit. Work is done then forgotten. Therefore it lasts forever. Explanation of Chapter 2 of the Tao Te Ching. In Chapter 2 of the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu delves into the interconnectedness of opposites and the concept of wu wei, or effortless action. This chapter explores how seemingly opposing forces are interdependent and how understanding this relationship can lead to a deeper harmony with the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by observing that the concept of beauty exists only because there is also ugliness. Similarly, the idea of good is recognized in contrast to evil. This highlights the idea that all things in the world are defined by their opposites. Without one, the other cannot be understood or appreciated. This duality is a fundamental aspect of the universe, and recognizing it is crucial for understanding the Tao. He further explains that having and not having, difficult and easy, long and short, high and low, voice and sound, and front and back are all interconnected and dependent on each other. These pairs of opposites do not exist in isolation but rather in a state of dynamic balance. This interdependence is a key principle of the Tao, emphasizing that everything in the universe is part of a larger interconnected whole. Given this understanding, the sage or wise person embraces a way of living that reflects this natural harmony. The sage practices wu wei, which means non-action or effortless action. This does not imply complete inactivity but rather acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao without force or unnecessary effort. The sage does not impose their will on the world but instead allows things to unfold naturally. The sage teaches through their actions rather than through words. This is because true understanding of the Tao cannot be conveyed through language alone. Instead, it is experienced through living in harmony with the natural order of the universe. The sage embodies the principles of the Tao, demonstrating them through their way of life. Lao Tzu then describes the natural cycle of creation and destruction. The 10,000 things, a term used to describe the myriad forms of life and existence, are constantly rising and falling. This cycle is a fundamental aspect of the Tao, reflecting the ever-changing nature of the universe. The sage recognizes this and does not cling to things or try to control them. Instead, they allow things to come and go as they will. The sage creates and works without the desire to possess or take credit. This is because they understand that true fulfillment comes from aligning with the Tao, not from accumulating possessions or seeking recognition. When work is done, it is forgotten as the sage does not dwell on past achievements or failures. This detachment allows them to remain focused on the present moment and to act in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao. Ultimately, the work of the sage endures because it is in harmony with the Tao. By not clinging to things or seeking personal gain, the sage embodies the principles of the Tao and contributes to the natural order of the universe. This chapter emphasizes the importance of living in harmony with the Tao, recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, and practicing wu wei to achieve a state of effortless harmony with the universe. In summary, Chapter 2 of the Tao Te Ching teaches that opposites are interdependent, that the sage practices non-action and teaches through example, and that true fulfillment comes from aligning with the natural flow of the Tao. This chapter provides a foundation for understanding the principles of Taoist philosophy and the way of the sage. 3. Not exalting the gifted prevents quarreling. Not collecting treasures prevents stealing. Not seeing desirable things prevents confusion of the heart. The wise therefore rule by emptying hearts and stuffing bellies, by weakening ambitions and strengthening bones. If people lack knowledge and desire, then intellectuals will not try to interfere. If nothing is done, then all will be well. Explanation of Chapter 3 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 3 of the Tao Te Ching continues to explore the principles of Taoist philosophy, focusing on the idea of non-action and the importance of simplicity and contentment. Lao Tzu offers insights into how a ruler or leader can create a harmonious society by embracing these principles. Lao Tzu begins by suggesting that exalting the gifted or talented can lead to conflict and competition. When people are praised for their abilities, it can create envy and discord among others. By not singling out individuals for their talents, a ruler can prevent such conflicts and maintain social harmony. He then advises against the accumulation of treasures and valuable possessions. The desire for wealth can lead to theft and social unrest. When people are not preoccupied with acquiring material goods, they are less likely to engage in dishonest or harmful behavior. This highlights the Taoist emphasis on simplicity and the idea that contentment is found in having what is necessary, not in the pursuit of excess. Lao Tzu further argues that not seeing desirable things can prevent the heart from becoming confused. When people are not constantly exposed to temptations and distractions, they are better able to maintain a clear and focused mind. This reinforces the Taoist belief in the importance of inner peace and the idea that true fulfillment comes from within, not from external possessions or achievements. The wise ruler, according to Lao Tzu, governs by emptying hearts and stuffing bellies. This means that the ruler should focus on satisfying the basic needs of the people, such as food and shelter, rather than encouraging them to pursue desires and ambitions. By weakening ambitions, the ruler can prevent the kind of discontent and competition that leads to social unrest. Strengthening bones or promoting the physical well-being of the people is also emphasized as a way to ensure a healthy and stable society. Lao Tzu believes that when people lack excessive knowledge and desire, intellectuals and those in power will not feel the need to interfere or control them. This is because a society that is content and free from excessive ambition is naturally harmonious and does not require constant intervention. The ruler who understands this principle trusts in the natural order of things and allows the people to live their lives without unnecessary interference. The chapter concludes with the idea that if nothing is done or if the ruler practices non-action wu-wei, then all will be well. This does not mean that the ruler should be inactive, but rather that they should act in accordance with the Tao, allowing things to unfold naturally without force or coercion. By doing so, the ruler creates an environment in which the people can thrive and live in harmony. In summary, Chapter 3 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of simplicity, contentment, and non-action in governing. Lao Tzu advises rulers to focus on the well-being of the people, to avoid promoting excessive ambition, and to trust in the natural order of the universe. By doing so, they can create a harmonious and stable society that reflects the principles of the Tao. 4. The Tao is an empty vessel. It is used but never filled. O unfathomable source of 10,000 things! Blunt the sharpness. Untangle the knot. Soften the glare. Merge with dust. O hidden deep but ever present! I do not know from whence it comes. It is the forefather of the emperors. Explanation of Chapter 4 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 4 of the Tao Te Ching delves deeper into the nature of the Tao, emphasizing its boundless and mysterious qualities. Lao Tzu uses vivid imagery and metaphors to convey the idea that the Tao is an inexhaustible source that underlies all of existence. Lao Tzu begins by describing the Tao as an empty vessel. This metaphor suggests that the Tao is vast and limitless, like an empty container that can never be filled. Despite being used constantly, it remains ever abundant and never depleted. This highlights the Tao's infinite capacity to give and sustain life without ever diminishing. He then refers to the Tao as the unfathomable source of 10,000 things. This underscores the Tao's role as the origin of all things in the universe. It is the fundamental principle from which everything arises, yet it remains mysterious and beyond full comprehension. This reinforces the idea that the Tao is the ultimate reality, the source of all existence, and the driving force behind the natural world. The chapter continues with a series of imperatives that describe the Tao's influence on the world. Blunt the sharpness suggests that the Tao softens the harsh and aggressive aspects of life, promoting harmony and balance. Untangle the knot implies that the Tao brings clarity and resolution to confusion and complexity. Soften the glare indicates that the Tao tempers the intensity of life's challenges, making them more manageable. Merge with dust suggests that the Tao is present in the most mundane and ordinary aspects of life, emphasizing its omnipresence and universality. The phrase hidden deep but ever present captures the paradoxical nature of the Tao. While it is not always visible or obvious, it is always there, underlying everything and providing the foundation for all existence. This duality highlights the Tao's elusive and mysterious character, which is both profound and subtle. Lao Tzu admits, "I do not know from whence it comes," acknowledging the Tao's enigmatic origin. This statement reflects the idea that the Tao is beyond human understanding and that its source is ultimately unknowable. Despite this, the Tao is the forefather of the emperors, suggesting that it is the ultimate authority and the source of all power and wisdom. In summary, Chapter 4 of the Tao Te Ching portrays the Tao as an infinite, mysterious, and ever-present force that underlies all of existence. It is the source of life and the origin of all things, yet it remains elusive and beyond full comprehension. The chapter emphasizes the Tao's role in bringing balance, clarity, and harmony to the world, and it underscores the importance of recognizing and aligning with the Tao in order to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 5. Heaven and earth are ruthless. They see the 10,000 things as dummies. The wise are ruthless. They see the people as dummies. The space between heaven and earth is like a bellows. The shape changes but not the form. The more it moves, the more it yields. More words count less. Hold fast to the center. Explanation of Chapter 5 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 5 of the Tao Te Ching explores the concept of detachment and the idea that the universe operates according to its own natural principles, without regard for human concerns. Lao Tzu uses stark imagery to convey the idea that the Tao operates impartially and that true wisdom involves understanding and aligning with this impartiality. Lao Tzu begins by stating that heaven and earth are ruthless. This does not mean that the universe is cruel or malicious, but rather that it is indifferent to the individual desires and concerns of human beings. The 10,000 things, a term used to describe all the phenomena of the world, are seen as dummies or playthings. This suggests that the universe does not favor or discriminate against any particular thing or being. It simply follows its own course. Similarly, the wise person is described as ruthless. This does not imply cruelty, but rather a detachment from personal biases and desires. The wise person sees people as dummies in the sense that they recognize the impartial nature of the Tao and do not allow personal attachments or emotions to cloud their judgment. This detachment allows them to act in accordance with the Tao, making decisions that are in harmony with the natural order of the universe. The space between heaven and earth is compared to a bellows. A bellows is a device that moves air, and its shape changes as it operates, but its fundamental nature remains the same. This metaphor illustrates the idea that the universe is in constant motion, yet its underlying principles remain constant. The more the bellows moves, the more it yields, suggesting that flexibility and adaptability are key aspects of the Tao. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of holding fast to the center. This means maintaining a balance and staying grounded in the principles of the Tao, even as the world around us is in constant flux. By focusing on the center, one can find stability and peace amidst the chaos of life. The phrase "more words count less" suggests that excessive speech and unnecessary discourse are counterproductive. In the context of the Tao, true understanding is not achieved through words alone, but through direct experience and alignment with the natural order. The wise person values silence and simplicity, recognizing that the essence of the Tao cannot be fully captured in language. In summary, Chapter 5 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of detachment, impartiality, and staying true to the principles of the Tao. It highlights the idea that the universe operates according to its own natural principles, and that true wisdom involves understanding and aligning with this reality. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a sense of balance and stability, to value silence and simplicity, and to recognize the limitations of language in conveying the true nature of the Tao. 6. The valley spirit never dies. It is the woman, primal mother. Her gateway is the root of heaven and earth. It is like a veil barely seen. Use it, it will never fail. Explanation of Chapter 6 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 6 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of the valley spirit, a metaphor that Lao Tzu uses to describe the enduring and nurturing essence of the Tao. This chapter emphasizes the Tao's eternal and inexhaustible nature, as well as its role as the source of all life. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the valley spirit never dies. The valley spirit is a symbol of the Tao, representing its deep, enduring, and life-giving qualities. Valleys are often associated with fertility, abundance, and the flow of water, all of which are metaphors for the Tao's ability to sustain and nourish all things. This line emphasizes the eternal and indestructible nature of the Tao, suggesting that it is the fundamental force that underlies all existence. He then describes the valley spirit as the woman, primal mother. This imagery highlights the Tao's role as the source of creation and the ultimate feminine principle. In many cultures, the feminine is associated with nurturing, fertility, and the power to give birth. By referring to the Tao as the primal mother, Lao Tzu underscores its role as the origin of all life and the source of all creation. The gateway of the valley spirit is described as the root of heaven and earth. This suggests that the Tao is the fundamental connection between all things, the point from which all existence arises. The gateway is a symbol of the threshold between the manifest and the unmanifest, the point where the Tao gives rise to the myriad forms of life. Lao Tzu compares the gateway to a veil barely seen. This imagery conveys the idea that the Tao is both present and elusive, visible yet hidden. It is the subtle force that underlies all things, but it is not always apparent to our senses. This reinforces the Tao's mysterious and enigmatic nature, suggesting that it is not easily grasped or understood. The chapter concludes with the exhortation to use it, it will never fail. This emphasizes the practical application of the Tao. While the Tao is eternal and inexhaustible, it is not a passive force. It is something that can be accessed and utilized in our daily lives. By aligning ourselves with the Tao, we can tap into its power and wisdom, allowing it to guide and sustain us. The promise that it will never fail underscores the reliability and constancy of the Tao, suggesting that it is a source of enduring strength and support. In summary, Chapter 6 of the Tao Te Ching uses the metaphor of the valley spirit to describe the Tao as an eternal, nurturing, and life-giving force. It emphasizes the Tao's role as the source of all creation and the fundamental connection between all things. The chapter encourages readers to recognize and utilize the power of the Tao, suggesting that by aligning with it, we can access its enduring strength and wisdom. 7. Heaven and earth last forever. Why do heaven and earth last forever? They are unborn, so ever living. The sage stays behind, thus he is ahead. He is detached, thus at one with all. Through selfless action, he attains fulfillment. Explanation of Chapter 7 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 7 of the Tao Te Ching explores the themes of longevity, selflessness, and the interconnectedness of all things. Lao Tzu draws a comparison between the enduring nature of heaven and earth and the way of the sage, offering insights into how one can achieve a state of harmony and fulfillment. Lao Tzu begins by observing that heaven and earth last forever. This statement highlights the eternal and unchanging nature of the universe. Heaven and earth are seen as timeless entities that have existed and will continue to exist indefinitely. This serves as a backdrop for understanding the principles that govern the Tao. He then asks, why do heaven and earth last forever? The answer lies in their unborn nature. This does not mean that they were never created, but rather that they are not subject to the cycle of birth and death that characterizes all living things. Because they are not born, they do not die, they are ever living. This suggests that their permanence is a result of their alignment with the Tao, which is the source of all existence and the ultimate reality. Lao Tzu then draws a parallel between the eternal nature of heaven and earth and the way of the sage. The sage or wise person embodies the principles of the Tao and as a result achieves a state of harmony with the universe. The sage stays behind, thus he is ahead. This paradoxical statement suggests that by not seeking to be in the forefront or to dominate, the sage naturally finds themselves in a position of influence and leadership. This is because they are in tune with the natural flow of the Tao, which operates according to its own principles of balance and harmony. The sage is described as detached, thus at one with all. Detachment in this context does not mean indifference or apathy, but rather a lack of attachment to personal desires and outcomes. The sage is not preoccupied with their own wants and needs, but instead acts in accordance with the greater good. This detachment allows them to be at one with all, to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, and to act in harmony with the Tao. Through selfless action, the sage attains fulfillment. This means that by acting without regard for personal gain or recognition, the sage achieves a deeper sense of purpose and satisfaction. Selfless action is aligned with the Tao, which operates for the benefit of all things without seeking anything in return. By emulating this principle, the sage finds fulfillment in contributing to the well-being of the world. In summary, Chapter 7 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the eternal and unchanging nature of the Tao. It suggests that by embodying the principles of detachment, selflessness, and harmony, one can achieve a state of fulfillment and unity with the universe. The chapter encourages readers to adopt the way of the sage, to act in accordance with the Tao, and to find meaning and satisfaction in selfless service to the world. 8. The highest good is like water. Water gives life to the 10,000 things and does not strive. It flows in places men reject, and so is like the Tao. In dwelling, be close to the land. In meditation, go deep in the heart. In dealing with others, be gentle and kind. In speech, be true. In ruling, be just. In business, be competent. In action, watch the timing. No fight, no blame. Explanation of Chapter 8 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 8 of the Tao Te Ching uses the metaphor of water to illustrate the concept of the highest good and the qualities associated with the Tao. Lao Tzu draws a comparison between the nature of water and the ideal way of living, offering guidance on how to embody the principles of the Tao in various aspects of life. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the highest good is like water. Water is a powerful symbol in Taoism, representing purity, adaptability, and the ability to nourish life. It is soft and yielding, yet it has the strength to shape the land and sustain all living things. By comparing the highest good to water, Lao Tzu suggests that true goodness is characterized by humility, flexibility, and a willingness to serve others without seeking recognition or reward. Water gives life to the 10,000 things and does not strive. This line highlights water's life-giving properties and its lack of self-interest. Water nourishes all things without discrimination, flowing where it is needed and adapting to its surroundings. Similarly, the highest good involves acting in ways that benefit others and the world, without concern for personal gain or acknowledgement. Water flows in places men reject, and so is like the Tao. This emphasizes water's tendency to seek the lowest places, those that are often overlooked or disdained by people. In doing so, water exemplifies the Tao's principle of humility and its willingness to embrace the lowly and the overlooked. This comparison suggests that the Tao, like water, operates in ways that are often contrary to human desires and expectations, yet it is essential for the sustenance and balance of the world. Lao Tzu then provides specific guidance on how to embody the qualities of water and the Tao in various aspects of life. In dwelling, be close to the land. This suggests living in harmony with nature and being grounded and connected to the earth. In meditation, go deep in the heart. This emphasizes the importance of introspection and self-reflection, encouraging individuals to explore their inner selves and connect with their true nature. In dealing with others, be gentle and kind. This highlights the value of compassion and empathy, suggesting that treating others with kindness is a reflection of the Tao. In speech, be true. This underscores the importance of honesty and integrity, emphasizing that truthful communication is aligned with the principles of the Tao. In ruling, be just. This suggests that leaders should govern with fairness and equity, ensuring that their actions benefit all members of society. In business, be competent. This implies that in professional endeavors one should strive for excellence and proficiency, acting with skill and expertise. In action, watch the timing. This emphasizes the importance of acting at the right moment, recognizing that timing is crucial for achieving success and harmony. The chapter concludes with the phrase, "No fight, no blame." This suggests that by avoiding conflict and confrontation, one can prevent unnecessary harm and maintain peace and harmony. It reflects the Taoist principle of non-action, Wu Wei, which emphasizes the importance of acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao, rather than forcing outcomes or engaging in needless struggle. In summary, Chapter 8 of the Tao Te Ching uses the metaphor of water to convey the qualities of the highest good in the Tao. It offers practical guidance on how to live in harmony with the Tao, emphasizing the importance of humility, adaptability, kindness, truthfulness, justice, competence, and timing. The chapter encourages readers to embody the principles of the Tao in their daily lives, striving to act in ways that are aligned with the natural order of the universe. 9. Better stop short than fill to the brim. Over-sharpen the blade, and the edge will soon blunt. Amass a store of gold and jade, and no one can protect it. Claim wealth and titles, and disaster will follow. Retire when the work is done. This is the way of heaven. Explanation of Chapter 9 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 9 of the Tao Te Ching offers advice on the dangers of excess and the importance of knowing when to stop. Lao Tzu uses vivid imagery and metaphors to convey the idea that moderation and restraint are key to achieving balance and avoiding misfortune. Lao Tzu begins by stating that it is better to stop short than to fill to the brim. This suggests that there is a limit to everything, and trying to exceed that limit can lead to negative consequences. Filling something to the brim implies reaching a point of saturation where any additional input will only cause overflow or loss. This metaphor can be applied to various aspects of life, such as ambition, desire, and material possessions. By recognizing when enough is enough, one can avoid the pitfalls of excess and maintain a sense of balance. He then warns against over-sharpening the blade as it will soon become blunt. This metaphor highlights the idea that excessive effort or refinement can lead to diminishing returns. A blade that is sharpened too much will lose its edge more quickly, becoming less effective over time. This suggests that there is a point where further effort or refinement becomes counterproductive, and it is better to stop before reaching that point. The accumulation of gold and jade is presented as another example of the dangers of excess. Lao Tzu states that amassing a store of these precious materials will only lead to the inability to protect them. This highlights the potential for wealth and possessions to become a source of worry and vulnerability. The more one has, the more one has to lose, and the greater the risk of theft, loss, or other misfortunes. Claiming wealth and titles is also cautioned against, as it is said to invite disaster. This reinforces the idea that seeking power, status, and material wealth can lead to negative outcomes. Such pursuits can create envy, conflict, and a host of other problems, ultimately leading to one's downfall. Lao Tzu advises retiring when the work is done. This implies that once a task or goal is achieved, it is important to step back and not continue to strive or seek further accolades. This reflects the Taoist principle of knowing when to stop and recognizing the value of rest and reflection. The chapter concludes with the statement that this is the way of heaven. This suggests that the principles of moderation, restraint, and knowing when to stop are aligned with the natural order of the universe. By following this way, one can live in harmony with the Tao and avoid the pitfalls of excess and ambition. In summary, Chapter 9 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of moderation and restraint in all aspects of life. It warns against the dangers of excess, whether it be in the form of material possessions, ambition, or the pursuit of power and status. The chapter encourages readers to recognize the value of balance, to know when to stop, and to align themselves with the natural order of the universe. 10. Carrying body and soul, and embracing the one. Can you avoid separation? Attending fully and becoming supple. Can you be as a newborn babe? Washing and cleansing the primal vision. Can you be without stain? Loving all men and ruling the country. Can you be without cleverness? Opening and closing the gates of heaven. Can you play the role of woman? Understanding and being open to all things. Are you able to do nothing? Giving birth and nourishing. Bearing yet not possessing. Working yet not taking credit. Leading yet not dominating. This is the primal virtue. Explanation of Chapter 10 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 10 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of the primal virtue, which is the embodiment of the Tao in one's actions and way of life. Lao Tzu presents a series of rhetorical questions that challenge the reader to reflect on their ability to live in harmony with the Tao. Each question explores a different aspect of the primal virtue, offering guidance on how to achieve a state of unity with the universe. Lao Tzu begins by asking if one can carry body and soul and embrace the one without experiencing separation. This question emphasizes the importance of maintaining a connection between the physical and spiritual aspects of oneself, as well as the unity of all things. By embracing the one, or the Tao, one can avoid the sense of separation that often leads to suffering and discontent. The next question asks if one can attend fully and become supple like a newborn babe. This suggests the idea of being fully present and adaptable, open to new experiences and free from rigidity. A newborn babe is a symbol of innocence, openness, and the ability to learn and grow. By cultivating these qualities, one can align with the Tao and live in a state of natural harmony. The third question is about washing and cleansing the primal vision to be without stain. This refers to purifying one's perception and understanding, removing the impurities of bias, prejudice, and illusion. By seeing the world clearly and without distortion, one can gain insight into the true nature of reality and live in accordance with the Tao. The question of loving all men and ruling the country without cleverness addresses the idea of leadership and governance. It suggests that true leadership is not about manipulation or control, but about compassion and fairness. By leading with love and wisdom rather than cunning and strategy, one can create a harmonious and just society. The metaphor of opening and closing the gates of heaven and playing the role of woman speaks to the balance of yin and yang, the feminine and masculine principles. It implies the importance of flexibility and adaptability, knowing when to act and when to yield, and embracing both strength and gentleness. The question of understanding and being open to all things yet able to do nothing highlights the Taoist principle of wu wei or non-action. It suggests that true understanding and wisdom involve recognizing when to take action and when to refrain, allowing things to unfold naturally without unnecessary interference. The final lines emphasize the primal virtue by describing the qualities of giving birth and nourishing, bearing yet not possessing, working yet not taking credit, and leading yet not dominating. These qualities reflect the selfless and nurturing nature of the Tao, emphasizing the importance of acting without attachment, serving without expectation, and leading by example rather than force. In summary, Chapter 10 of the Tao Te Ching presents a series of challenges and questions that encourage the reader to reflect on their ability to embody the primal virtue. It emphasizes the importance of unity, adaptability, clarity, compassion, balance, and non-action in living in harmony with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate these qualities in their own lives, striving to align themselves with the natural order of the universe. 11. 30 spokes share the wheel's hub. It is the center hole that makes it useful. Shape clay into a vessel. It is the space within that makes it useful. Cut doors and windows for a room. It is the holes which make it useful. Therefore, profit comes from what is there. Usefulness from what is not there. Explanation of Chapter 11 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 11 of the Tao Te Ching explores the concept of the interplay between being and non-being, emphasizing the importance of emptiness and the spaces between things. Lao Tzu uses everyday objects to illustrate how the absence of material can be just as important as its presence. Lao Tzu begins by describing the hub of a wheel, which is the central point around which the spokes revolve. He notes that while the 30 spokes are essential for the structure of the wheel, it is the center hole that makes the wheel useful. This hole is the space where the axle is placed, allowing the wheel to turn and the vehicle to move. The hole, though empty, is crucial for the wheel's function. He then uses the example of shaping clay into a vessel. A vessel is defined by its form, but it is the space within that gives it purpose. The hollow interior is what allows the vessel to hold and contain, making it useful. Without the space inside, the vessel would be nothing more than a solid mass of clay. Similarly, when doors and windows are cut for a room, it is the holes that make the room useful. The openings allow for light, air, and access, transforming the space into a livable environment. The walls and structure of the room are important, but it is the spaces created by the doors and windows that give the room its functionality. From these examples, Lao Tzu draws the conclusion that profit comes from what is there, but usefulness comes from what is not there. This means that while the physical presence of objects and materials is necessary for creating things, it is the spaces, the voids, and the empty places that give them their true value and purpose. This chapter highlights the Taoist principle of the interconnectedness of being and non-being, or presence and absence. It suggests that both are essential and that the interplay between them is what gives rise to the functionality and usefulness of things. The empty spaces are not merely the absence of matter, but an integral part of the whole, contributing to the overall utility and effectiveness of the object or structure. In summary, Chapter 11 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of emptiness and the spaces between things. It uses the examples of a wheel, a vessel, and a room to illustrate how the absence of material can be just as important as its presence. The chapter encourages readers to recognize the value of non-being and to appreciate the role that emptiness plays in the functioning and usefulness of the world. 12. The 5 colors blind the eye. The 5 tones deafen the ear. The 5 flavors dull the taste. Racing and hunting madden the mind. Precious things lead one astray. Therefore the sage is guided by what he feels and not by what he sees. He lets go of that and chooses this. Explanation of Chapter 12 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 12 of the Tao Te Ching warns against the dangers of excessive sensory stimulation and the pursuit of material wealth. Lao Tzu argues that an overabundance of external stimuli can lead to a loss of inner clarity and balance, and he offers guidance on how to maintain harmony and focus in the face of such distractions. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the 5 colors blind the eye. This suggests that an overabundance of visual stimuli, such as bright colors and complex patterns, can overwhelm the senses and obscure one's ability to see clearly. The eye, when bombarded with too much visual information, becomes less able to discern what is truly important or meaningful. Similarly, the five tones deafen the ear. The five tones refer to the traditional Chinese musical scale, and this line implies that an excess of sound, whether it be music, noise, or chatter, can dull the sense of hearing. When the ear is constantly filled with sound, it becomes difficult to listen deeply and attentively. The five flavors are said to dull the taste. This refers to the overwhelming of the palate by an excessive variety of tastes and flavors. When one indulges in too many rich and varied foods, the ability to appreciate subtle flavors diminishes. This can lead to a loss of enjoyment and a craving for more intense or extreme tastes. Racing and hunting are described as activities that madden the mind. These pursuits involve intense physical and mental exertion, often driven by the desire for excitement or conquest. Such activities can lead to agitation and restlessness, making it difficult to achieve a state of calm and focus. Precious things are said to lead one astray. The pursuit of material wealth and valuable possessions can distract one from more important aspects of life, such as inner peace and spiritual fulfillment. The desire for precious things can lead to greed, envy, and a host of other negative emotions, ultimately causing one to lose sight of what truly matters. Given these dangers, the sage is guided by what he feels and not by what he sees. This means that the sage prioritizes inner wisdom and intuition over external stimuli and material attractions. By listening to their inner voice and following their feelings, the sage is able to maintain clarity and focus, avoiding the pitfalls of sensory overload and materialism. The sage lets go of that and chooses this. This suggests that the sage is able to discern between what is truly valuable and what is merely a distraction. By letting go of the pursuit of external rewards and choosing instead to focus on inner harmony and balance, the sage aligns themselves with the Tao and lives in accordance with the natural order of the universe. In summary, Chapter 12 of the Tao Te Ching warns against the dangers of excessive sensory stimulation and the pursuit of material wealth. It emphasizes the importance of inner wisdom and intuition, and it encourages readers to prioritize what truly matters in life. The chapter suggests that by letting go of distractions and focusing on inner harmony, one can achieve a state of balance and fulfillment in alignment with the Tao. 13. Accept disgrace willingly. Accept misfortune as the human condition. What do you mean by accept disgrace willingly? Accept being unimportant. Do not be concerned with loss or gain. This is called accepting disgrace willingly. What do you mean by accept misfortune as the human condition? Misfortune comes from having a body. Without a body, how could there be misfortune? Surrender yourself humbly, then you can be trusted to care for all things. Love the world as your own self, then you can truly care for all things. Explanation of Chapter 13 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 13 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of humility, acceptance, and the interconnectedness of all things. Lao Tzu offers guidance on how to navigate the challenges of life by embracing a mindset of humility and selflessness. Lao Tzu begins by advising to accept disgrace willingly. This does not mean seeking out humiliation or accepting mistreatment, but rather cultivating a mindset that is not preoccupied with status or reputation. By accepting disgrace willingly, one acknowledges that social standing and public perception are not the ultimate measures of worth. This mindset frees one from the anxieties and insecurities that often accompany the pursuit of recognition and approval. He further explains that accepting disgrace willingly means accepting being unimportant and not being concerned with loss or gain. This suggests a detachment from worldly possessions and achievements, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within, not from external validation or material success. By letting go of the desire for status and wealth, one can find peace and contentment in the present moment. Lao Tzu then advises to accept misfortune as the human condition. This means recognizing that suffering and hardship are inevitable aspects of life. By accepting misfortune as a natural part of existence, one can approach challenges with resilience and equanimity. This acceptance does not imply passivity or resignation, but rather a realistic understanding of the nature of life. He explains that misfortune comes from having a body. This suggests that the physical nature of human existence makes us vulnerable to pain, illness, and other forms of suffering. However, it is important to note that this is not a call to reject the body or the material world, but rather to understand that the body is a source of both pleasure and pain. Without a body, there could be no misfortune, but also no experience of life itself. This highlights the duality of human existence where the potential for joy and suffering are intertwined. By accepting this reality, one can cultivate a sense of balance and acceptance. Lao Tzu concludes by saying that by surrendering oneself humbly, one can be trusted to care for all things. This implies that true leadership and compassion arise from a place of humility and selflessness. When one is free from the need for recognition and control, they are able to act in ways that benefit others and the world. Loving the world as one's own self is presented as the key to truly caring for all things. This suggests that by recognizing the interconnectedness of all life and treating others with the same care and compassion as oneself, one can contribute to the well-being of the world. This selfless love is a reflection of the Tao, which operates for the benefit of all things without seeking anything in return. In summary, Chapter 13 of the Tao Te Ching encourages readers to embrace humility, accept misfortune as a natural part of life, and cultivate a mindset of selflessness and compassion. By letting go of the desire for status and wealth, and by recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, one can find peace, fulfillment, and a deeper sense of purpose in alignment with the Tao. 14. Look, it cannot be seen, it is beyond form. Listen, it cannot be heard, it is beyond sound. Grasp, it cannot be held, it is intangible. These three are indefinable. Therefore they are joined in one. From above it is not bright. From below it is not dark. An unbroken thread beyond description. It returns to nothingness. The form of the formless. The image of the imageless. It is all indefinable and beyond imagination. Stand before it and there is no beginning. Follow it and there is no end. Stay with the ancient Tao. Move with the present. Knowing the ancient beginning is the essence of Tao. Explanation of Chapter 14 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 14 of the Tao Te Ching explores the nature of the Tao, emphasizing its elusive and indescribable qualities. Lao Tzu uses vivid imagery and paradoxes to convey the idea that the Tao is beyond human perception and understanding, yet it is the fundamental reality that underlies all existence. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the Tao cannot be seen, heard, or grasped. This means that the Tao is not something that can be perceived through the senses or understood through conventional means. It is beyond form, sound, and touch, suggesting that it is an ineffable and mysterious force that defies easy description or categorization. He then emphasizes that these three aspects, being unseen, unheard, and untouchable, are indefinable and therefore joined in one. This highlights the unity and indivisibility of the Tao. Despite its elusive nature, the Tao is a single, all-encompassing reality that cannot be broken down into separate parts or attributes. The Tao is described as an unbroken thread beyond description. This metaphor suggests that the Tao is a continuous and seamless force that runs through all things, connecting them in a profound and mysterious way. It is beyond description because it transcends human language and conceptual understanding. From above, it is not bright, from below, it is not dark. This paradoxical statement underscores the Tao's transcendence of conventional distinctions and dualities. It is neither light nor dark, neither high nor low, but rather a reality that exists beyond such categories. The Tao is the form of the formless, the image of the imageless. This means that while the Tao itself has no form or image, it is the source from which all forms and images arise. It is the underlying reality that gives rise to the myriad things in the world, yet it remains invisible and intangible. Stand before it and there is no beginning, follow it and there is no end. This emphasizes the timeless and eternal nature of the Tao. It has no beginning or end, no origin or destination. It is a constant and unchanging reality that exists outside of time and space. The chapter concludes with the idea that staying with the ancient Tao and moving with the present is the essence of understanding the Tao. This suggests that while the Tao is timeless and eternal, it is also present in the here and now. By aligning oneself with the Tao, one can live in harmony with the natural order of the universe and find peace and fulfillment. In summary, Chapter 14 of the Tao Te Ching describes the Tao as an indescribable, timeless, and all-encompassing reality that underlies all existence. It emphasizes the importance of recognizing the Tao's elusive nature and the limitations of human perception and language in understanding it. The chapter encourages readers to stay connected to the ancient Tao while living in the present moment, embodying the principles of the Tao in their daily lives. 15. The ancient masters were subtle, mysterious, profound, responsive. The depth of their knowledge is unfathomable. Because it is unfathomable, all we can do is describe their appearance. Watchful like men crossing a winter stream. Alert like men aware of danger. Courteous like visiting guests. Yielding like ice about to melt. Simple like uncarved blocks of wood. Hollow like caves. Opaque like muddy pools. Who can wait quietly while the mud settles? Who can remain still until the moment of action? Observers of the Tao do not seek fulfillment. Not seeking fulfillment, they are not swayed by desire for change. Explanation of Chapter 15 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 15 of the Tao Te Ching provides a vivid description of the qualities and characteristics of those who embody the Tao, often referred to as ancient masters or sages. Lao Tzu paints a picture of these individuals as subtle, mysterious, and profoundly in tune with the natural order of the universe. Lao Tzu begins by highlighting the subtlety and mystery of the ancient masters. Their knowledge is described as unfathomable, meaning it is beyond the grasp of ordinary understanding. This suggests that their wisdom is not derived from intellectual learning alone, but from a deep connection with the Tao. Because their knowledge is so profound and elusive, all we can do is describe their outward appearance and demeanor. He then offers a series of metaphors to illustrate the qualities of these masters. Watchful, like men crossing a winter stream, this suggests a state of heightened awareness and caution as one would need when navigating treacherous waters. It implies a careful and attentive approach to life, being mindful of potential dangers and challenges. Alert, like men aware of danger, this emphasizes the importance of vigilance and readiness. The masters are always prepared, aware of the ever-changing nature of the world and the potential for unexpected events. Courteous, like visiting guests, this highlights the value of humility and respect. The masters approach life with a sense of grace and politeness, treating others with kindness and consideration. Yielding, like ice about to melt, this suggests flexibility and adaptability. The masters are not rigid or inflexible, but rather able to bend and adapt to the circumstances of life, much like ice that is on the verge of turning into water. Simple, like uncarved blocks of wood, this emphasizes the value of simplicity and naturalness. The masters are unpretentious and unadorned, embodying the purity and innocence of uncarved wood. Hollow, like caves, this implies openness and receptivity. The masters are able to receive and hold space, allowing for the flow of energy and ideas without being overly attached or resistant. Opaque, like muddy pools, this suggests a certain depth and inscrutability. The masters are not easily read or understood as their true nature is hidden beneath the surface, much like the bottom of a muddy pool. Lao Tzu then poses rhetorical questions that emphasize the importance of patience and stillness. Who can wait quietly while the mud settles, and who can remain still until the moment of action? These questions highlight the value of calmness and the ability to wait for the right moment rather than acting impulsively or prematurely. The chapter concludes by stating that observers of the Tao do not seek fulfillment. This means that the masters are not driven by the desire for personal achievement or satisfaction. Instead, they find contentment in aligning themselves with the natural order of the universe. Because they are not seeking fulfillment, they are not swayed by the desire for change. This suggests that they are able to accept things as they are, without the need to constantly strive for something different or better. In summary, Chapter 15 of the Tao Te Ching describes the qualities of those who embody the Tao, emphasizing the importance of subtlety, mystery, alertness, courtesy, yielding, simplicity, openness, and patience. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate these qualities in their own lives, striving to align themselves with the natural order of the universe and find peace and fulfillment in the present moment. 16. Empty yourself of everything. Let the mind rest at peace. The 10,000 things rise and fall while the self watches their return. They grow and flourish and then return to the source. Returning to the source is stillness, which is the way of nature. The way of nature is unchanging. Knowing constancy is insight. Not knowing constancy leads to disaster. Knowing constancy, the mind is open. With an open mind, you will be open-hearted. Being open-hearted, you will act royally. Being royal, you will attain the divine. Being divine, you will be at one with the Tao. Being one with the Tao is eternal. And though the body dies, the Tao will never pass away. Explanation of Chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching offers profound insights into the nature of existence, the importance of stillness and constancy, and the path to achieving unity with the Tao. Lao Tzu presents a meditative and philosophical exploration of the cyclical nature of life and the ultimate reality that underlies all things. Lao Tzu begins by advising to empty oneself of everything and let the mind rest at peace. This suggests a state of inner calm and tranquility, free from the clutter of thoughts, desires, and distractions. By emptying the mind, one creates space for clarity and insight to emerge. He then observes that the 10,000 things, a term used to describe all the phenomena of the world, rise and fall while the self watches their return. This highlights the cyclical nature of life, where all things are in a constant state of change, growing, flourishing, and eventually returning to their source. The self, in this context, refers to the true nature of the individual, which is a reflection of the Tao. Returning to the source is stillness, which is the way of nature. This emphasizes the importance of stillness and the recognition that the natural order of the universe is characterized by a state of calm and balance. The way of nature is unchanging, suggesting that there is a fundamental constancy and stability that underlies the ever-changing world. Knowing constancy is insight. This means that understanding the unchanging nature of the Tao and the cyclical patterns of life is a source of wisdom and understanding. It allows one to see beyond the surface of things and recognize the deeper truths that govern the universe. Not knowing constancy leads to disaster. This implies that without an understanding of the Tao and the natural order of things, one is likely to make choices that are out of harmony with the universe, leading to negative consequences and suffering. Knowing constancy, the mind is open. This suggests that understanding the unchanging nature of the Tao leads to an open and receptive mind. Such a mind is free from rigid beliefs and limitations, allowing for greater insight and understanding. With an open mind, you will be open-hearted. This means that an open mind naturally leads to an open heart, characterized by compassion, empathy, and a willingness to connect with others. Being open-hearted, you will act royally. This implies that acting with an open heart is akin to acting with nobility and integrity. It suggests a way of being that is grounded in kindness, fairness, and a deep respect for all life. Being royal, you will attain the divine. This suggests that by embodying the qualities of nobility and integrity, one can achieve a state of unity with the divine or the Tao. This is the ultimate goal of Taoist practice, to align oneself with the Tao and live in harmony with the universe. Being one with the Tao is eternal. This emphasizes the timeless and enduring nature of the Tao. By achieving unity with the Tao, one becomes part of something greater than oneself, something that transcends the limitations of time and space. And though the body dies, the Tao will never pass away. This underscores the idea that while the physical form is transient, the Tao is eternal and everlasting. It is the ultimate reality that underlies all existence, and it continues to exist even after the death of the body. In summary, Chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of stillness, constancy, and understanding the natural order of the universe. It encourages readers to cultivate an open mind and an open heart, to act with nobility and integrity, and to strive for unity with the Tao. The chapter offers a path to achieving a state of eternal harmony and fulfillment, reminding us that though the body is transient, the Tao is everlasting. 17. The very highest is barely known by men. Then comes that which they know and love. Then that which is feared. Then that which is despised. He who does not trust enough will not be trusted. When actions are performed without unnecessary speech, people say, "We did it." Explanation of Chapter 17 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 17 of the Tao Te Ching explores the concept of leadership and the qualities of an ideal ruler. Lao Tzu presents a hierarchy of governance, suggesting that the most effective leadership is subtle and barely noticed, while the least effective is overt and despised. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the very highest form of leadership is barely known by people. This suggests that the ideal ruler governs in such a way that their influence is almost imperceptible. The people are not consciously aware of being led because the ruler's actions are in perfect harmony with the natural order of things. This type of leadership is characterized by humility, subtlety, and a deep understanding of the Tao. The next level of leadership is that which people know and love. This implies that while the ruler's presence is felt, their actions are still aligned with the needs and desires of the people. The ruler is respected and appreciated because they act with wisdom and compassion, earning the trust and affection of those they govern. Then comes the level of leadership that is feared. This suggests that the ruler relies on force and intimidation to maintain control. While fear can be a powerful motivator, it often leads to resentment and resistance among the people. This type of leadership is less effective because it is based on coercion rather than genuine respect and cooperation. The lowest level of leadership is that which is despised. This implies that the ruler's actions are oppressive, unjust, or detrimental to the well-being of the people. Such a ruler is rejected and reviled as their rule is characterized by corruption, cruelty, or incompetence. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of trust by stating that he who does not trust enough will not be trusted. This highlights the reciprocal nature of trust in leadership. A ruler who is suspicious or controlling will find it difficult to earn the trust of their people. Conversely, a ruler who demonstrates trust and confidence in their people is more likely to be trusted in return. The chapter concludes with the idea that when actions are performed without unnecessary speech, people say, "We did it." This suggests that the most effective leadership is not about grand gestures or eloquent speeches, but about taking quiet, decisive action. When a ruler acts in accordance with the Tao, their actions speak for themselves, and the people feel a sense of ownership and accomplishment. This reinforces the idea that true leadership is about empowering others and creating an environment where everyone can contribute and succeed. In summary, Chapter 17 of the Tao Te Ching presents a hierarchy of leadership, from the most effective and subtle to the least effective and despised. It emphasizes the importance of trust, humility, and alignment with the Tao in effective governance. The chapter suggests that the best leaders are those who act quietly and decisively, allowing the people to feel a sense of ownership and pride in their achievements. 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, kindness and morality arise. When wisdom and intelligence are born, the great pretense begins. When there is no peace within the family, filial piety and devotion arise. When the country is confused and in chaos, loyal ministers appear. Explanation of Chapter 18 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 18 of the Tao Te Ching examines the relationship between the Tao and the various social constructs that arise when it is neglected. Lao Tzu suggests that when people lose touch with the natural order of the universe, they create artificial systems and values to compensate for this loss. Lao Tzu begins by stating that when the great Tao is forgot, kindness and morality arise. This implies that when people no longer live in harmony with the Tao, they feel the need to establish rules and guidelines for behavior. Kindness and morality become necessary because people are no longer naturally inclined to act in ways that benefit the greater good. These concepts, while well-intentioned, are seen as a response to the absence of the Tao, rather than a reflection of it. He then observes that when wisdom and intelligence are born, the great pretense begins. This suggests that as people develop intellectual understanding and rational thought, they also become more adept at deception and manipulation. The great pretense refers to the tendency to use knowledge and intelligence for personal gain or to create illusions of truth and reality. This highlights the potential for corruption and misuse of wisdom when it is not grounded in the Tao. When there is no peace within the family, filial piety and devotion arise. This means that when family relationships are strained or dysfunctional, people feel the need to emphasize values such as respect, loyalty, and care for one's elders. These virtues become important because they are no longer naturally present in the family dynamic. The emphasis on filial piety and devotion is a response to the lack of harmony within the family. When the country is confused and in chaos, loyal ministers appear. This suggests that in times of political turmoil and uncertainty, individuals who are dedicated to the well-being of the state rise to prominence. These loyal ministers are seen as a counterbalance to the chaos and confusion, working to restore order and stability. However, their presence is also a reflection of the absence of effective leadership and governance. In summary, Chapter 18 of the Tao Te Ching suggests that when people lose touch with the Tao, they create artificial systems and values to compensate for this loss. Kindness, morality, filial piety, devotion, and loyalty are seen as responses to the absence of the Tao, rather than reflections of it. The chapter highlights the importance of living in harmony with the natural order of the universe, and suggests that true wisdom and virtue arise naturally when one is aligned with the Tao. 19. Give up sainthood, renounce wisdom, and it will be 100 times better for everyone. Give up kindness, renounce morality, and men will rediscover filial piety and love. Give up ingenuity, renounce profit, and bandits and thieves will disappear. These three are outward forms alone, they are not sufficient in themselves. It is more important to see the simplicity, to realize one's true nature, to cast off selfishness and temper desire. Explanation of Chapter 19 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 19 of the Tao Te Ching continues the exploration of the themes introduced in the previous chapter, emphasizing the limitations of artificial constructs and the importance of returning to a more natural and authentic way of being. Lao Tzu advocates for a radical simplicity and a focus on one's true nature, suggesting that this is the path to true harmony and fulfillment. Lao Tzu begins by advising to give up sainthood, renounce wisdom. This does not mean that one should abandon the pursuit of virtue or knowledge, but rather that one should let go of the desire for recognition and the pretense of being wise or saintly. By renouncing the outward trappings of sainthood and wisdom, one can focus on genuine self-cultivation and the development of true virtue. This, according to Lao Tzu, will be 100 times better for everyone, as it allows for a more authentic and sincere expression of goodness. He then suggests giving up kindness and renouncing morality. Again, this is not a call to abandon ethical principles, but rather to let go of the rigid adherence to rules and the desire for praise for one's kindness. By doing so, people will naturally rediscover filial piety and love, as these virtues arise from a place of genuine care and connection, rather than obligation or social expectation. The idea of giving up ingenuity and renouncing profit is presented next. Ingenuity in this context refers to the clever and often manipulative ways people use to gain advantage or profit. By renouncing the pursuit of profit and letting go of the need to outsmart others, the tendency towards banditry and theft will disappear. This suggests that when people are content and not driven by greed, they are less likely to engage in dishonest or harmful behavior. Lao Tzu emphasizes that these three, sainthood, kindness, and ingenuity, are outward forms alone, they are not sufficient in themselves. This means that while these qualities have value, they are not ends in themselves. True fulfillment comes from a deeper source, one that is rooted in one's true nature and a connection to the Tao. The chapter concludes with the idea that it is more important to see the simplicity, realize one's true nature, cast off selfishness and temper desire. This highlights the Taoist emphasis on simplicity, authenticity, and selflessness. By embracing these principles, one can live in harmony with the Tao and find true peace and contentment. In summary, Chapter 19 of the Tao Te Ching advocates for a return to simplicity and authenticity, urging readers to let go of the outward trappings of virtue and focus on their true nature. It suggests that by casting off selfishness and tempering desire, one can achieve a state of harmony and fulfillment that is aligned with the Tao. The chapter emphasizes the importance of genuine virtue and the limitations of artificial constructs in achieving true happiness and well-being. 20. Give up learning and put an end to your troubles. Is there a difference between yes and no? Is there a difference between good and evil? Must I fear what others fear? What nonsense! Other people are contented, enjoying the sacrificial feast of the ox. In spring some go to the park and climb the terrace. But I alone am drifting, not knowing where I am. Like a newborn babe before it learns to smile. I am alone without a place to go. Others have more than they need, but I alone have nothing. I am a fool, oh yes, I am confused. Other men are clear and bright. But I alone am dim and weak. Other men are sharp and clever. But I alone am dull and stupid. Oh, I drift like the waves of the sea. Without direction, like the restless wind. Everyone else is busy. But I alone am aimless and depressed. I am different. I am nourished by the Great Mother. Explanation of Chapter 20 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 20 of the Tao Te Ching is a deeply introspective and personal reflection by Lao Tzu on the nature of wisdom, individuality, and the path of the Tao. In this chapter, Lao Tzu contrasts the perspective of the sage with that of the common person, highlighting the unique and often misunderstood path of the Taoist. Lao Tzu begins with the provocative statement, "Give up learning and put an end to your troubles." This does not mean that one should abandon all forms of knowledge or education, but rather that one should let go of the relentless pursuit of intellectual understanding and the accumulation of facts. True wisdom, according to Lao Tzu, comes from understanding the Tao, which is beyond conventional learning and intellectual discourse. By giving up the preoccupation with learning, one can find peace and simplicity. He then asks rhetorical questions about the nature of reality and morality. Is there a difference between yes and no? Is there a difference between good and evil? These questions challenge the reader to consider the relativity and subjectivity of human constructs. The sage understands that these distinctions are not absolute, and that true understanding comes from recognizing the interconnectedness and unity of all things. Lao Tzu expresses a sense of detachment from the concerns and preoccupations of others. Must I fear what others fear? What nonsense! This suggests that the sage does not conform to societal norms or fears, but rather follows their own path guided by the Tao. The sage is not swayed by the opinions or expectations of others, but trusts in their own understanding and connection to the Tao. He contrasts his own state of being with that of others. Other people are contented, enjoying the sacrificial feast of the ox. In spring some go to the park and climb the terrace, but I alone am drifting, not knowing where I am. This imagery highlights the sage's sense of alienation from the conventional pursuits of society. While others find satisfaction in material pleasures and social activities, the sage feels a sense of detachment and aimlessness. The metaphor of the newborn babe is used to describe the sage's state of innocence and openness. Like a newborn babe before it learns to smile, I am alone without a place to go. This suggests that the sage is free from the burdens of knowledge and expectation, embracing a state of simplicity and purity. Lao Tzu acknowledges his own sense of difference and isolation. Others have more than they need, but I alone have nothing. I am a fool. Oh yes, I am confused. This self-deprecating humor underscores the sage's humility and willingness to embrace uncertainty and paradox. The sage is not concerned with accumulating possessions or achieving conventional success, but rather finds fulfillment in the simplicity of the Tao. He describes his own experience of drifting and aimlessness. Other men are clear and bright, but I alone am dim and weak. Other men are sharp and clever, but I alone am dull and stupid. Oh, I drift like the waves of the sea without direction, like the restless wind. This imagery conveys the idea that the sage does not rely on intellect or ambition, but rather trusts in the natural flow of the Tao. Despite this sense of aimlessness, Lao Tzu concludes with the affirmation, I am different, I am nourished by the Great Mother. This suggests that the sage finds sustenance and strength in the Tao, the Great Mother that underlies all of existence. The sage's path, though unconventional and often misunderstood, is ultimately one of profound connection and fulfillment. In summary, Chapter 20 of the Tao Te Ching offers a personal and introspective reflection on the nature of the sage's path. It contrasts the sage's perspective with that of the common person, highlighting the importance of detachment, simplicity, and trust in the Tao. The chapter emphasizes the value of embracing one's individuality and finding peace in the natural flow of life. 21. The greatest virtue is to follow Tao and Tao alone. The Tao is elusive and intangible. Oh, it is intangible and elusive, and yet within is image. Oh, it is elusive and intangible, and yet within is form. Oh, it is dim and dark, and yet within is essence. This essence is very real, and therein lies faith. From the very beginning until now, its name has never been forgotten. Thus I perceive the creation. How do I know the ways of creation? Because of this. Explanation of Chapter 21 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 21 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the nature of the Tao and the concept of virtue, emphasizing the Tao's elusive yet profound presence in the world. Lao Tzu explores the idea that while the Tao is difficult to grasp and define, it is the source of all creation and the foundation of true virtue. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the greatest virtue is to follow the Tao and nothing else. Virtue in this context refers to living in harmony with the natural order of the universe, aligning oneself with the principles of the Tao. This is presented as the highest form of living, where one is guided by the Tao rather than by personal desires or societal norms. He then describes the Tao as elusive and intangible. This means that the Tao is not something that can be easily perceived or understood through the senses or intellect. It is beyond conventional understanding, existing in a realm that is not readily accessible to human perception. Despite its intangibility, the Tao is said to contain an image. This suggests that while the Tao itself is formless, it is the source from which all forms and images arise. It is the underlying reality that gives rise to the myriad things in the world. Similarly, the Tao is described as having form, even though it is elusive and intangible. This reinforces the idea that the Tao is the fundamental principle that underlies all of existence, giving shape and structure to the universe. The Tao is also said to be dim and dark, yet within it lies essence. This essence is very real, and therein lies faith. This means that while the Tao is not easily seen or understood, it is the source of all that is real and true. It is the foundation of existence, and it is through faith in the Tao that one can perceive the deeper truths of the world. Lao Tzu emphasizes that from the very beginning until now, the name of the Tao has never been forgotten. This suggests that the Tao is a timeless and enduring principle, recognized and revered throughout history. It is the constant and unchanging reality that underlies all of creation. Thus, Lao Tzu perceives the creation. This means that by understanding the Tao, one gains insight into the nature of the universe and the principles that govern all things. The Tao is the key to understanding the world and one's place within it. He then asks, how do I know the ways of creation? The answer is because of this. This implies that the Tao is the foundation of all knowledge and understanding. By aligning oneself with the Tao, one can perceive the true nature of reality and the interconnectedness of all things. In summary, Chapter 21 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of the Tao as the source of all creation and the foundation of true virtue. It highlights the Tao's elusive yet profound presence in the world, suggesting that by understanding and aligning with the Tao, one can gain insight into the nature of the universe and live in harmony with the natural order of things. 22. Yield and overcome. Bend and be straight. Empty and be full. Wear out and be new. Have little and gain. Have much and be confused. Therefore wise men embrace the one, and set an example to all. Not putting on a display. They shine forth. Not justifying themselves. They are distinguished. Not boasting. They receive recognition. Not bragging. They never falter. They do not quarrel. So no one quarrels with them. Therefore the ancients say, yield and overcome. Is that an empty saying? Be really whole, and all things will come to you. Explanation of Chapter 22 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 22 of the Tao Te Ching presents a series of paradoxical principles that illustrate the wisdom of the Tao. Lao Tzu uses these paradoxes to convey the idea that by embracing humility, flexibility, and non-attachment, one can achieve true strength, fulfillment, and success. Lao Tzu begins with the principle of yielding to overcome. This suggests that by being flexible and willing to yield, one can ultimately gain the upper hand. This is because yielding allows one to avoid unnecessary conflict and to adapt to changing circumstances, which can lead to more effective and lasting solutions. The idea of bending to be straight further emphasizes the importance of flexibility. By being willing to bend or adapt, one can maintain a sense of balance and integrity. This principle is akin to the flexibility of a tree that bends in the wind but does not break. Empty and be full is another paradox that highlights the value of humility and non-attachment. By letting go of the desire for possessions and status, one can find true fulfillment and contentment. This is because emptiness creates space for new opportunities and experiences, allowing one to be open to the abundance of the universe. Wear out and be new suggests that by embracing the natural cycle of change and renewal, one can experience continuous growth and transformation. This principle acknowledges that all things have a natural lifespan and that by accepting this, one can embrace the process of renewal and rejuvenation. Have little and gain implies that by being content with less, one can achieve greater satisfaction and abundance. This is because the desire for more often leads to dissatisfaction and a sense of lack, while contentment with what one has fosters a sense of gratitude and fulfillment. Have much and be confused suggests that an abundance of possessions and wealth can lead to confusion and a loss of focus. This is because material wealth can create distractions and complicate one's life, leading to a sense of overwhelm and dissatisfaction. Lao Tzu then advises that wise men embrace the One, meaning they align themselves with the Tao and live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. By doing so, they set an example for others, demonstrating the power of humility, flexibility, and non-attachment. The wise do not put on a display, yet they shine forth. This means that their actions and way of life naturally attract attention and admiration without the need for self-promotion or boasting. Their integrity and alignment with the Tao are evident in their behavior and demeanor. They do not justify themselves, yet they are distinguished. This suggests that their actions speak for themselves and they do not feel the need to explain or defend themselves to others. Their character and conduct are their own justification. They do not boast, yet they receive recognition. This implies that their humility and modesty are rewarded with respect and acknowledgement. Their achievements are recognized without the need for self-aggrandizement. They do not brag, yet they never falter. This means that their confidence and self-assurance are based on a deep understanding of the Tao rather than on external validation or praise. As a result, they are able to maintain their course and remain steadfast in their convictions. They do not quarrel, so no one quarrels with them. This highlights the importance of avoiding conflict and maintaining harmony. By not engaging in disputes or arguments, they create an environment of peace and cooperation. The chapter concludes with the statement that the ancients say, "Yield and overcome." This reinforces the idea that the principles of humility and flexibility are timeless and enduring. It is suggested that these principles are not empty sayings, but rather profound truths that have been recognized and valued throughout history. The final line, "Be really whole and all things will come to you," emphasizes the importance of embracing the Tao and living in harmony with the natural order of the universe. By doing so, one can achieve a state of wholeness and fulfillment, attracting all that is needed for a meaningful and satisfying life. In summary, Chapter 22 of the Tao Te Ching presents a series of paradoxical principles that illustrate the wisdom of the Tao. It emphasizes the importance of humility, flexibility, and non-attachment, suggesting that by embracing these qualities, one can achieve true strength, fulfillment, and success. The chapter encourages readers to align themselves with the Tao and to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 23. To talk little is natural. High winds do not last all morning. Heavy rain does not last all day. Why is this, heaven and earth? If heaven and earth cannot make things eternal, how is it possible for man? He who follows the Tao is at one with the Tao. He who is virtuous experiences virtue. He who loses the way feels lost. When you are at one with the Tao welcomes you. When you are at one with virtue, the virtue is always there. When you are at one with loss, the loss is experienced willingly. He who does not trust enough will not be trusted. Explanation of Chapter 23 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 23 of the Tao Te Ching explores the themes of naturalness, impermanence, and the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao. Lao Tzu uses vivid imagery and metaphors to convey the idea that all things in the world are subject to change and that true harmony comes from embracing this reality. Lao Tzu begins by stating that to talk little is natural. This suggests that speaking less and listening more is aligned with the natural order of things. It implies a preference for simplicity and a focus on meaningful communication rather than excessive or unnecessary speech. He then uses the examples of high winds and heavy rain to illustrate the concept of impermanence. High winds do not last all morning and heavy rain does not last all day. This highlights the transient nature of all phenomena, suggesting that even the most powerful forces are temporary and fleeting. Lao Tzu asks, "Why is this, heaven and earth?" This rhetorical question emphasizes that even the vast and enduring entities of heaven and earth are subject to change and transformation. If these fundamental forces cannot make things eternal, how can humans who are transient and fragile expect to do so? The chapter then presents the idea that he who follows the Tao is at one with the Tao. This means that by aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe, one can achieve a state of harmony and balance. The Tao is not something that can be grasped or controlled, but rather something that one becomes attuned to through humility, simplicity, and acceptance. He who is virtuous experiences virtue. This suggests that true virtue is not about adhering to a set of rules or principles, but about embodying the qualities of the Tao in one's actions and way of life. Virtue arises naturally when one is aligned with the Tao, and it is experienced as a deep sense of integrity and fulfillment. He who loses the way feels lost. This implies that when one is not in harmony with the Tao, they experience a sense of disconnection and confusion. The Tao is the guiding principle of the universe, and without it, one is adrift, lacking direction and purpose. When you are at one with the Tao welcomes you. This suggests that the Tao is not a distant or inaccessible force, but rather something that is always present and available to those who seek it. By aligning oneself with the Tao, one can experience a profound sense of belonging and acceptance. When you are at one with virtue, the virtue is always there. This reinforces the idea that true virtue is not something that can be forced or contrived, but rather something that arises naturally when one is aligned with the Tao. It is a constant and enduring presence in one's life. When you are at one with loss, the loss is experienced willingly. This implies that by accepting the natural cycle of life and death, one can approach loss and change with equanimity and grace. The willingness to embrace loss is a reflection of the Tao's acceptance of the impermanence of all things. He who does not trust enough will not be trusted. This highlights the reciprocal nature of trust and the importance of cultivating a mindset of openness and acceptance. Trust is a fundamental aspect of the Tao, and by trusting in the natural order of things, one can inspire trust in others. In summary, Chapter 23 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of naturalness, impermanence, and alignment with the Tao. It encourages readers to embrace the transient nature of life, to cultivate virtue by aligning with the Tao, and to approach loss and change with acceptance and grace. The chapter highlights the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of trust and openness in living in harmony with the universe. 24. He who stands on tiptoe is not steady. He who strides cannot maintain the pace. He who makes a show is not enlightened. He who is self-righteous is not respected. He who boasts achieves nothing. He who brags will not endure. According to the followers of the Tao, these are extra food and unnecessary luggage. They do not bring happiness. Therefore, followers of the Tao avoid them. Explanation of Chapter 24 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 24 of the Tao Te Ching continues the exploration of the principles introduced in the previous chapters, emphasizing the importance of humility, simplicity, and naturalness. Lao Tzu uses a series of vivid metaphors to illustrate the pitfalls of arrogance, self-importance, and the pursuit of external validation. Lao Tzu begins by stating that he who stands on tiptoe is not steady. This metaphor suggests that those who try to elevate themselves or draw attention to themselves are inherently unstable. True strength and stability come from being grounded and centered, not from seeking to stand out or be noticed. He who strides cannot maintain the pace. This implies that those who rush or push themselves too hard will eventually lose momentum and falter. True progress and success come from a steady and consistent approach rather than from forcing or rushing things. He who makes a show is not enlightened. This suggests that those who seek to display their knowledge or achievements are not truly wise. True enlightenment comes from a deep understanding of the Tao, which is not something that can be shown off or boasted about. He who is self-righteous is not respected. This implies that those who are overly confident in their own righteousness or moral superiority are not genuinely respected by others. True respect is earned through humility, integrity, and a willingness to learn and grow. He who boasts achieves nothing. This suggests that those who brag about their accomplishments or possessions are ultimately empty and unfulfilled. True fulfillment comes from within, not from the recognition or admiration of others. He who brags will not endure. This implies that those who rely on self-promotion or exaggeration will not be able to maintain their position or influence over time. True endurance comes from a solid foundation of character and a commitment to the principles of the Tao. Lao Tzu then states that according to the followers of the Tao, these behaviors are extra food and unnecessary luggage. This metaphor suggests that such actions are burdensome and superfluous, adding nothing of value to one's life. They are seen as distractions from the true path of the Tao, which is characterized by simplicity, humility, and naturalness. These behaviors do not bring happiness. This reinforces the idea that true happiness and fulfillment come from within, not from the pursuit of external rewards or recognition. The followers of the Tao understand that happiness is found in living in harmony with the natural order of the universe, not in the accumulation of possessions or accolades. Therefore, followers of the Tao avoid these behaviors. This means that those who are aligned with the Tao strive to live in a way that is free from arrogance, self-importance, and the need for external validation. They focus on cultivating inner peace, simplicity, and a deep connection to the Tao. In summary, Chapter 24 of the Tao Te Ching warns against the pitfalls of arrogance, self-importance, and the pursuit of external validation. It emphasizes the importance of humility, simplicity, and naturalness in living in harmony with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to avoid behaviors that are burdensome and superfluous, and to focus on cultivating true happiness and fulfillment by aligning themselves with the natural order of the universe. 25. Something mysteriously formed. Born before heaven and earth. In the silene and the void. Standing alone and unchanging. Ever present and in motion. Perhaps it is the mother of 10,000 things. I do not know its name. Call it Tao. For lack of a better word, I call it great. Being great, it flows. It flows far away. Having gone far, it returns. Therefore, Tao is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great. The king is also great. These are the four great powers of the universe. And the king is one of them. Man follows the earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao. Tao follows what is natural. Explanation of Chapter 25 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 25 of the Tao Te Ching is one of the most profound and foundational chapters, as it describes the Tao as the ultimate source and guiding principle of the universe. Lao Tzu uses poetic and mystical language to convey the Tao's eternal, mysterious, and all-encompassing nature. Lao Tzu begins by describing something that is mysteriously formed and born before heaven and earth. This suggests that the Tao is the primordial force that existed before the creation of the universe. It is the source from which all things arise, yet it remains mysterious and beyond full comprehension. The Tao is said to exist in the silence and the void, standing alone and unchanging. This emphasizes its timeless and eternal nature. The Tao is not subject to the cycles of birth and death, growth and decay that characterize the manifest world. It is a constant and unchanging reality that underlies all of existence. Despite being unchanging, the Tao is also described as ever-present and in motion. This paradox highlights the Tao's dual nature as both static and dynamic. It is the fundamental principle that governs the movement and change in the universe while itself remaining constant. Lao Tzu suggests that perhaps it is the mother of 10,000 things. This means that the Tao is the source of all creation, the origin from which all things emerge. It is the ultimate creative force that gives rise to the myriad forms of life and existence. He admits, I do not know its name. This underscores the Tao's ineffable and indescribable nature. The Tao is beyond human language and conceptual understanding, and any attempt to name or define it is inherently limited. Call it Tao for lack of a better word. This acknowledges the inadequacy of language to capture the true essence of the Tao while also providing a term to refer to this ultimate reality. For lack of a better word, I call it great. This emphasizes the Tao's vastness and majesty. The term great is used to convey the idea that the Tao is the most fundamental and powerful force in the universe. Being great, it flows. This suggests that the Tao is not static or inert, but rather a dynamic and active force that permeates all of existence. It is the source of movement and change, the driving force behind the natural order of the universe. It flows far away. Having gone far, it returns. This describes the cyclical nature of the Tao. It is constantly in motion, moving outward and then returning to its source. This cyclical movement is a fundamental aspect of the Tao's nature, reflecting the cyclical patterns of life and the universe. Lao Tzu then states, Tao is great, heaven is great, earth is great, the king is also great. This establishes a hierarchy of greatness with the Tao at the top, followed by heaven, earth, and the king. The king, in this context, represents the human ruler who governs in accordance with the Tao. These are the four great powers of the universe, and the king is one of them. This suggests that while the Tao, heaven, and earth are the fundamental forces that govern the universe, the king has the potential to align with these forces and to govern in harmony with them. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, Tao follows what is natural. This sequence emphasizes the interconnectedness and hierarchy of the universe. It suggests that the Tao is the ultimate source and guiding principle, followed by heaven, earth, and finally humanity. By aligning with the Tao, one can live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. In summary, Chapter 25 of the Tao Te Ching describes the Tao as the ultimate source and guiding principle of the universe. It emphasizes the Tao's eternal, mysterious, and all-encompassing nature, and it highlights the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The still is the master of unrest. Therefore the sage, traveling all day, does not lose sight of his baggage. Though there are beautiful things to be seen, he remains unattached and calm. Why should the lord of 10,000 chariots act lightly in public? To be light is to lose one's root. To be restless is to lose one's control. Explanation of Chapter 26 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 26 of the Tao Te Ching explores the themes of balance, stability, and the importance of maintaining a grounded and centered approach to life. Lao Tzu uses the metaphors of heaviness and lightness, stillness and unrest, to convey the idea that true strength and leadership come from being rooted and in control. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the heavy is the root of the light. This suggests that the foundation of any structure or system is its most substantial and stable part. In the context of human behavior, this means that a sense of gravity and seriousness is essential for maintaining balance and stability. The still is the master of unrest. This implies that calmness and tranquility are the keys to managing chaos and uncertainty. By remaining still and centered, one can navigate the challenges of life with greater ease and effectiveness. Therefore, the sage, traveling all day, does not lose sight of his baggage. This metaphor suggests that even when the sage is on the move or engaged in various activities, they remain mindful of their core principles and values. The baggage represents the fundamental truths and wisdom that guide the sage's actions and decisions. Though there are beautiful things to be seen, he remains unattached and calm. This highlights the importance of detachment and equanimity. The sage appreciates the beauty of the world but does not become attached to it or distracted by it. This allows them to maintain their focus and composure regardless of external circumstances. Lao Tzu then asks, why should the lord of 10,000 chariots act lightly in public? This rhetorical question emphasizes the importance of seriousness and responsibility for those in positions of power. The lord of 10,000 chariots is a metaphor for a ruler or leader, and the question suggests that such a person should not be frivolous or careless in their actions. To be light is to lose one's root. This means that acting without gravity or consideration can lead to a loss of stability and control. It implies that those who are not grounded in their principles and values are more likely to be swayed by external influences and to make poor decisions. To be restless is to lose one's control. This suggests that a lack of calmness and focus can lead to a loss of mastery over one's circumstances. Restlessness can cause one to act impulsively or reactively, which can undermine their ability to lead effectively. In summary, Chapter 26 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of balance, stability, and a grounded approach to life. It highlights the value of heaviness over lightness, stillness over unrest, and detachment over attachment. The chapter encourages readers to remain mindful of their core principles and values, to act with gravity and responsibility, and to maintain a sense of calm and control in the face of life's challenges. 27. A good walker leaves no tracks. A good speaker makes no slips. A good reckoner need to tally. A good door needs no lock. Yet no one can open it. Good binding requires no knots. Yet no one can loosen it. Therefore the sage takes care of all men, and abandons no one. He takes care of all things, and abandons nothing. This is called following the light. What is a good man? A teacher of a bad man. What is a bad man? A good man's charge. If the teacher is not respected, and the student not cared for, confusion will arise, however clever one is. This is the crux of the mystery. Explanation of Chapter 27 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 27 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of mastery and the qualities of a true sage. Lao Tzu uses a series of metaphors to illustrate the idea that true skill and effectiveness are characterized by effortlessness, subtlety, and a deep understanding of the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by stating that a good walker leaves no tracks. This suggests that a person who is truly skilled in their actions does not leave evidence of their passage. They move through life with such grace and naturalness that they do not disturb or disrupt the world around them. A good speaker makes no slips. This implies that a skilled communicator is able to express themselves clearly and precisely without error or misstep. Their words are well chosen and impactful, reflecting a deep understanding of their subject and their audience. A good reckoner needs no tally. This suggests that a person who is truly adept at calculation and reasoning does not need to rely on external tools or aids. They have such a profound understanding of numbers and logic that they can perform calculations in their head with ease and accuracy. A good door needs no lock, yet no one can open it. This metaphor highlights the idea that true security comes from the inherent strength and integrity of the structure, not from artificial means of protection. A well-made door is naturally secure, and no one can open it without the proper means. Good binding requires no knots, yet no one can loosen it. This suggests that true strength and cohesion come from the natural qualities of the materials and the skill of the craftsman, not from artificial fasteners. The bond is so strong that it holds together without the need for additional support. Lao Tzu then draws a conclusion from these metaphors. Therefore, the sage takes care of all men and abandons no one. This means that the sage embodies the principles of compassion and inclusivity, caring for all people and ensuring that no one is left behind. The sage recognizes the interconnectedness of all life and acts accordingly. He takes care of all things and abandons nothing. This extends the idea of care and responsibility to all things in the world, not just people. The sage understands that all things are part of the Tao and deserve respect and attention. This is called following the light. This phrase suggests that the sage's actions are guided by the natural order of the universe, the light that illuminates the path of wisdom and compassion. By following the light, the sage aligns themselves with the Tao and lives in harmony with the world. The chapter then poses the question, what is a good man? The answer is a teacher of a bad man. This implies that a good person has a responsibility to guide and educate those who are less virtuous or knowledgeable. The good man serves as a model and mentor, helping others to learn and grow. What is a bad man? A good man's charge. This suggests that even those who are considered bad are not beyond redemption. They are the responsibility of the good man who seeks to help them find their way and to become better versions of themselves. If the teacher is not respected and the student not cared for, confusion will arise however clever one is. This highlights the importance of respect and care in the relationship between teacher and student. Without these qualities, the process of learning and growth is hindered, and confusion ensues. This is the crux of the mystery. This phrase suggests that the true nature of the Tao and the path of the sage are not easily understood. They require a deep commitment to learning, growth, and the cultivation of virtue. In summary, Chapter 27 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of mastery, compassion, and responsibility in the life of the sage. It highlights the qualities of effortlessness, subtlety, and inclusivity, and it encourages readers to follow the light of the Tao in their own lives. The chapter underscores the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of respect and care in the pursuit of wisdom and harmony. 28. Know the strength of man, but keep a woman's care. Be the stream of the universe. Being the stream of the universe, ever true and unswerving. Become as a little child once more. Know the white, but keep the black. Be an example to the world. Being an example to the world, ever true and unwavering. Return to the infinite. Know honor, yet keep humility. Be the valley of the universe. Being the valley of the universe, ever true and resourceful. Return to the state of the uncarved block. When the block is carved, it becomes useful. When the sage uses it, he becomes the ruler. Thus a great tailor cuts little. Explanation of Chapter 28 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 28 of the Tao Te Ching explores the concept of balance and the importance of embracing seemingly opposite qualities in order to achieve harmony and fulfillment. Lao Tzu uses a series of metaphors and paradoxical statements to convey the idea that true wisdom and strength come from maintaining a balance between contrasting forces. Lao Tzu begins by advising to know the strength of man but keep a woman's care. This suggests that while it is important to recognize and cultivate strength and power, one should also maintain qualities traditionally associated with femininity, such as compassion, nurturing, and sensitivity. By embracing both strength and care, one can achieve a balanced and holistic approach to life. Be the stream of the universe. This metaphor emphasizes the importance of adaptability and flow. The stream is a symbol of movement and change, constantly adapting to its surroundings and finding its way around obstacles. By being like a stream, one can navigate the challenges of life with grace and ease. Being the stream of the universe, ever true and unswerving, become as a little child once more. This suggests that while one should be adaptable and open to change, they should also remain true to their core values and principles. The image of becoming like a little child implies a return to innocence, openness, and a sense of wonder. Know the white but keep the black. This is a reference to the Taoist concept of yin and yang, the idea that seemingly opposite forces are interconnected and interdependent. White represents light, clarity, and positivity, while black represents darkness, mystery, and the unknown. By knowing the white but keeping the black, one acknowledges the value of both light and shadow and embraces the full spectrum of life. Be an example to the world. This suggests that by embodying the principles of the Tao, one can serve as a model for others, inspiring them to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Being an example to the world, ever true and unwavering, return to the infinite. This implies that by remaining true to the Tao and steadfast in one's convictions, one can transcend the limitations of the material world and connect with the infinite, the ultimate reality that underlies all existence. Know honor, yet keep humility. This highlights the importance of balancing recognition and respect with humility and modesty. While it is important to be honored and respected for one's achievements, one should also remain humble and grounded, recognizing that true greatness comes from the Tao. Be the valley of the universe. This metaphor suggests that one should embody the qualities of the valley, which is low, receptive, and nurturing. The valley is a symbol of humility, openness, and the ability to hold and support life. Being the valley of the universe, ever true and resourceful, return to the state of the uncarved block. This implies that by embracing the qualities of the valley, one can return to a state of simplicity and naturalness, like the uncarved block of wood. This state represents purity, potential, and the absence of artificiality. When the block is carved, it becomes useful. When the sage uses it, he becomes the ruler. This suggests that while the uncarved block represents potential, it is through the process of carving or cultivation that one becomes truly useful and effective. The sage, by embodying the principles of the Tao, becomes a ruler in the sense of being a leader and guide for others. Thus, a great tailor cuts little. This metaphor suggests that true mastery is characterized by subtlety and precision. A great tailor does not need to make drastic changes or use excessive force. They are able to achieve their goals with minimal intervention and maximum effect. In summary, Chapter 28 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of balance, adaptability, and the embrace of seemingly opposite qualities. It encourages readers to be like a stream, a child, a valley, and an example to the world, while remaining true to the Tao and cultivating the qualities of strength, care, humility, and resourcefulness. The chapter highlights the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of living in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 29. Do you think you can take over the universe and improve it? I do not think it can be done. The universe is sacred. You cannot improve it. If you try to change it, you will ruin it. If you try to hold it, you will lose it. So sometimes things are ahead and sometimes they are behind. Sometimes breathing is hard, sometimes it comes easily. Sometimes there is strength and sometimes weakness. Sometimes one is up and sometimes down. Therefore, the sage avoids extremes, excesses, and complacency. Explanation of Chapter 29 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 29 of the Tao Te Ching offers a cautionary perspective on the limits of human intervention and the importance of aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe. Lao Tzu advises against the attempt to control or improve the universe, suggesting that such efforts are ultimately futile and can lead to harm. Lao Tzu begins with a rhetorical question: do you think you can take over the universe and improve it? His response is unequivocal: I do not think it can be done. This sets the tone for the chapter, emphasizing the futility of trying to exert control over the natural world. The universe is described as sacred, implying that it is a profound and inviolable entity that should be respected and revered. The idea that you cannot improve it suggests that the universe is already perfect in its design and function, and any attempt to alter it is unnecessary and potentially destructive. If you try to change it, you will ruin it. This highlights the potential consequences of human intervention. When people attempt to manipulate or control natural processes, they often end up causing harm or disrupting the balance of the ecosystem. This is because human understanding is limited and the complexities of the universe are beyond complete comprehension. If you try to hold it, you will lose it. This suggests that the act of trying to possess or control something inherently leads to its loss. This is because the universe is in a constant state of flux, and any attempt to fix or hold it in place is ultimately futile. The desire to control often stems from fear or a lack of trust in the natural order, and it can lead to frustration and disappointment. Lao Tzu then provides a series of examples to illustrate the cyclical and ever-changing nature of the universe. Sometimes things are ahead and sometimes they are behind. Sometimes breathing is hard, sometimes it comes easily. Sometimes there is strength and sometimes weakness. Sometimes one is up and sometimes down. These examples highlight the inherent variability and unpredictability of life, emphasizing that change is a constant and inevitable aspect of existence. Therefore, the sage avoids extremes, excesses, and complacency. This is the sage's response to the cyclical nature of the universe. By avoiding extremes, the sage maintains a balanced and moderate approach to life, steering clear of the pitfalls of excess and deprivation. By avoiding excesses, the sage resists the temptation to indulge in overabundance or to push beyond reasonable limits. By avoiding complacency, the sage remains vigilant and adaptable, recognizing that change is a constant and that one must be prepared to adjust and respond accordingly. In summary, Chapter 29 of the Tao Te Ching advises against the attempt to control or improve the universe, emphasizing the importance of respecting and aligning with the natural order of things. It highlights the cyclical and ever-changing nature of life and encourages the sage to avoid extremes, excesses, and complacency. The chapter encourages readers to trust in the inherent wisdom of the universe and to live in harmony with the Tao. 30. Whenever you advise a ruler in the way of Tao, counsel him not to use force to conquer the universe, for this would only cause resistance. Thorn bushes spring up wherever the army has passed. Lean years follow in the wake of a great war. Just do what needs to be done. Never take advantage of power. Achieve results, but never glory in them. Achieve results, but never boast. Achieve results, but never be proud. Achieve results, because this is the natural way. Achieve results, but not through violence. Force is followed by loss of strength. This is not the way of Tao. That which goes against the Tao comes to an early end. Explanation of Chapter 30 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 30 of the Tao Te Ching provides guidance on the use of force and the principles of leadership, particularly in the context of governing and warfare. Lao Tzu advises against the use of force and aggression, emphasizing that such approaches are contrary to the Tao and ultimately counterproductive. Lao Tzu begins by advising rulers not to use force to conquer the universe. This suggests that attempts to dominate or control through violence and aggression are fundamentally flawed. Such actions are driven by a desire for power and control, which is antithetical to the principles of the Tao. For this would only cause resistance. This highlights the inevitable backlash that results from the use of force. When people are subjected to violence or coercion, they naturally resist and fight back, leading to further conflict and instability. Thorn bushes spring up wherever the army has passed. This metaphor suggests that the aftermath of war and violence is one of destruction and chaos. The presence of thorn bushes symbolizes the lasting damage and hardship that result from military campaigns. Lean years follow in the wake of a great war. This implies that the consequences of war extend beyond the immediate conflict, leading to long-term economic and social hardship. The disruption of agriculture, trade, and social structures can have devastating effects on the population. Lao Tzu then offers a set of principles for effective leadership in action. Just do what needs to be done. This emphasizes the importance of taking action based on necessity and purpose rather than on a desire for power or control. The focus is on addressing the needs of the situation rather than on imposing one's will. Never take advantage of power. This suggests that power should be used responsibly and ethically, with a focus on the well-being of the people and the harmony of the state. The abuse of power is seen as a corruption of leadership and a violation of the Tao. Achieve results but never glory in them. This means that while it is important to be effective and successful, one should not seek personal recognition or praise for their achievements. True success is measured by the positive impact on the world, not by the accolades one receives. Achieve results but never boast. This reinforces the idea that humility and modesty are essential qualities of a true leader. Boasting and self-aggrandizement are seen as signs of insecurity and a lack of alignment with the Tao. Achieve results but never be proud. This suggests that pride and arrogance are barriers to true fulfillment and success. By remaining humble and grounded, one can maintain a clear perspective and continue to grow and improve. Achieve results because this is the natural way. This emphasizes that effectiveness and success are natural outcomes of aligning oneself with the Tao. By acting in harmony with the natural order of the universe, one can achieve meaningful and lasting results. Achieve results but not through violence. This underscores the importance of nonviolence and the rejection of force as a means of achieving goals. Violence is seen as a destructive force that undermines the principles of the Tao. Force is followed by loss of strength. This means that the use of force ultimately leads to a weakening of one's position and influence. It is a self-defeating strategy that drains resources and creates opposition. This is not the way of Tao. This reinforces the idea that the use of force is contrary to the principles of the Tao. The Tao is characterized by harmony, balance, and the natural flow of life, not by violence and aggression. That which goes against the Tao comes to an early end. This suggests that actions and policies that are not aligned with the Tao are inherently unsustainable. They may achieve short-term gains, but they will ultimately fail and collapse. In summary, Chapter 30 of the Tao Te Ching advises against the use of force and aggression, emphasizing the importance of nonviolence, humility, and alignment with the Tao. It highlights the destructive consequences of violence and the importance of achieving results through natural and ethical means. The chapter encourages leaders to act with responsibility and integrity, and to prioritize the well-being of the people and the harmony of the state. 31. Good weapons are instruments of fear. All creatures hate them. Therefore, followers of Tao never use them. The wise man prefers the left. The man of war prefers the right. Weapons are instruments of fear. They are not a wise man's tools. He uses them only when he has no choice. Peace and quiet are dear to his heart, and victory no cause for rejoicing. If you rejoice in victory, then you delight in killing. If you delight in killing, you cannot fulfill yourself. On happy occasions, precedence is given to the left. On sad occasions, to the right. In the army, the general stands on the left. The commander-in-chief on the right. This means that war is conducted like a funeral. When many people are being killed, they should be mourned in heartfelt sorrow. That is why a victory must be observed like a funeral. Explanation of Chapter 31 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 31 of the Tao Te Ching is a powerful statement against the glorification of war and the use of weapons. Lao Tzu emphasizes the destructive nature of violence and the importance of prioritizing peace and compassion. He contrasts the mindset of the wise person with that of the warrior, highlighting the fundamental differences in their values and priorities. Lao Tzu begins by stating that good weapons are instruments of fear and all creatures hate them. This highlights the inherent negativity and destructiveness associated with weapons. They are tools of intimidation and harm, and their presence evokes fear and aversion in all living beings. Therefore, followers of the Tao never use them. This is a clear rejection of violence and aggression as a means of resolving conflict. The followers of the Tao understand that true strength and security come from peace, harmony, and the cultivation of virtue, not from the use of force. The wise man prefers the left. In Chinese culture, the left side is traditionally associated with positive qualities such as kindness, compassion, and the feminine principle. This preference suggests that the wise person values these qualities and prioritizes them in their actions and decisions. The man of war prefers the right. The right side is traditionally associated with masculinity, aggression, and the warrior spirit. This preference highlights the warrior's focus on strength, dominance, and the use of force. Weapons are instruments of fear. They are not a wise man's tools. This reinforces the idea that weapons are antithetical to the principles of wisdom and the Tao. The wise person recognizes that true power comes from within, not from the possession or use of weapons. He uses them only when he has no choice. This implies that while the wise person may be forced to use weapons in extreme circumstances, it is always a last resort. The use of force is seen as a necessary evil, not a desirable or preferred outcome. Peace and quiet are dear to his heart, and victory no cause for rejoicing. This emphasizes the value that the wise person places on peace and tranquility. They do not celebrate the defeat of others or take pleasure in the suffering and destruction that result from war. If you rejoice in victory, then you delight in killing. If you delight in killing, you cannot fulfill yourself. This is a profound statement about the moral and spiritual consequences of celebrating violence. The wise person understands that true fulfillment comes from compassion, empathy, and the promotion of life, not from the destruction of it. On happy occasions, precedence is given to the left, on sad occasions to the right. This cultural reference reinforces the association of the left with positive qualities and the right with negative ones. It suggests that the wise person approaches both joy and sorrow with a sense of balance and perspective. In the army, the general stands on the left, the commander-in-chief on the right. This is a metaphorical statement that suggests the general, who is responsible for the welfare of the troops, embodies the qualities of compassion and care, while the commander-in-chief, who is focused on strategy and victory, is associated with aggression and dominance. This means that war is conducted like a funeral. This is a powerful metaphor that highlights the tragic and mournful nature of war. It suggests that even in the midst of conflict, the wise person recognizes the loss and suffering that are inherent in war and approaches it with a sense of sorrow and regret. When many people are being killed, they should be mourned in heartfelt sorrow. This emphasizes the importance of empathy and compassion, even in the context of war. The wise person understands that every life is valuable and that the loss of life is always a tragedy. That is why a victory must be observed like a funeral. This suggests that true victory is not about defeating an enemy but about achieving peace and reconciliation. The wise person mourns the loss of life and the destruction caused by war, and they strive to find ways to heal and rebuild. In summary, Chapter 31 of the Tao Te Ching is a powerful critique of war and violence, emphasizing the importance of peace, compassion, and the rejection of force as a means of resolving conflict. It highlights the moral and spiritual consequences of celebrating violence and encourages readers to approach war with a sense of sorrow and regret, recognizing the loss and suffering that it causes. The chapter encourages the cultivation of wisdom, empathy, and a commitment to peace as the true path to fulfillment and harmony. 32. The Tao is forever undefined. Small though it is in the unformed state, it cannot be grasped. If kings and lords could harness it, the 10,000 things would naturally obey. Heaven and earth would come together, and gentle rain fall. Men would need no more instruction, and all things would take their course. Once the whole is divided, the parts need names. There are already enough names. One must know when to stop. Knowing when to stop averts trouble. Tao in the world is like a river flowing home to the sea. Explanation of Chapter 32 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 32 of the Tao Te Ching explores the nature of the Tao and the implications of its indefinable and all-encompassing essence. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of recognizing the Tao's inherent order and the potential consequences of attempting to control or define it. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the Tao is forever undefined. This means that the Tao is beyond human comprehension and cannot be fully captured or explained through language or concepts. It is an ineffable and mysterious force that underlies all of existence. Small though it is in the unformed state, it cannot be grasped. This suggests that even in its most subtle and unmanifested form, the Tao is elusive and cannot be possessed or controlled. It is a fundamental aspect of the universe that exists beyond the reach of human intervention. If kings and lords could harness it, the 10,000 things would naturally obey. This implies that if those in power were able to align themselves with the Tao, their actions would be in harmony with the natural order of the universe. As a result, the people and all things would naturally follow and support them without the need for force or coercion. Heaven and earth would come together and gentle rain fall. This metaphor suggests that when the Tao is embraced and followed, there is a natural harmony and balance in the world. The coming together of heaven and earth represents the unity and interconnectedness of all things, and the gentle rain symbolizes the abundance and nourishment that result from this harmony. Men would need no more instruction and all things would take their course. This suggests that when people are aligned with the Tao, they do not need external guidance or rules. They naturally understand what is right and act accordingly, allowing things to unfold in a way that is in harmony with the universe. Once the whole is divided, the parts need names. This highlights the idea that when the unity of the Tao is broken, the world becomes fragmented and complex. The need for names and labels arises as a way to categorize and understand the myriad forms of existence. However, this process of division and categorization can lead to confusion and a loss of the original unity. There are already enough names. This implies that the proliferation of names and labels can become overwhelming and unnecessary. It suggests that there is a point where further division and categorization are counterproductive and that it is important to recognize the limitations of language and concepts. One must know when to stop. This emphasizes the importance of restraint and the recognition of limits. By knowing when to stop, one can avoid the pitfalls of excess and maintain a sense of balance and harmony. Knowing when to stop averts trouble. This suggests that the ability to recognize and respect limits is crucial for avoiding conflict and maintaining peace. It is a reflection of the Tao's principle of natural order and the importance of aligning oneself with it. Tao in the world is like a river flowing home to the sea. This metaphor conveys the idea that the Tao is a constant and unending force that moves through the world, guiding all things toward their natural end. The image of a river flowing to the sea suggests a sense of inevitability and the ultimate unity of all things. In summary, Chapter 32 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the indefinable and all-encompassing nature of the Tao, and the importance of aligning oneself with its natural order. It highlights the potential consequences of attempting to control or define the Tao, and emphasizes the value of restraint, balance, and the recognition of limits. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the unity and interconnectedness of all things, and to trust in the natural flow of the universe. 33. Knowing others is wisdom. Knowing the self is enlightenment. Mastering others requires force. Mastering the self needs strength. He who knows he has enough is rich. Perseverance is a sign of willpower. He who stays where he is endures. To die but not to perish is to be eternally present. Explanation of Chapter 33 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 33 of the Tao Te Ching offers a series of insights into the nature of wisdom, self-mastery, and the qualities that lead to true fulfillment and endurance. Lao Tzu presents a series of contrasts and observations that highlight the importance of self-awareness, contentment, and inner strength. Lao Tzu begins by stating that knowing others is wisdom. This suggests that understanding the thoughts, motivations, and behaviors of other people is a valuable form of knowledge. It implies the ability to empathize, communicate effectively, and navigate social interactions with insight and skill. Knowing the self is enlightenment. This is a profound statement that emphasizes the importance of self-awareness and introspection. True enlightenment comes from understanding one's own nature, strengths, weaknesses, desires, and motivations. It is the foundation of personal growth and the key to living in harmony with the Tao. Mastering others requires force. This implies that control over others is achieved through the application of power and coercion. While force can be effective in the short term, it often leads to resistance, resentment, and a lack of genuine cooperation. Mastering the self needs strength. This highlights the idea that true mastery is achieved through inner strength and self-discipline. It requires the ability to control one's thoughts, emotions, and actions, and to live in accordance with one's values and principles. He who knows he has enough is rich. This suggests that true wealth is not measured by material possessions but by a sense of contentment and satisfaction with what one has. The recognition of sufficiency is a reflection of inner peace and the understanding that true fulfillment comes from within. Perseverance is a sign of willpower. This emphasizes the importance of persistence and determination in achieving one's goals. The ability to persevere in the face of challenges and setbacks is a testament to one's inner strength and commitment. He who stays where he is endures. This implies that true endurance comes from stability and consistency. By remaining grounded and steadfast, one can weather the storms of life and maintain a sense of balance and harmony. To die but not to perish is to be eternally present. This is a paradoxical statement that suggests the idea of living beyond the physical limitations of the body. It implies that true existence is not defined by the material world, but by the spirit or essence that continues beyond death. This is a reflection of the Tao's eternal and timeless nature. In summary, Chapter 33 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of self-knowledge, self-mastery, and the qualities of wisdom, strength, and perseverance. It highlights the contrast between external control and inner mastery, and it underscores the value of contentment, endurance, and the recognition of one's true nature. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a deep understanding of themselves and to live in harmony with the Tao, achieving a state of true fulfillment and eternal presence. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. The 10,000 things depend upon it, it holds nothing back. It fulfills its purpose silently and makes no claim. It nourishes the 10,000 things. and yet is not their lord. It has no aim, it is very small. The 10,000 things return to it. Yet it is not their lord. It is very great. It does not show greatness, and is therefore truly great. Explanation of Chapter 34 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 34 of the Tao Te Ching offers a profound meditation on the nature of the Tao, emphasizing its omnipresence, generosity, humility, and true greatness. Lao Tzu uses vivid imagery and paradoxes to convey the idea that the Tao is the fundamental force that sustains all of existence, yet it does so without seeking recognition or control. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. This suggests that the Tao is omnipresent, permeating all of creation and providing the foundation for all things. It is a constant and unending force that moves through the world, guiding and sustaining all forms of life. The 10,000 things depend upon it, it holds nothing back. This highlights the Tao's generosity and abundance. It provides for all things without reservation or discrimination, offering sustenance and support to every aspect of the universe. It fulfills its purpose silently and makes no claim. This emphasizes the Tao's humility and selflessness. It operates without fanfare or self-promotion, fulfilling its role in the natural order of the universe without seeking acknowledgement or reward. It nourishes the 10,000 things and yet is not their lord. This underscores the Tao's role as the source of life and sustenance, while also highlighting its lack of desire for dominance or control. The Tao provides for all things, but it does not seek to rule over them or impose its will. It has no aim, it is very small. This suggests that the Tao is not driven by a specific agenda or goal. It is a natural and spontaneous force that operates without intention or design. Its smallness is a reflection of its humility and its willingness to work in subtle and unobtrusive ways. The 10,000 things return to it, yet it is not their lord. This reinforces the idea that while all things originate from and are sustained by the Tao, it does not seek to possess or control them. The Tao is the ultimate source and destination of all things, but it remains detached and impartial. It is very great. This acknowledges the Tao's true nature as the most fundamental and powerful force in the universe. Despite its humility and subtlety, the Tao is the foundation of all existence and the driving force behind the natural order. It does not show greatness and is therefore truly great. This is a paradoxical statement that captures the essence of the Tao's greatness. It is not ostentatious or self-aggrandizing, but rather it is truly great because it embodies the principles of humility, generosity, and selflessness. Its greatness is not measured by external accolades or recognition, but by its profound and enduring impact on the world. In summary, Chapter 34 of the Tao Te Ching describes the Tao as an omnipresent, generous, and humble force that sustains all of existence. It emphasizes the Tao's lack of desire for control or recognition, and it highlights the importance of humility and selflessness in achieving true greatness. The chapter encourages readers to recognize the Tao's profound influence and to emulate its qualities in their own lives, striving to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 35. All men will come to him who keeps to the One. For there lie rest and happiness and peace. Passers-by may stop for music and good food. But a description of the Tao seems without substance or flavor. It cannot be seen, it cannot be heard, and yet it cannot be exhausted. Explanation of Chapter 35 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 35 of the Tao Te Ching explores the idea that those who align themselves with the Tao or the One will find rest, happiness, and peace. Lao Tzu contrasts the profound and enduring benefits of the Tao with the fleeting pleasures of the material world, emphasizing the importance of recognizing the true source of fulfillment. Lao Tzu begins by stating that all men will come to him who keeps to the One. This suggests that those who are aligned with the Tao will naturally attract others and have a positive influence on the world. The One refers to the Tao, the fundamental principle that underlies all of existence. By staying true to the Tao, one embodies its qualities of harmony, balance, and wisdom. For there lie rest and happiness and peace. This highlights the profound and lasting benefits of aligning oneself with the Tao. Rest, happiness, and peace are not superficial or temporary states, but rather deep and enduring qualities that arise from living in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Lao Tzu then contrasts this with the fleeting pleasures of the material world. Passers-by may stop for music and good food, but these are temporary distractions that provide only momentary satisfaction. While such pleasures can be enjoyable, they are not a source of true or lasting fulfillment. A description of the Tao seems without substance or flavor. This suggests that the Tao is not something that can be easily described or appreciated through the senses. It is beyond the realm of ordinary experience and cannot be captured or conveyed through language or imagery. This is because the Tao is a profound and mysterious force that defies conventional understanding. It cannot be seen, it cannot be heard, and yet it cannot be exhausted. This emphasizes the Tao's elusive and inexhaustible nature. While it cannot be perceived through the senses, it is a constant and enduring presence that provides an endless source of inspiration, guidance, and sustenance. The Tao is not limited by time or space, and it cannot be depleted or exhausted. In summary, Chapter 35 of the Tao Te Ching contrasts the profound and enduring benefits of the Tao with the fleeting pleasures of the material world. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to find true rest, happiness, and peace. The chapter highlights the Tao's elusive and inexhaustible nature, suggesting that while it cannot be easily described or perceived, it is the ultimate source of fulfillment and sustenance. The chapter encourages readers to recognize the true source of fulfillment and to seek alignment with the Tao in their own lives. 36. That which shrinks must first expand. That which fails must first be strong. That which is cast down must first be raised. Before receiving, there must be giving. This is called perception of the nature of things. Soft and weak overcome hard and strong. Fish cannot leave deep waters, and a country's weapons should not be displayed. Explanation of Chapter 36 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 36 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the paradoxical nature of the Tao, emphasizing the interconnectedness of seemingly opposite forces and the importance of subtlety and restraint in achieving one's goals. Lao Tzu uses a series of paradoxical statements to convey the idea that the Tao operates in ways that are often counterintuitive to human understanding. Lao Tzu begins by stating that what is about to shrink must first expand. This suggests that before something can decrease or diminish, it must first reach a point of fullness or expansion. This principle can be applied to various aspects of life, such as the rise and fall of empires, the cycles of nature, and the ebb and flow of personal fortunes. Similarly, what is about to fail must first be strong. This suggests that before something can decline or fail, it must first reach a state of strength or prominence. This principle highlights the cyclical nature of life and the interconnectedness of events. It suggests that success and failure are not permanent states, but rather part of a cyclical process. What is cast down must first be raised. This suggests that before something can be brought low, it must first be elevated. This principle highlights the interconnectedness of events and the idea that change is a constant and inevitable aspect of life. It suggests that those who are in positions of power or authority should be mindful of the potential for change and should not become complacent or overconfident. Before receiving, there must be giving. This suggests that in order to receive something, one must first give. This principle emphasizes the importance of generosity and the idea that giving and receiving are interconnected. It suggests that by giving to others, one creates a flow of energy and abundance that can lead to greater abundance and fulfillment. This is called perception of the nature of things. This statement summarizes the previous points, suggesting that understanding the interconnectedness and cyclical nature of life is a key aspect of understanding the Tao. By recognizing these principles, one can gain insight into the true nature of reality and live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Lao Tzu then states that the soft and weak overcome the hard and strong. This is a recurring theme in the Tao Te Ching, emphasizing the power of softness, flexibility, and adaptability. The idea is that by being flexible and adaptable, one can overcome obstacles and achieve success in a way that is in harmony with the Tao. Fish cannot leave deep waters, and a country's weapons should not be displayed. This metaphor suggests that just as fish rely on the protection and resources of the deep waters, a country should not rely on the display of its military might. Instead, it should focus on maintaining peace and stability through the cultivation of virtue and the cultivation of the Tao. In summary, Chapter 36 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the interconnectedness of seemingly opposite forces and the importance of subtlety and restraint in achieving one's goals. It emphasizes the importance of understanding the cyclical nature of life and the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to achieve true success and fulfillment. 37. Tao abides in non-action. Yet nothing is left undone. If kings and lords observed this, the 10,000 things would develop naturally. If they still desired to act, they would return to the simplicity of formless substance. Without form there is no desire. Without desire there is tranquility. And in this way all things would be at peace. Explanation of Chapter 37 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 37 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of Wu Wei or non-action and the profound impact that aligning with the Tao can have on the world. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of non-interference and allowing things to unfold naturally, suggesting that this is the key to achieving true harmony and peace. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the Tao abides in non-action, yet nothing is left undone. This is a fundamental principle of Taoism, emphasizing that the Tao operates in a way that is effortless and spontaneous. The Tao does not force or compel, but rather allows things to unfold naturally without interference. Despite this apparent inaction, the Tao accomplishes everything that needs to be done. If kings and lords observed this, the 10,000 things would develop naturally. This suggests that if those in positions of power and authority were to govern in accordance with the principles of the Tao, they would allow the natural order of things to unfold without interference. By refraining from excessive control or manipulation, they would allow the natural processes of growth, change, and development to take place. If they still desired to act, they would return to the simplicity of formless substance. This suggests that even if those in power felt the need to take action, they should strive to do so in a way that is simple and aligned with the Tao. The formless substance refers to the fundamental unmanifested state of the Tao, which is characterized by simplicity, purity, and potential. Without form, there is no desire. This suggests that when one is aligned with the formless essence of the Tao, they are free from the desires and attachments that often lead to suffering and discontent. By letting go of desires and attachments, one can find peace and contentment. Without desire, there is tranquility. This reinforces the idea that the absence of desire leads to tranquility and peace. When one is free from the constant pursuit of desires and goals, they can experience a state of calm and contentment. And in this way, all things would be at peace. This is the ultimate outcome of aligning with the Tao and practicing Wu Wei. When individuals and rulers act in accordance with the Tao, allowing things to unfold naturally and without interference, the result is a state of peace and harmony. In summary, Chapter 37 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of non-action Wu Wei and the profound impact that aligning with the Tao can have on the world. It emphasizes the importance of non-interference, simplicity, and the absence of desire in achieving true harmony and peace. The chapter encourages rulers and individuals alike to align themselves with the Tao, allowing the natural order of things to unfold and leading to a state of peace and harmony. 30. A truly good man is not aware of his goodness, and is therefore good. A foolish man tries to be good, and is therefore not good. A truly good man does nothing, yet leaves nothing undone. A foolish man is always doing, yet much remains to be done. When a truly kind man does something, he leaves nothing undone. When a just man does something, he leaves a great deal to be done. When a disciplinarian does something and no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves in an attempt to enforce order. Therefore, when Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is kindness. When kindness is lost, there is justice. When justice is lost, there is ritual. Now ritual is the husk of faith and loyalty, the beginning of confusion. Knowledge of the future is only a flowery trapping of Tao. It is the beginning of folly. Therefore the truly great man dwells on what is real, and not what is on the surface, on the fruit and not the flower. Therefore accept the one and reject the other. Explanation of Chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of true goodness and the contrast between those who embody the Tao and those who do not. Lao Tzu contrasts the effortless goodness of the truly good with the superficial and ultimately ineffective efforts of those who try to be good through artificial means. Lao Tzu begins by stating that a truly good man is not aware of his goodness and is therefore good. This suggests that true goodness is not something that is consciously pursued or displayed. It is a natural expression of one's alignment with the Tao, characterized by humility, spontaneity, and a lack of self-consciousness. A foolish man tries to be good and is therefore not good. This suggests that when one tries to be good through artificial means or for the sake of recognition, their actions are not truly good. True goodness is not about seeking recognition or reward, but about acting in accordance with the Tao. A truly good man does nothing, yet leaves nothing undone. This paradox emphasizes the effortless and natural way in which the truly good person acts. They do not force or manipulate, but rather allow things to unfold naturally, achieving results without unnecessary effort or intervention. A foolish man is always doing, yet much remains to be done. This suggests that those who are constantly busy and preoccupied with doing often fail to achieve true results. Their actions are driven by a desire for control and recognition, rather than by a deep understanding of the Tao. When a truly kind man does something, he leaves nothing undone. This reinforces the idea that true kindness is effective and complete. It is not about superficial gestures or empty gestures, but about genuine care and concern for others. When a just man does something, he leaves a great deal to be done. This suggests that justice, when pursued as an end in itself, can lead to endless striving and dissatisfaction. True justice is not about enforcing rules or achieving specific outcomes, but about aligning with the Tao and allowing things to unfold naturally. When a disciplinarian does something and no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves in an attempt to enforce order. This suggests that those who rely on force and coercion to achieve their goals will ultimately fail. True order and harmony cannot be imposed from the outside, but must arise naturally from within. Therefore, when the Tao is lost, there is goodness. This suggests that when people lose touch with the Tao, they try to compensate by emphasizing goodness and morality. However, these are only substitutes for the true harmony and balance that come from living in accordance with the Tao. When goodness is lost, there is kindness. This suggests that when goodness is lost, people try to compensate by emphasizing kindness and compassion. However, these are only substitutes for the true goodness that comes from aligning with the Tao. When kindness is lost, there is justice. This suggests that when kindness is lost, people try to compensate by emphasizing justice and fairness. However, these are only substitutes for the true kindness that comes from a deep connection to the Tao. When justice is lost, there is ritual. This suggests that when justice is lost, people try to compensate by emphasizing ritual and tradition. However, these are only external forms that cannot replace the true justice that comes from living in harmony with the Tao. Now, ritual is the husk of faith and loyalty, the beginning of confusion. This suggests that ritual is a superficial and ultimately ineffective substitute for true faith and loyalty. It is a form of external observance that does not reflect true understanding or commitment. Knowledge of the future is only a flowery trapping of the Tao. This suggests that attempts to predict or control the future are ultimately futile and superficial. True wisdom lies in aligning oneself with the Tao and accepting the natural flow of life. Therefore, the truly great man dwells on what is real and not what is on the surface, on the fruit and not the flower. This suggests that the truly great person focuses on the essence of things, not on superficial appearances or external rewards. Therefore, accept the one and reject the other. This suggests that the wise person accepts the Tao and rejects the superficial and artificial aspects of life. They focus on what is real and enduring rather than on superficial and fleeting things. In summary, Chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of true goodness, kindness, and justice, which arise from aligning with the Tao. It contrasts these qualities with superficial and artificial attempts to be good, kind, or just. and it emphasizes the importance of aligning with the Tao in order to achieve true harmony and fulfillment. 39. These things from ancient times arise from 1. The sky is whole and clear. The earth is whole and firm. The spirit is whole and strong. The valley is whole and full. The 10,000 things are whole and alive. Kings and lords are whole, and the country is upright. All these are in virtue of wholeness. The clarity of the sky prevents its falling. The firmness of the earth prevents its splitting. The strength of the spirit prevents its being used up. The fullness of the valley prevents its running dry. The growth of the 10,000 things prevents their dying out. The leadership of kings and lords prevents the downfall of the country. Therefore, the humble is the root of the noble. The low is the foundation of the high. Princes and lords consider themselves orphaned, widowed, and worthless. Do they not depend on being humble? Too much success is not an advantage. Do not tinkle like jade, or clatter like stone chimes. Explanation of Chapter 39 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 39 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of wholeness and the interconnectedness of all things. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of wholeness and humility, suggesting that these qualities are essential for achieving harmony and balance in the world. Lao Tzu begins by listing a series of things that arise from the Tao, or 1. The sky, the earth, the spirit, the valley, the 10,000 things, and the rulers of the world. Each of these is described as whole, suggesting that their wholeness is a reflection of their connection to the Tao. This wholeness is the source of their strength, clarity, and vitality. The clarity of the sky prevents it from falling. This suggests that the clarity and openness of the sky are what allow it to remain in its place. The sky's clarity is a reflection of its connection to the Tao, which is characterized by clarity and openness. The firmness of the earth prevents it from splitting. This suggests that the firmness and stability of the earth are what allow it to remain intact. The earth's firmness is a reflection of its connection to the Tao, which is characterized by stability and balance. The strength of the spirit prevents it from being used up. This suggests that the strength and vitality of the spirit are what allow it to endure and thrive. The spirit's strength is a reflection of its connection to the Tao, which is characterized by strength and vitality. The fullness of the valley prevents it from running dry. This suggests that the fullness and abundance of the valley are what allow it to remain full and abundant. The valley's fullness is a reflection of its connection to the Tao, which is characterized by abundance and generosity. The growth of the 10,000 things prevents their dying out. This suggests that the continuous growth and renewal of all things are what prevent them from dying out. The growth of the 10,000 things is a reflection of their connection to the Tao, which is characterized by growth and renewal. The leadership of kings and lords prevents the downfall of the country. This suggests that the leadership and guidance of rulers are what prevent the downfall of the state. The effectiveness of their leadership is a reflection of their connection to the Tao, which is characterized by order and harmony. Therefore, the humble is the root of the noble, and the low is the foundation of the high. This suggests that humility are the foundation of true greatness and nobility. The Tao emphasizes the importance of humility, as it is through humility that one can truly connect with the Tao and achieve true greatness. Princes and lords consider themselves orphaned, widowed, and worthless. This suggests that true leaders recognize their dependence on the Tao and the importance of humility and service. They do not see themselves as superior or entitled, but rather as humble servants of the Tao. Do they not depend on being humble? This rhetorical question emphasizes the importance of humility for true leadership and success. The greatest leaders are those who recognize their dependence on the Tao and the importance of humility and service. Too much success is not an advantage. This suggests that too much success can lead to complacency, arrogance, and a loss of connection with the Tao. True success is not about achieving personal glory or wealth, but about aligning oneself with the Tao and contributing to the well-being of the world. Do not tinkle like jade or clatter like stone chimes. This metaphor suggests that true greatness is not about drawing attention to oneself or making a show of one's achievements. True greatness is quiet, humble, and unassuming. In summary, Chapter 39 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of wholeness, humility, and the interconnectedness of all things. It emphasizes the importance of humility for true greatness and the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to achieve true success and fulfillment. 4D. Returning is the motion of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. The 10,000 things are born of being. Being is born of not being. Explanation of Chapter 40 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 40 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the cyclical nature of the Tao and the concept of returning to the source. Lao Tzu emphasizes the cyclical nature of existence and the importance of embracing the natural flow of life. Lao Tzu begins by stating that returning is the motion of the Tao. This suggests that the Tao is characterized by a cyclical and continuous process of return. The Tao is not a linear progression but rather a cyclical flow where things return to their source and begin again. This cyclical nature is a fundamental aspect of the Tao, reflecting the natural order of the universe. Yielding is the way of the Tao. This suggests that the Tao operates through yielding and flexibility rather than through force or resistance. The Tao is characterized by a gentle and yielding nature which allows it to adapt and respond to the ever-changing circumstances of life. The 10,000 things are born of being. This suggests that all things in the universe arise from being or existence. The 10,000 things is a term used to describe the myriad forms of life and existence that arise from the Tao. Being is born of not being. This is a profound statement that suggests that being or existence arises from non-being or non-existence. This is a profound and paradoxical statement that suggests that the Tao is the source of all things, including the very concept of existence itself. It suggests that the Tao is the ultimate reality that underlies all of existence, and that it is the source of both being and non-being. This chapter emphasizes the cyclical and paradoxical nature of the Tao, highlighting the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of embracing the natural flow of life. The idea that being is born of not being suggests that the Tao is the source of all things, including the very concept of existence itself. This highlights the profound and mysterious nature of the Tao, which is both the source and the end of all things. The chapter also emphasizes the importance of yielding and flexibility in living in harmony with the Tao. By yielding to the natural flow of life, one can achieve a state of harmony and balance, allowing things to unfold naturally without resistance or force. In summary, Chapter 40 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the cyclical and paradoxical nature of the Tao, highlighting the importance of embracing the natural flow of life and the interconnectedness of all things. It emphasizes the importance of yielding and flexibility in achieving harmony with the Tao, and it highlights the profound and mysterious nature of the Tao as the source and end of all things. 41. The wise student hears of the Tao and practices it diligently. The average student hears of the Tao and gives it thought now and again. The foolish student hears of the Tao and laughs aloud. If there were no laughter, the Tao would not be what it is. Hence it is said, the bright path seems dim. Going forward seems like retreat. The easy way seems hard. The highest virtue seems empty. Great purity seems sullied. A wealth of virtue seems inadequate. The strength of virtue seems frail. Real virtue seems unreal. The perfect square has no corners. Great talents ripen late. The highest notes are hard to hear. The greatest form has no shape. The Tao is hidden and without name. The Tao alone nourishes and brings everything to fulfillment. Explanation of Chapter 41 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 41 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the nature of the Tao and the varying responses it elicits from different individuals. Lao Tzu highlights the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the challenges it presents to those who seek to understand it. Lao Tzu begins by describing three types of students who encounter the Tao: the wise, the average, and the foolish. The wise student hears of the Tao and practices it diligently. This suggests that the wise person recognizes the value of the Tao and is committed to living in accordance with its principles. They are diligent in their practice and strive to align themselves with the Tao. The average student hears of the Tao and gives it thought now and then. This suggests that the average person is intrigued by the Tao but does not fully commit to it. They may consider its teachings from time to time but do not fully embrace its principles. The foolish student hears of the Tao and laughs aloud. This suggests that the foolish person does not understand the Tao and dismisses it as nonsense or absurdity. Their laughter is a reflection of their lack of understanding and their inability to grasp the profound wisdom of the Tao. Lao Tzu then states that if there were no laughter, the Tao would not be what it is. This suggests that the Tao is inherently paradoxical and that its true nature is often misunderstood or dismissed by those who do not understand it. The laughter of the foolish is a reflection of the Tao's paradoxical nature and its challenge to conventional thinking. He then provides a series of paradoxical statements that illustrate the paradoxical nature of the Tao. The bright path seems dim. This suggests that the path of the Tao is not always obvious or easy to see. It is often obscured by the distractions and illusions of the world. Going forward seems like retreat. This suggests that the path of the Tao may not always be a straightforward progression. It may involve taking steps back or taking a different path than expected. The easy way seems hard. This suggests that the path of the Tao may not always be easy or straightforward. It may require effort, discipline, and perseverance. The highest virtue seems empty. This suggests that true virtue is not about external rewards or recognition but about embodying the principles of the Tao. It may not be immediately apparent or impressive to others. Great purity seems sullied. This suggests that true purity is not about being perfect or free from flaws but about embracing the natural flow of life and accepting one's imperfections. A wealth of virtue seems inadequate. This suggests that true virtue is not about accumulating virtues or achievements but about living in harmony with the Tao. The strength of virtue seems frail. This suggests that true strength is not about force or power but about being in harmony with the Tao and living in accordance with its principles. Real virtue seems unreal. This suggests that true virtue is not about external appearances or conventional measures of success but about living in accordance with the Tao. The perfect square has no corners. This suggests that true perfection is not about rigid forms or rigid rules but about embracing the natural flow of life and the natural order of the Tao. Great talents ripen late. This suggests that true talent and wisdom take time to develop and mature. The highest notes are hard to hear. This suggests that the true nature of the Tao is subtle and not easily perceived. The greatest form has no shape. This suggests that the true nature of the Tao is formless and beyond conventional understanding. The Tao is hidden and without name. This reinforces the idea that the Tao is beyond human comprehension and cannot be fully captured in words or concepts. The Tao alone nourishes and brings everything to fulfillment. This emphasizes the Tao's role as the source of all life and the ultimate source of fulfillment and sustenance. In summary, Chapter 41 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the challenges it presents to those who seek to understand it. It emphasizes the importance of humility, patience, and perseverance in the pursuit of the Tao, and it highlights the Tao's role as the source of all life and fulfillment. 42. The Tao begot one. One begot two. Two begot three. And three begot the 10,000 things. The 10,000 things carry yin and embrace yang. They achieve harmony by combining these forces. Men hate to be orphaned, widowed, or worthless. But this is how kings and lords describe themselves. For one gains by losing, and loses by gaining. What others teach I also teach, that is, a violent man will die a violent death. This will be the essence of my teaching. Explanation of Chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of creation and the interplay of opposites, particularly the concepts of yin and yang. Lao Tzu provides a mystical account of the creation of the universe and the interplay of forces that govern it. Lao Tzu begins by describing the process of creation. The Tao begot one, one begot two, two begot three, and three begot the 10,000 things. This suggests that the Tao is the ultimate source of all creation. The Tao gives rise to one, which is often interpreted as the primordial unity or the fundamental unity of the universe. This one then gives rise to two, which represents the duality of yin and yang, the fundamental forces of the universe. These two forces then give rise to three, which represents the interaction of yin and yang with the Tao, leading to the creation of the 10,000 things, a term used to describe the myriad forms of life and existence. The 10,000 things carry yin and embrace yang. This suggests that all things in the universe are composed of the interplay between yin and yang. Yin and yang are complementary and interdependent forces that represent the dual aspects of the universe, such as light and dark, male and female, active and passive. They achieve harmony by combining these forces. This suggests that harmony and balance are achieved through the dynamic interplay of yin and yang. The interplay of these forces is what gives rise to the diversity and complexity of the world. Lao Tzu then makes an observation about the human condition. Men hate to be orphaned, widowed, or worthless, but this is how kings and lords describe themselves. This suggests that those in positions of power and authority often use terms like orphaned, widowed, and worthless to describe themselves despite their apparent power and privilege. This is because they recognize their dependence on the Tao and the importance of humility and service. For one gains by losing and loses by gaining. This is a profound statement that suggests that the Tao operates according to a different set of principles than the conventional understanding of gain and loss. In the Taoist view, loss can lead to gain, and gain can lead to loss. This is because the Tao operates according to a cyclical and paradoxical logic that is often at odds with conventional wisdom. What others teach, I also teach, that is, a violent man will die a violent death. This suggests that Lao Tzu's teaching is consistent with the natural order of the universe. The principle that a violent man will die a violent death is a reflection of the Tao's natural justice and the idea that actions have consequences. This will be the essence of my teaching. This suggests that the principles of the Tao are the foundation of Lao Tzu's teaching. The Tao is the foundation of all wisdom and understanding, and it is the foundation of true wisdom and understanding. In summary, Chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching provides a mystical account of the creation of the universe and the interplay of forces that govern it. It emphasizes the importance of understanding the interplay of yin and yang, and the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to achieve harmony and balance. The chapter emphasizes the paradoxical nature of the Tao, and the importance of understanding the natural order of the universe in order to live in harmony with it. 43. The softest thing in the universe overcomes the hardest thing in the universe. That without substance can enter where there is no room. Hence I know the value of non-action. Teaching without words and work without doing are understood by very few. Explanation of Chapter 43 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 43 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the power of softness and the concept of wu wei, or non-action. Lao Tzu emphasizes the profound power of softness and subtlety, suggesting that these qualities can achieve what force and aggression cannot. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the softest thing in the universe overcomes the hardest thing in the universe. This is a profound statement that challenges conventional notions of power and strength. In the conventional view, hardness and strength are seen as superior to softness and weakness. However, Lao Tzu argues that the softest things, such as water, can overcome the hardest things, such as rock. This is because water is adaptable and yielding, able to flow around obstacles and wear them down over time. That without substance can enter where there is no room. This suggests that things that are insubstantial or formless, like air or water, can penetrate where solid objects cannot. This is because they are adaptable and can flow into the smallest spaces. This metaphor suggests that the Tao, which is formless and intangible, can penetrate and influence all things. Hence, I know the value of non-action. This is a key principle of Taoism, suggesting that true effectiveness and power come from non-action or wu wei. Wu wei does not mean doing nothing, but rather acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao without force or coercion. It is about acting in a way that is natural, effortless, and in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Teaching without words and work without doing are understood by very few. This suggests that the true nature of the Tao and the principles of Wu Wei are difficult to grasp and understand. Most people are accustomed to using force, effort, and control to achieve their goals, and they find it difficult to understand the power of non-action and the power of the Tao. The idea of teaching without words suggests that true understanding of the Tao cannot be conveyed through words alone. It must be experienced and embodied, and it requires a deep understanding of the principles of the Tao. The idea of work without doing suggests that true effectiveness and success come from aligning oneself with the Tao and allowing things to unfold naturally, without force or coercion. This is a profound and paradoxical idea that challenges conventional notions of work and productivity. In summary, Chapter 43 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the power of softness and the concept of Wu Wei or non-action. It challenges conventional notions of power and strength, suggesting that true effectiveness and power come from aligning oneself with the Tao and acting in accordance with its principles. The chapter emphasizes the importance of understanding the Tao and the principles of Wu Wei, and it highlights the limitations of conventional approaches to power and effectiveness. 44. Fame or self, which matters more? Self or wealth, which is more precious? Gain or loss, which is more painful? He who is attached to things will suffer much. He who saves will suffer heavy loss. A contented man is never disappointed. He who knows when to stop does not find himself in trouble. He will stay forever safe. Explanation of Chapter 44 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 44 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of self-reflection, contentment, and the dangers of excessive attachment to material possessions and achievements. Lao Tzu poses a series of rhetorical questions that challenge the reader to reflect on what truly matters in life and to consider the potential consequences of excessive attachment and ambition. Lao Tzu begins by posing a series of rhetorical questions. Fame or self, which matters more? Self or wealth, which is more precious? Gain or loss, which is more painful? These questions challenge the reader to reflect on their priorities and to consider what truly matters in life. The implication is that true value lies in the self, in one's true nature and well-being, rather than in external rewards or achievements. He who is attached to things will suffer much. This suggests that those who are overly attached to material possessions, achievements, or external rewards will experience suffering and discontent. This is because attachment leads to fear of loss and a constant desire for more, which can lead to anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. He who saves will suffer heavy loss. This suggests that those who are overly focused on saving or accumulating wealth and possessions will ultimately suffer loss. This is because attachment to material possessions can lead to a lack of fulfillment and a sense of emptiness, as well as the potential for loss or misfortune. A contented man is never disappointed. This suggests that true contentment comes from within, not from the accumulation of possessions or achievements. A person who is content with what they have is less likely to be disappointed or dissatisfied, as they are not constantly seeking more or comparing themselves to others. He who knows when to stop does not find himself in trouble. This suggests that knowing when to stop or when to let go is an important aspect of living in harmony with the Tao. By recognizing when enough is enough, one can avoid the pitfalls of excess and avoid the negative consequences that come with excessive ambition or attachment. He will stay forever safe. This suggests that by living in harmony with the Tao and avoiding excessive attachment and ambition, one can achieve a state of safety and security. This is because they are not dependent on external circumstances or possessions for their well-being, but rather find peace and contentment within themselves. In summary, Chapter 44 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of self-reflection, contentment, and the dangers of excessive attachment to material possessions and achievements. It encourages readers to reflect on what truly matters in life, to cultivate a sense of contentment and inner peace, and to avoid the pitfalls of excessive attachment and ambition. The chapter emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and finding peace and contentment within oneself, rather than relying on external rewards or achievements for fulfillment. 45. Great accomplishment seems imperfect, yet it does not outlive its usefulness. Great fullness seems empty, yet it cannot be exhausted. Great straightness seems twisted. Great intelligence seems stupid. Great eloquence seems awkward. Movement overcomes cold. Stillness overcomes heat. Stillness and tranquility set things in order in the universe. Explanation of Chapter 45 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 45 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the idea that true greatness often appears contrary to conventional expectations. Lao Tzu explores the idea that true strength, wisdom, and effectiveness are often found in qualities that are typically considered weak, foolish, or inadequate. Lao Tzu begins by stating that great accomplishment seems imperfect, yet it does not outlive its usefulness. This suggests that true greatness is not about achieving perfection or creating something that is flawless. Instead, true greatness is about creating something that is useful and enduring, even if it appears imperfect or incomplete. This is because the Tao values function and effectiveness over superficial perfection. Great fullness seems empty, yet it cannot be exhausted. This suggests that true fullness or abundance is not about having an abundance of material possessions or external rewards. True fullness is about having a sense of inner peace and contentment which cannot be exhausted or depleted. This is because true fulfillment comes from within, not from the accumulation of external rewards. Great straightness seems twisted. This suggests that true integrity and righteousness are not always straightforward or obvious. They may appear to be twisted or unconventional as they do not always conform to conventional expectations or norms. This is because the Tao often operates in ways that are paradoxical and counterintuitive. Great intelligence seems stupid. This suggests that true wisdom is not always apparent or obvious. It may appear to be foolish or naive as it does not always conform to conventional wisdom or logic. This is because true wisdom is often subtle and paradoxical, and it is not always apparent to those who rely on conventional thinking. Great eloquence seems awkward. This suggests that true eloquence is not about using flowery language or making a show of one's speaking ability. True eloquence is about communicating effectively and clearly, even if it seems awkward or unconventional. This is because the Tao values substance over style, and true communication is about conveying meaning and understanding. Movement overcomes cold. This suggests that movement and activity can help to overcome the cold, both in a literal and metaphorical sense. In a literal sense, movement generates heat and can help to keep one warm. In a metaphorical sense, activity and engagement can help to overcome feelings of coldness or isolation. Stillness overcomes heat. This suggests that stillness and calmness can help to overcome the heat, both in a literal and metaphorical sense. In a literal sense, stillness can help to cool the body and reduce the effects of heat. In a metaphorical sense, calmness and tranquility can help to overcome feelings of agitation or stress. Stillness and tranquility set things in order in the universe. This suggests that stillness and tranquility are powerful forces that can bring order and harmony to the world. This is because stillness and tranquility are aligned with the Tao, which operates according to principles of balance and harmony. In summary, Chapter 45 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the idea that true greatness often appears contrary to conventional expectations. It emphasizes the importance of embracing qualities that are often considered weak, foolish, or inadequate, and it highlights the importance of stillness and tranquility in achieving harmony and balance in the universe. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the paradoxical nature of the Tao and to recognize the value of qualities that are often overlooked or undervalued in conventional thinking. 46. When the Tao is present in the universe, the horses haul manure. When the Tao is absent from the universe, war horses are bred outside the city. There is no greater sin than desire. No greater curse than discontent. No greater misfortune than wanting something for oneself. Therefore, he who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. Explanation of Chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of contentment, desire, and the impact of the Tao's presence or absence on the world. Lao Tzu contrasts the peace and simplicity that come with the presence of the Tao with the chaos and suffering that arise when it is absent. Lao Tzu begins by contrasting two scenarios, one where the Tao is present in the universe and another where it is absent. When the Tao is present, the horses haul manure. This is a metaphor for a world where life is simple and uncomplicated. Horses are used for practical purposes such as agriculture, and there is a sense of harmony and balance in the world. When the Tao is absent, war horses are bred outside the city. This is a metaphor for a world in chaos and conflict. The breeding of war horses suggests a focus on military power and the preparation for war. This is a reflection of a world that has lost touch with the Tao, where conflict and competition have taken the place of harmony and balance. Lao Tzu then states that there is no greater sin than desire. This suggests that desire is the root of all suffering and discontent. The desire for more, whether it be material possessions, power, or status, leads to discontent and dissatisfaction. This is because desire is insatiable and can never be fully satisfied. No greater curse than discontent. This reinforces the idea that discontent is a curse that plagues those who are driven by desire. Discontent leads to a constant sense of lack and a constant striving for more, which can never be satisfied. No greater misfortune than wanting something for oneself. This suggests that the desire for personal gain or advantage is a source of misfortune. It leads to selfishness, conflict, and a lack of harmony with the Tao. Therefore, he who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. This is a profound statement that suggests that true contentment comes from recognizing that one has enough. By recognizing that one has enough, one can avoid the pitfalls of desire and discontent and find peace and contentment in the present moment. This chapter emphasizes the importance of contentment and the dangers of desire and discontent. It suggests that true fulfillment comes from recognizing that one has enough and from aligning oneself with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to let go of the desire for more and to find peace and contentment in the present moment, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within, not from the accumulation of material possessions or external rewards. In summary, Chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of contentment and the dangers of desire and discontent. It suggests that true fulfillment comes from recognizing that one has enough and from aligning oneself with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to let go of the desire for more and to find peace and contentment in the present moment, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within, not from the accumulation of material possessions or external rewards. 47. Without going outside, you may know the whole world. Without looking through the window, you may see the ways of heaven. The farther you go, the less you know. Thus the sage knows without traveling. He sees without looking. He works without doing. Explanation of Chapter 47 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 47 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of inner wisdom and the idea that true understanding does not require external exploration or action. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of inner reflection and the idea that true knowledge and understanding come from within, not from external exploration or experience. Lao Tzu begins by stating that without going outside, one can know the whole world. This suggests that true understanding of the world does not require extensive travel or exploration. Instead, true understanding comes from understanding the principles of the Tao, which are universal and apply to all things. By understanding the Tao, one can understand the fundamental principles that govern the world. Without looking through the window, you may see the ways of heaven. This suggests that true understanding of the universe and its workings does not require direct observation or empirical evidence. Instead, it comes from understanding the principles of the Tao, which are reflected in the natural order of the universe. By understanding the Tao, one can understand the fundamental principles that govern the universe. The farther you go, the less you know. This is a paradoxical statement that suggests that the more one seeks knowledge through external means, the less they truly understand. This is because true understanding comes from within, from aligning oneself with the Tao and understanding its principles. The more one relies on external sources of knowledge, the more they are likely to be distracted by superficial details and miss the deeper truths. Thus, the sage knows without traveling. This suggests that the sage or wise person does not need to travel or seek out new experiences to gain wisdom. Instead, they understand the principles of the Tao and are able to apply them to all situations. Their wisdom comes from within, from their understanding of the Tao, and it is not dependent on external experiences or knowledge. He sees without looking. This suggests that the sage is able to perceive the true nature of things without relying on external observation. They are able to see beyond the surface and to perceive the underlying principles and patterns that govern the world. He works without doing. This is a paradoxical statement that suggests that the sage is able to achieve results without engaging in conventional forms of action or effort. This is because the sage acts in accordance with the Tao, aligning themselves with the natural flow of the universe. Their actions are effortless and spontaneous, and they achieve results without the need for force or coercion. In summary, Chapter 47 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of inner wisdom and the idea that true understanding does not require external exploration or action. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and understanding its principles in order to gain true understanding and insight. The chapter encourages readers to trust in their own inner wisdom and to recognize that true understanding comes from within, not from external exploration or experience. 48. In the pursuit of learning, every day something is acquired. In the pursuit of Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less is done, until non-action is achieved. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. The world is ruled by letting things take their course. It cannot be ruled by interfering. Explanation of Chapter 48 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 48 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the contrast between traditional learning and the pursuit of the Tao, emphasizing the importance of letting go and achieving a state of non-action. Lao Tzu contrasts the accumulation of knowledge with the process of letting go, suggesting that true understanding of the Tao involves a process of unlearning and simplification. Lao Tzu begins by stating that in the pursuit of learning, every day something is acquired. This suggests that traditional learning is an accumulative process, where one gains knowledge, skills, and information over time. This is the conventional approach to learning, where one seeks to acquire more knowledge and understanding through study and experience. In the pursuit of the Tao, every day something is dropped. This is a profound statement that suggests that the pursuit of the Tao is not about acquiring more knowledge or understanding, but about letting go of what one already knows. This process of letting go involves unlearning, letting go of preconceived notions, and letting go of the desire for control and certainty. Less and less is done until non-action is achieved. This is a key principle of Taoism, emphasizing the importance of wu-wei or non-action. This does not mean doing nothing, but rather acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao without force or coercion. As one lets go of their desires and attachments, they are able to act in a way that is natural, effortless, and in harmony with the natural order of the universe. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. This is a paradoxical statement that suggests that by not acting in a conventional sense, one is able to achieve true effectiveness and success. This is because the sage acts in accordance with the Tao, aligning themselves with the natural flow of the universe. Their actions are effortless and spontaneous, and they achieve results without the need for force or coercion. The world is ruled by letting things take their course. This suggests that true leadership and governance are not about control and manipulation, but about allowing things to unfold naturally. The sage understands that the world is governed by the Tao and that true leadership involves aligning oneself with the Tao and allowing things to unfold naturally. It cannot be ruled by interfering. This suggests that attempts to control or manipulate the world are ultimately futile and counterproductive. The Tao operates according to its own principles, and attempts to interfere or control it will only lead to imbalance and disharmony. In summary, Chapter 48 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of letting go and achieving a state of non-action in the pursuit of the Tao. It contrasts the accumulative nature of traditional learning with the process of letting go and unlearning that is necessary for understanding the Tao. The chapter emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and allowing things to unfold naturally, and it highlights the limitations of control and interference in achieving true effectiveness and success. 49. The sage has no mind of his own. He is aware of the needs of others. I am good to people who are good. I am also good to people who are not good. Because virtue is goodness. I have faith in people who are faithful. I also have faith in people who are not faithful. Because virtue is faithfulness. The sage is shy and humble. To the world he seems confusing. Men look to him and listen. He behaves like a little child. Explanation of Chapter 49 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 49 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the qualities of a sage and the concept of universal love and compassion. Lao Tzu describes the sage as someone who embodies the principles of the Tao, acting with wisdom, compassion, and a lack of personal agenda. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the sage has no mind of his own. This does not mean that the sage lacks intelligence or personal agency, but rather that they are free from personal biases, desires, and attachments. The sage is not preoccupied with their own wants and needs, but rather is attuned to the needs and well-being of others. He is aware of the needs of others. This suggests that the sage is attuned to the needs and concerns of others, and they act in ways that are compassionate and supportive. The sage is not self-centered, but rather is focused on the well-being of the community and the world. I am good to people who are good. I am also good to people who are not good. This suggests that the sage's goodness is not conditional. They do not discriminate between those who are good and those who are not, but rather treat everyone with kindness and compassion. This reflects the Taoist principle of non-discrimination and the idea that all people are part of the same universal order. Because virtue is goodness, this suggests that true goodness is a reflection of the Tao, which is the source of all virtue. The sage embodies the Tao, and as a result, their actions are naturally good and virtuous. I have faith in people who are faithful. I also have faith in people who are not faithful. This suggests that the sage's faith is not conditional. They do not discriminate between those who are faithful and those who are not, but rather have faith in the inherent goodness and potential of all people. This reflects the Taoist principle of non-discrimination and the idea that all people are part of the same universal order. Because virtue is faithfulness, this suggests that true faithfulness is a reflection of the Tao, which is the source of all virtue. The sage embodies the Tao, and as a result, their actions are naturally faithful and trustworthy. The sage is shy and humble. To the world, he seems confusing. This suggests that the sage's behavior may seem strange or confusing to others because it is not driven by personal ambition or the desire for recognition. The sage's humility and shyness are a reflection of their detachment from personal desires and their focus on the Tao. Men look to him and listen. This suggests that despite their humility and lack of self-promotion, the sage naturally attracts the attention and respect of others. People are drawn to the sage's wisdom and insight, and they seek their guidance and counsel. He behaves like a little child. This suggests that the sage embodies the qualities of a child, such as innocence, openness, and a lack of pretense. The sage is not preoccupied with appearances or social status, but rather is genuine and authentic in their behavior. In summary, Chapter 49 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the qualities of the sage, including selflessness, compassion, non-discrimination, and humility. The sage embodies the principles of the Tao, acting with wisdom, compassion, and a lack of personal agenda. The chapter emphasizes the importance of non-discrimination, faith, and the embodiment of the Tao in one's actions and way of life. 50. Between birth and death. 3 in 10 are followers of life. 3 in 10 are followers of death. And men just passing from birth to death also number 3 in 10. Why is this so? Because they live their lives on the gross level. He who knows how to live can walk abroad without fear of rhinoceros or tiger. He will not be wounded in battles. For in him rhinoceroses can find no place to thrust their horn. Tigers no place to use their claws. And weapons no place to pierce. Why is this so? Because he has no place for death to enter. Explanation of Chapter 50 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 50 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of life, death, and the art of living in harmony with the Tao. Lao Tzu reflects on the human condition and the varying approaches people take toward life and death, ultimately offering a vision of a life lived in harmony with the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by presenting a stark observation about the human condition. Between birth and death, 3 in 10 are followers of life, 3 in 10 are followers of death, and men just passing from birth to death also number 3 in 10. This suggests that of all the people in the world, only a small portion truly embrace life and live in harmony with the Tao. The majority are either preoccupied with death or simply pass through life without truly living. Why is this so? The answer lies in the way people live their lives. Those who are preoccupied with death are those who live their lives on the gross level, meaning they are preoccupied with material possessions, external rewards, and superficial aspects of life. They are not attuned to the deeper spiritual aspects of life and are therefore more susceptible to fear and anxiety about death. Lao Tzu then contrasts this with the person who knows how to live. This person can walk abroad without fear of rhinoceros or tiger. This is a metaphor for the idea that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is not afraid of the dangers and challenges of life. They are able to navigate the world with confidence and courage, knowing that they are aligned with the natural order of things. He will not be wounded in battle. This suggests that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is not easily harmed or defeated. This is because they are not driven by fear or aggression, but rather by a deep understanding of the natural order of things. For in him, rhinoceroses can find no place to thrust their horn, tigers no place to use their claws, and weapons no place to pierce. This is a powerful metaphor that suggests that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is protected from harm. This is because they are not in conflict with the natural order of things, and they do not present a target for harm. Why is this so? Because he has no place for death to enter. This is a profound statement that suggests that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is not preoccupied with death. They understand that life and death are part of the natural cycle of existence, and they are not preoccupied with the fear of death. This allows them to live fully and authentically, free from the fear of death. In summary, Chapter 50 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of living in harmony with the Tao and the importance of living a life that is free from fear and preoccupation with death. It suggests that those who are in harmony with the Tao are protected from harm and are able to live fully and authentically. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a deep understanding of the Tao and to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 51. All things arise from Tao. They are nourished by virtue. They are formed from matter. They are shaped by environment. Thus the 10,000 things all respect Tao and honor virtue. Respect of Tao and honor of virtue are not demanded, but they are in the nature of things. Therefore all things arise from Tao. By virtue they are nourished, developed, cared for, sheltered, comforted, grown and protected, creating without claiming, doing without taking credit, guiding without interfering. This is the primal virtue. Explanation of Chapter 51 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 51 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the relationship between the Tao, virtue, and the myriad things in the world. Lao Tzu emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things and the role of the Tao and virtue in the creation and sustenance of all life. Lao Tzu begins by stating that all things arise from the Tao. This emphasizes the Tao as the ultimate source of all existence, the fundamental principle from which all things originate. The Tao is the underlying reality that gives rise to the myriad forms of life and existence. They are nourished by virtue. This suggests that virtue, or the manifestation of the Tao in the world, is what nourishes and sustains all things. Virtue is the expression of the Tao in action, providing the energy and sustenance that all things need to grow and thrive. They are formed from matter. This suggests that all things are composed of matter, the physical substance that makes up the material world. This is a reminder that while the Tao is the source of all things, they are also subject to the physical laws and limitations of the material world. They are shaped by environment. This suggests that the environment in which things exist also plays a role in shaping them. The environment includes the physical, social, and cultural contexts in which things exist, and it influences their development and evolution. Thus, the 10,000 things all respect the Tao and honor virtue. This suggests that all things, by their very nature, are in harmony with the Tao and recognize the importance of virtue. This is because the Tao and virtue are the fundamental principles that govern the universe and provide the foundation for all life. Respect of the Tao and honor of virtue are not demanded, but they are in the nature of things. This suggests that respect for the Tao and virtue is not something that is imposed from the outside, but rather arises naturally from the nature of things. It is an inherent part of the natural order of the universe. Therefore, all things arise from the Tao, and by virtue they are nourished, developed, cared for, sheltered, comforted, grown, and protected. This emphasizes the role of the Tao and virtue in the creation and sustenance of all things. The Tao provides the source of all existence, while virtue provides the energy and sustenance that all things need to grow and thrive. Creating without claiming, doing without taking credit, guiding without interfering, this is the primal virtue. This is a powerful statement that sums up the essence of the Taoist ideal. The sage or wise person embodies the primal virtue by creating and acting without the desire for recognition or reward. They act in accordance with the Tao, allowing things to unfold naturally and without interference. In summary, Chapter 51 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things and the role of the Tao and virtue in the creation and sustenance of all life. It emphasizes the importance of recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and embodying the primal virtue. The chapter encourages readers to act in accordance with the Tao, to act without the desire for recognition or reward, and to allow things to unfold naturally and without interference. 52. The beginning of the universe is the mother of all things. Knowing the mother, one also knows the sons. Knowing the sons, yet remaining in touch with the mother, brings freedom from the fear of death. Keep your mouth shut. Guard the senses. And life is ever full. Open your mouth. Always be busy. And life is beyond hope. Seeing the small is insight. Yielding to four is strength. Using the outer light, return to insight. And in this way be saved from harm. This is learning constancy. Explanation of Chapter 52 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 52 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of the Tao as the source of all things and the importance of maintaining a connection to this source. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of understanding the Tao, or the mother of all things, and the benefits of staying connected to this source of life and wisdom. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the beginning of the universe is the mother of all things. This suggests that the Tao is the source from which all things originate, the fundamental principle that gives rise to the universe in all its myriad forms. By understanding the Tao, one gains insight into the fundamental nature of reality and the underlying principles that govern the world. Knowing the mother, one also knows the sons. This suggests that by understanding the Tao, one also gains insight into the nature of all things that arise from it. The sons represent the myriad forms of life and existence that arise from the Tao. By understanding the source, one gains insight into the nature of all things that arise from it. Knowing the sons, yet remaining in touch with the mother, brings freedom from the fear of death. This suggests that by understanding the nature of all things and maintaining a connection to the Tao, one can overcome the fear of death. This is because the Tao is the source of all life and the ultimate reality that underlies all existence. By staying connected to the Tao, one recognizes the cyclical nature of life and death and is not preoccupied with the fear of death. Keep your mouth shut, guard the senses, and life is ever full. This suggests that by being mindful of one's speech and senses, one can maintain a state of fullness and contentment. This is because excessive speech and sensory indulgence can lead to a loss of inner peace and a sense of emptiness. By being mindful of one's speech and senses, one can maintain a state of inner peace and contentment. Open your mouth, always be busy, and life is beyond hope. This suggests that by constantly seeking external stimulation and being preoccupied with external activities, one can lose touch with the Tao and lose the sense of fullness and contentment that comes from within. This leads to a sense of emptiness and a lack of fulfillment. Seeing the small is insight. This suggests that true insight comes from recognizing the small and subtle aspects of life, rather than being preoccupied with the grand and the grandiose. True insight comes from paying attention to the small details and recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. Yielding to force is strength. This suggests that true strength is not about resisting or opposing force, but about yielding to it and allowing it to flow through. This is because true strength is not about force or power, but about being in harmony with the Tao and living in accordance with its principles. Using the outer light, return to insight, and in this way be saved from harm. This suggests that by using the light of the Tao, or the light of wisdom, one can return to a state of insight and avoid harm. This is because the Tao provides the light of wisdom that can guide one through the challenges of life and help one avoid harm. This is learning constancy. This suggests that true learning is about cultivating a state of constancy and stability rather than constantly seeking new information or experiences. True learning is about aligning oneself with the Tao and living in accordance with its principles. In summary, Chapter 52 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of understanding the Tao as the source of all things and the importance of maintaining a connection to this source. It emphasizes the importance of understanding the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of maintaining a connection to the Tao, and the importance of cultivating a state of constancy and stability. The chapter encourages readers to recognize the interconnectedness of all things, to maintain a connection to the Tao, and to cultivate a state of constancy and stability in their lives. 53. If I have even just a little sense, I will walk on the main road, and my only fear will be of straying from it. Keeping to the main road is easy. But people love to be sidetracked. When the court is arrayed in splendor, the fields are full of weeds, and the granaries are bare. Some wear gorgeous clothes, carry sharp swords, and indulge themselves with food and drink. They have more possessions than they can use. They are robber barons. This is certainly not the way of Tao. Explanation of Chapter 53 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 53 of the Tao Te Ching offers a critique of those who stray from the path of the Tao, highlighting the consequences of greed, excess, and the pursuit of power and material wealth. Lao Tzu contrasts the simplicity and wisdom of following the Tao with the folly and self-destruction that come from straying from it. Lao Tzu begins by expressing a personal commitment to staying on the main road, which is a metaphor for the path of the Tao. He states that if he has even a little sense, he will stay on this path and his only fear will be of straying from it. This highlights the importance of staying true to the Tao and the potential consequences of straying from it. Keeping to the main road is easy, but people love to be sidetracked. This suggests that while the path of the Tao is straightforward and simple, people are often drawn to distractions and temptations that lead them astray. This is because the Tao is a path of simplicity and humility, which can be difficult for those who are accustomed to seeking power, wealth, and recognition. Lao Tzu then paints a vivid picture of what happens when people stray from the path of the Tao. When the court is arrayed in splendor, the fields are full of weeds and the granaries are bare. This is a powerful image of a society that has lost its way. The rulers are focused on their own comfort and luxury, while the people suffer from neglect and poverty. The fields, which should be producing food, are neglected, and the granaries, which should be full, are empty. Some wear gorgeous clothes, carry sharp swords, and indulge themselves with food and drink. They have more possessions than they can use. This is a description of those who have strayed from the path of the Tao. They are preoccupied with material wealth and personal indulgence, amassing more than they need and indulging in excess. This is a reflection of a society that has lost touch with the Tao and is focused on material wealth and personal gain. They are robber barons. This suggests that those who pursue wealth and power at the expense of others are no better than thieves and tyrants. They exploit others for their own gain, creating a society that is characterized by inequality and injustice. This is certainly not the way of the Tao. This is a clear statement that the pursuit of wealth, power, and excess is not in harmony with the Tao. The Tao is a path of simplicity, humility, and harmony, and those who stray from it do so at their own peril. In summary, Chapter 53 of the Tao Te Ching is a critique of those who stray from the path of the Tao, highlighting the consequences of greed, excess, and the pursuit of power and material wealth. It emphasizes the importance of staying true to the Tao and the dangers of straying from its path. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the simplicity and humility of the Tao, to avoid the pitfalls of excess and greed, and to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. 54. What is firmly established cannot be uprooted. What is firmly grasped cannot slip away. It will be honored from generation to generation. Cultivate virtue in yourself, and virtue will be real. Cultivate it in the family, and virtue will abound. Cultivate it in the village, and virtue will grow. Cultivate it in the nation, and virtue will be abundant. Cultivate it in the universe, and virtue will be everywhere. Therefore, look at the body as body. Look at the family as family. Look at the village as village. Look at the nation as nation. Look at the universe as universe. How do I know the universe is like this? By looking. Explanation of Chapter 54 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 54 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of cultivating virtue and the idea that its influence can spread from the individual to the universe. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of cultivating virtue at all levels of existence, from the individual to the universal, and he emphasizes the importance of understanding the true nature of things. Lao Tzu begins by stating that what is firmly established cannot be uprooted, and what is firmly grasped cannot slip away. This suggests that when something is firmly established, it is stable and enduring. This applies to the cultivation of virtue, which, when firmly established, becomes a permanent and enduring part of one's character. He then states that it will be honored from generation to generation. This suggests that the cultivation of virtue has a lasting impact, not only on the individual but also on future generations. Virtue is a legacy that is passed down through generations, creating a legacy of goodness and wisdom. Lao Tzu then provides a series of instructions on how to cultivate virtue. Cultivate virtue in yourself and virtue will be real. This suggests that the cultivation of virtue begins with the individual. By cultivating virtue within oneself, one can create a foundation for a life of integrity and goodness. Cultivate it in the family and virtue will abound. This suggests that the cultivation of virtue extends to the family, where it can create a harmonious and supportive environment. Cultivate it in the village and virtue will grow. This suggests that the cultivation of virtue extends to the community, where it can create a culture of kindness and cooperation. Cultivate it in the nation and virtue will be abundant. This suggests that the cultivation of virtue extends to the nation, where it can influence the policies and practices of the state. Cultivate it in the universe and virtue will be everywhere. This suggests that the cultivation of virtue has a universal impact, influencing the entire cosmos. Lao Tzu then advises to look at the body as body, the family as family, the village as village, the nation as nation, and the universe as universe. This suggests that one should understand the true nature of each of these levels of existence and recognize their unique roles and contributions. By understanding the true nature of things, one can cultivate virtue in a way that is appropriate and effective. How do I know the universe is like this? By looking. This suggests that true understanding comes from observation and experience. By observing the world and the way things work, one can gain insight into the principles of the Tao and the importance of cultivating virtue. Summary. Chapter 54 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of cultivating virtue at all levels of existence, from the individual to the universal. It emphasizes the importance of understanding the true nature of things and the importance of cultivating virtue in a way that is appropriate and effective. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate virtue in themselves, their families, their communities, their nations, and the universe, and to recognize the interconnectedness of all things. 55. He who is filled with virtue is like a newborn child. Wasps and serpents will not sting him. Wild beasts will not pounce upon him. He will not be attacked by birds of prey. His bones are soft, his muscles weak. But his grip is firm. He has not experienced the union of man and woman, but is whole. His manhood is strong. He screams all day without becoming hoarse. This is perfect harmony. Knowing harmony is constancy. Knowing constancy is enlightenment. It is not wise to rush about. Controlling the breath causes strain. If too much energy is used, exhaustion follows. This is not the way of Tao. Whatever is contrary to Tao will not last long. Explanation of Chapter 55 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 55 of the Tao Te Ching draws a comparison between a person who is filled with virtue and a newborn child, highlighting the qualities of innocence, vitality, and harmony with the Tao. Lao Tzu uses the metaphor of a child to illustrate the qualities of a person who is in harmony with the Tao and to emphasize the importance of naturalness and simplicity. Lao Tzu begins by stating that a person who is filled with virtue is like a newborn child. This suggests that such a person embodies the qualities of innocence, purity, and naturalness. A newborn child is free from the burdens of knowledge, desire, and experience, and is therefore in a state of perfect harmony with the Tao. Wasps and serpents will not sting him. Wild beasts will not pounce upon him. He will not be attacked by birds of prey. This suggests that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is protected from harm. This is because they are in harmony with the natural order of things and do not pose a threat to other creatures. This is a metaphor for the idea that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is at peace with the world and is not a target for harm. His bones are soft, his muscles weak, but his grip is firm. This suggests that while the person may appear physically weak, they possess a strength that comes from being in harmony with the Tao. This strength is not physical but spiritual, and it comes from being in harmony with the natural order of things. He has not experienced the union of man and woman but is whole. This suggests that true wholeness and completeness do not come from physical or material things but from being in harmony with the Tao. The person is complete in themselves without the need for external validation or fulfillment. His manhood is strong. This suggests that true strength is not about physical prowess or power but about being in harmony with the Tao. The person is strong in their connection to the Tao and in their understanding of the natural order of things. He screams all day without becoming hoarse. This suggests that the person has an abundance of energy and vitality which comes from being in harmony with the Tao. This is a metaphor for the idea that a person who is in harmony with the Tao is filled with life and vitality. This is perfect harmony. This suggests that the state of being in harmony with the Tao is one of perfect balance and harmony. It is a state of being that is free from conflict and discord, and it is characterized by peace, contentment, and vitality. Knowing harmony is constancy. This suggests that understanding the nature of harmony and living in accordance with it is a form of constancy. It means living in a way that is consistent with the natural order of the universe and maintaining a state of balance and harmony. Knowing constancy is enlightenment. This suggests that true enlightenment comes from understanding the nature of the Tao and living in accordance with its principles. It is a state of being that is characterized by wisdom, insight, and a deep understanding of the natural order of the universe. It is not wise to rush about. This suggests that rushing or acting impulsively is not wise. True wisdom involves taking the time to understand the situation and acting in accordance with the Tao. Controlling the breath causes strain. This suggests that trying to control or force things is counterproductive. True strength and vitality come from aligning oneself with the Tao and allowing things to unfold naturally. If too much energy is used, exhaustion follows. This suggests that using excessive force or effort leads to exhaustion and burnout. True strength and vitality come from aligning oneself with the Tao and acting in accordance with its principles. This is not the way of the Tao. This emphasizes that the way of the Tao is not about force, control, or excess, but about aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe and acting in accordance with its principles. Whatever is contrary to the Tao will not last long. This suggests that anything that is not in harmony with the Tao will eventually fail or fall apart. The Tao is the fundamental principle that governs the universe, and anything that is not in harmony with it will eventually be overcome by it. In summary, Chapter 55 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of harmony, simplicity, and naturalness. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and living in accordance with its principles. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the qualities of innocence, vitality, and harmony, and to recognize the importance of naturalness and simplicity in achieving true harmony and fulfillment. 56. Those who know do not talk. Those who talk do not know. Keep your mouth closed. Guard your senses. Temper your sharpness. Simplify your problems. Mask your brightness. Be at one with the dust of the earth. This is primal union. He who has achieved this state is unconcerned with friends and enemies, with good and harm, with honor and disgrace. This, therefore, is the highest state of man. Explanation of Chapter 56 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 56 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of achieving a state of oneness with the Tao, which Lao Tzu describes as the primal union. This chapter emphasizes the importance of silence, simplicity, and detachment in achieving a state of harmony with the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by stating that those who know do not talk, and those who talk do not know. This suggests that true understanding and wisdom are not about speaking or expressing oneself, but about understanding the Tao through direct experience and insight. True wisdom is not about words or intellectual understanding, but about a deep connection with the Tao. Keep your mouth closed. This is a call to practice silence and to avoid unnecessary speech. By speaking less, one can focus on listening and observing, which are important aspects of understanding the Tao. Guard your senses. This suggests that one should be mindful of their senses and not allow them to be overwhelmed by external stimuli. By being mindful of the senses, one can maintain a sense of inner peace and avoid being distracted by the external world. Temper your sharpness. This suggests that one should temper their sharpness or their tendency to be critical or judgmental. By being less judgmental and more accepting, one can cultivate a sense of harmony and peace. Simplify your problems. This suggests that one should simplify their problems and not make them more complicated than they need to be. By simplifying problems, one can approach them with clarity and focus. Mask your brightness. This suggests that one should not seek to draw attention to themselves or to stand out from others. By being humble and unassuming, one can avoid the pitfalls of pride and arrogance. Be at one with the dust of the earth. This suggests that one should be humble and unassuming, recognizing that they are part of the natural world and that they are no more important than any other part of creation. By being humble and unassuming, one can align themselves with the Tao. This is primal union. This suggests that by embodying these qualities, one can achieve a state of oneness with the Tao. This is the ultimate goal of Taoist practice, to achieve a state of oneness with the Tao and to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. He who has achieved this state is unconcerned with friends and enemies, with good and harm, with honor and disgrace. This suggests that the person who has achieved this state is free from the concerns and desires that typically drive human behavior. They are not concerned with the opinions of others, with the pursuit of good or the avoidance of harm, or with the pursuit of honor or the avoidance of disgrace. They are free from these concerns because they are aligned with the Tao and have achieved a state of inner peace and contentment. This therefore is the highest state of man. This suggests that the highest state of being is one of oneness with the Tao, characterized by detachment, simplicity, and a lack of concern for external rewards or recognition. This is the ultimate goal of Taoist practice, to achieve a state of oneness with the Tao and to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe. In summary, Chapter 56 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of achieving a state of oneness with the Tao. It emphasizes the importance of silence, simplicity, humility, and detachment in achieving this state. The chapter encourages readers to let go of concerns and desires, to be humble and unassuming, and to align themselves with the natural order of the universe. 57. Rule a nation with justice. Wage war with surprise moves. Become master of the universe without striving. How do I know that this is so? Because of this. The more laws and restrictions there are, the poorer people become. The sharper men's weapons, the more trouble in the land. The more ingenious and clever men are, the more strange things happen. The more rules and regulations, the more thieves and robbers. Therefore the sage says, I take no action and people are reformed. I enjoy peace and people become honest. I do nothing and people become rich. I have no desires and people return to the good and simple life. Explanation of Chapter 57 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 57 of the Tao Te Ching offers insights into effective governance and the principles of leadership, emphasizing the importance of simplicity, non-interference, and aligning with the Tao. Lao Tzu contrasts the approach of the sage with the conventional approach to governance, highlighting the benefits of non-action and natural harmony. Lao Tzu begins by outlining a set of principles for governing. Rule a nation with justice. This suggests that justice should be the foundation of governance, ensuring fairness and equity for all. However, he quickly contrasts this with the idea of waging war with surprise moves, suggesting that in times of conflict, unconventional and unexpected strategies can be effective. He then poses the question, become master of the universe without striving. How do I know that this is so? This is a profound statement that suggests true mastery and leadership are not achieved through force or effort, but through aligning oneself with the Tao. The question, how do I know that this is so, invites the reader to reflect on the principles of the Tao and to consider the wisdom of non-action. Lao Tzu then provides a series of observations that illustrate the negative consequences of excessive control and interference. The more laws and restrictions there are, the poorer people become. This suggests that excessive regulation and control can stifle economic activity and lead to poverty. When people are overburdened with rules and restrictions, they are less able to engage in productive activities and are more likely to suffer economically. The sharper men's weapons, the more trouble in the land. This suggests that the proliferation of weapons and the pursuit of military strength lead to increased conflict and instability. The more people rely on weapons, the more likely they are to engage in conflict and the more trouble there will be in the land. The more ingenious and clever men are, the more strange things happen. This suggests that when people rely on cleverness and ingenuity, they are more likely to engage in activities that are harmful or counterproductive. Cleverness without wisdom can lead to unintended consequences and harm. The more rules and regulations, the more thieves and robbers. This suggests that excessive regulation and control can lead to an increase in crime and lawlessness. When people feel oppressed by rules and regulations, they are more likely to engage in illegal activities. Lao Tzu then presents the way of the sage. I take no action and people are reformed. This suggests that by not interfering or imposing their will, the sage allows people to reform themselves naturally. The sage trusts in the natural order of things and allows change to occur naturally. I enjoy peace and people become honest. This suggests that by creating an environment of peace and tranquility, the sage encourages honesty and integrity among the people. When people are not preoccupied with conflict and strife, they are more likely to act with honesty and integrity. I do nothing and people become rich. This suggests that by not interfering or imposing restrictions, the sage allows people to prosper and thrive. The sage trusts in the natural order of things and allows people to pursue their own interests and activities. I have no desires and people return to the good and simple life. This suggests that by not being driven by desires and ambitions, the sage sets an example for others to follow. The sage's lack of desire creates an environment where people are free to live a good and simple life. In summary, Chapter 57 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of non-action, non-interference, and alignment with the Tao in effective governance. It highlights the negative consequences of excessive control and interference, and it emphasizes the importance of simplicity, peace, and the natural order of the universe. The chapter encourages leaders to trust in the natural order of things and to allow change to occur naturally, rather than relying on force, control, or excessive regulation. 58. When the country is ruled with a light hand. The people are simple. When the country is ruled with severity. The people are cunning. Happiness is rooted in misery. Misery lurks beneath happiness. Who knows what the future holds? There is no honesty. Honesty becomes dishonest. Goodness becomes witchcraft. Man's bewitchment lasts for a long time. Therefore the sage is sharp but not cutting. Pointed but not piercing. Straightforward but not unrestrained. Brilliant but not blinding. Explanation of Chapter 58 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 58 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of governance, the interplay of opposites, and the importance of balance and subtlety in leadership. Lao Tzu contrasts different approaches to governance and their effects on the state of a nation and its people. Lao Tzu begins by stating that when a country is ruled with a light hand, the people are simple. This suggests that when rulers govern with a light touch, allowing people the freedom to live their lives without excessive interference, the people remain simple and straightforward. This simplicity is a reflection of a society that is in harmony with the Tao, where people are content and free from unnecessary complexity. When the country is ruled with severity, the people are cunning. This suggests that when rulers govern with a heavy hand, imposing strict rules and harsh punishments, the people become cunning and deceitful. This is because they are forced to find ways to navigate and circumvent the oppressive system. This cunning is a reflection of a society that is out of balance, where people are forced to resort to cunning to survive. Lao Tzu then presents a series of paradoxes that highlight the interconnectedness and cyclical nature of opposites. Happiness is rooted in misery. This suggests that happiness and misery are interconnected and that one cannot exist without the other. True happiness is not the absence of suffering, but rather the ability to embrace both joy and sorrow as part of the natural order of things. Misery lurks beneath happiness. This suggests that even in times of happiness, there is the potential for suffering and misfortune. This highlights the interconnectedness of all things and the idea that change is a constant and inevitable aspect of life. Who knows what the future holds? This suggests that the future is uncertain and that it is impossible to predict what will happen. This highlights the importance of living in the present moment and being prepared for change. There is no honesty. This suggests that in a world that is out of balance, honesty and integrity are difficult to find. This is because people are often forced to act in ways that are not aligned with their true nature. Honesty becomes dishonest. This suggests that in a world that is out of balance, even honesty can be corrupted. This is because people may use honesty as a tool for manipulation or to justify their actions. Goodness becomes witchcraft. This suggests that in a world that is out of balance, even goodness can be perverted. This is because people may use goodness as a tool for control or to justify their actions. Man's bewitchment lasts for a long time. This suggests that the confusion and delusion that arise from living in a world that is out of balance can last for a long time. This highlights the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and living in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Lao Tzu then describes the way of the sage. The sage is sharp but not cutting, pointed but not piercing, straightforward but not unrestrained, brilliant but not blinding. This suggests that the sage embodies the qualities of clarity, precision, and effectiveness, but without being harsh or oppressive. The sage is able to act with clarity and precision, but without causing harm or distress. In summary, Chapter 58 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of balance and subtlety in governance and in life. It highlights the interconnectedness of opposites and the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to achieve true harmony and fulfillment. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the cyclical nature of life, to live in the present moment, and to recognize the interconnectedness of all things. 59. In caring for others and serving heaven. There is nothing like using restraint. Restraint begins with giving up one's own ideas. This depends on virtue gathered in the past. If there is a good store of virtue, then nothing is impossible. If nothing is impossible, then there are no limits. If a man knows no limits, then he is fit to be a ruler. The mother principle of ruling holds good for a long time. This is called having deep roots and a firm foundation. The Tao of long life and eternal vision. Explanation of Chapter 59 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 59 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of governance, restraint, and the accumulation of virtue. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of restraint and the accumulation of virtue as the foundation for effective leadership and the ability to care for others and serve the universe. Lao Tzu begins by stating that in caring for others and serving heaven, there is nothing like using restraint. This suggests that the key to effective leadership and service is the practice of restraint. This does not mean inaction, but rather acting with restraint and moderation, avoiding excessive force or interference. By practicing restraint, one can act in accordance with the Tao and avoid the pitfalls of excess and overreach. Restraint begins with giving up one's own ideas. This suggests that true restraint begins with letting go of one's own preconceived notions and desires. By letting go of one's own ideas, one can be open to the wisdom of the Tao and act in accordance with its principles. This requires humility and a willingness to let go of one's own agenda. This depends on virtue gathered in the past. This suggests that the practice of restraint and the ability to care for others and serve the Tao depend on the accumulation of virtue. Virtue in this context refers to the accumulation of good deeds, wisdom, and alignment with the Tao. The more virtue one has accumulated, the easier it is to act with restraint and to serve others effectively. If there is a good store of virtue, then nothing is impossible. This suggests that when one has accumulated a good store of virtue, there are no limits to what they can achieve. This is because they are aligned with the Tao, which is the source of all power and potential. With a good store of virtue, one can overcome any obstacle and achieve anything that is in harmony with the Tao. If nothing is impossible, then there are no limits. This suggests that when one is aligned with the Tao and has accumulated a good store of virtue, they are free from the limitations that bind others. They are able to act with wisdom and effectiveness, achieving their goals without force or coercion. If a man knows no limits, then he is fit to be a ruler. This suggests that a ruler who is aligned with the Tao and has accumulated a good store of virtue is fit to lead. They are able to govern effectively because they are not limited by their own desires or the constraints of conventional thinking. They are able to act with wisdom and insight, serving the people and the Tao. The mother principle of ruling holds good for a long time. This suggests that the principles of good governance, such as restraint, humility, and alignment with the Tao, are enduring and enduring. These principles are like a mother, nurturing and sustaining the state over the long term. This is called having deep roots and a firm foundation, the Tao of long life and eternal vision. This suggests that the principles of the Tao provide a deep and lasting foundation for life and leadership. By aligning oneself with the Tao, one can achieve a state of harmony and longevity, living in accordance with the natural order of the universe. In summary, Chapter 59 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of restraint, humility, and the accumulation of virtue and effective leadership and service. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and the importance of acting in accordance with its principles. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a deep and lasting foundation of virtue, to act with restraint and humility, and to align themselves with the natural order of the universe. 60. Ruling the country is like cooking a small fish. Approach the universe with Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that evil is not powerful, but its power will not be used to harm others. Not only will it do no harm to others, but the sage himself will also be protected. They do not hurt each other, and the virtue in each one refreshes both. Explanation of Chapter 60 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 60 of the Tao Te Ching offers guidance on the art of governing and the role of the Tao in creating a harmonious and peaceful society. Lao Tzu uses the metaphor of cooking a small fish to convey the idea that effective governance is about subtlety, care, and the application of the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by stating that ruling a country is like cooking a small fish. This metaphor suggests that governing a nation should be done with the same care and delicacy as cooking a delicate dish. Just as a small fish can easily be overcooked or mishandled, a nation can easily be mismanaged or damaged by heavy-handed governance. The key is to handle the task with care, precision, and a light touch. He then advises to approach the universe with the Tao. This suggests that by aligning oneself with the Tao, one can navigate the complexities of the world with ease and effectiveness. The Tao is the natural order of the universe, and by aligning with it, one can achieve harmony and balance. And evil will have no power. This suggests that by aligning with the Tao, one can neutralize the power of evil. This does not mean that evil does not exist, but rather that its power is diminished when one is aligned with the Tao. The Tao is a force of harmony and balance, and by aligning with it, one can counteract the influence of evil. Not that evil is not powerful, but its power will not be used to harm others. This suggests that while evil may have power, it is not used to harm others when one is aligned with the Tao. The Tao's influence is one of harmony and balance, and it prevents evil from causing harm. Not only will it do no harm to others, but the sage himself will also be protected. This suggests that by aligning with the Tao, not only are others protected from harm, but the sage is also protected. The Tao provides a shield against the harmful effects of evil, protecting both the sage and those around them. They do not hurt each other, and the virtue in each one refreshes both. This suggests that when people are aligned with the Tao, they do not harm each other. Instead, the virtue that is present in each person is able to refresh and nourish both parties. This highlights the interconnectedness of all things and the idea that when people are in harmony with the Tao, they naturally act in ways that benefit themselves and others. In summary, Chapter 60 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao in order to create a harmonious and peaceful society. It suggests that by approaching governance with the same care and delicacy as cooking a small fish, and by aligning with the Tao, one can neutralize the power of evil and create a society where people do not harm each other, but rather support and nourish each other. The chapter emphasizes the importance of the Tao in creating a world where peace, harmony, and virtue prevail. 61. A great country is like low land. It is the meeting ground of the universe, the mother of the universe. The female overcomes the male with stillness, lying low in stillness. Therefore, if a great country gives way to a smaller country, it will conquer the smaller country. And if a small country submits to a great country, it can conquer the great country. Therefore, those who would conquer must yield. And those who conquer do so because they yield. A great nation needs more people. A small country needs to serve. Each gets what it wants. It is fitting for a great nation to yield. Explanation of Chapter 61 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 61 of the Tao Te Ching offers insights into the dynamics of power and the principles of diplomacy and humility in international relations. Lao Tzu uses the metaphor of a great country being like low land to convey the importance of humility, flexibility, and the principle of yielding to overcome. Lao Tzu begins by stating that a great country is like low land. This metaphor suggests that a great nation should be like low-lying land, which is humble and receptive. Low land is naturally positioned to receive water and nourishment, and it serves as a gathering place for all things. Similarly, a great nation should be receptive and welcoming, serving as a gathering place for the world. It is the meeting ground of the universe, the mother of the universe. This suggests that a great nation should be a place where people from all over the world can come together, much like the way the universe is a meeting ground for all things. The metaphor of the mother of the universe suggests that a great nation should be nurturing and supportive, providing for the needs of its people and the world. The female overcomes the male with stillness, lying low in stillness. This suggests that the feminine principle, which is associated with receptivity, patience, and stillness, can overcome the masculine principle, which is associated with aggression and force. By remaining still and receptive, the feminine principle is able to overcome the masculine principle. This metaphor suggests that a great nation can overcome others by being patient, receptive, and non-aggressive. Therefore, if a great country gives way to a smaller country, it will conquer the smaller country. This suggests that by yielding and being willing to accommodate others, a great nation can gain influence and respect. This is because yielding demonstrates strength, confidence, and a willingness to cooperate, which can lead to greater influence and respect. And if a small country submits to a great country, it can conquer the great country. This suggests that by being humble and willing to serve, a small nation can gain the favor and support of a greater power. This is because humility and service are qualities that are valued and respected, and they can lead to greater influence and support. Therefore, those who would conquer must yield, and those who conquer do so because they yield. This suggests that the key to achieving victory is not through force or aggression, but through yielding and cooperation. By yielding, one can gain the trust and support of others, leading to greater influence and success. A great nation needs more people, a small country needs to serve. This suggests that a great nation has the capacity to accommodate and support a large population, while a small nation can benefit from offering service and support to others. This highlights the importance of cooperation and mutual support in international relations. Each gets what it wants. This suggests that by aligning with the Tao and acting with humility and cooperation, both parties can achieve their goals and desires. This is because the Tao operates according to principles of balance and harmony, and by aligning with it, one can achieve harmony and success. It is fitting for a great nation to yield. This suggests that yielding is a sign of strength and confidence for a great nation. It demonstrates a willingness to cooperate and a recognition of the interconnectedness of all things. In summary, Chapter 61 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of humility, flexibility, and yielding in international relations. It suggests that by yielding and being willing to cooperate, a great nation can gain influence and respect, and that by being humble and willing to serve, a small nation can gain the favor and support of a greater power. The chapter emphasizes the importance of aligning with the Tao and acting with humility and cooperation in order to achieve harmony and success in international relations. 62. Tao is the source of the 10,000 things. It is the treasure of the good man and the refuge of the bad. Sweet words can buy honor. Good deeds can gain respect. If a man is bad, do not abandon him. Therefore, on the day the emperor is crowned, or the 3 officers of state installed, do not send a gift of jade and a team of 4 horses, but remain still and offer the Tao. Why does everyone like the Tao so much at first? Isn't it because you find what you seek and are forgiven when you sin? Therefore, this is the greatest treasure of the universe. Explanation of Chapter 62 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 62 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the universal importance of the Tao and its role as a source of guidance and refuge for all people, regardless of their moral standing. Lao Tzu emphasizes the Tao's role as a universal treasure and a source of redemption and guidance. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the Tao is the source of the 10,000 things. This emphasizes the Tao's role as the fundamental principle that gives rise to all things in the universe. The Tao is the source of all creation and the foundation of all existence. It is the treasure of the good man and the refuge of the bad. This suggests that the Tao is valuable to all people regardless of their moral standing. For the good man, the Tao is a treasure, a source of wisdom, guidance, and fulfillment. For the bad man, the Tao serves as a refuge, a source of redemption and the opportunity for transformation. This highlights the Tao's inclusive and compassionate nature, offering guidance and redemption to all. Sweet words can buy honor, good deeds can gain respect. This suggests that while kind words and good deeds are valued and can earn respect, they are not the ultimate path to true fulfillment. The Tao is more valuable than external rewards or recognition, as it provides a deeper and more enduring source of fulfillment. If a man is bad, do not abandon him. This suggests that even those who have strayed from the path of virtue should not be abandoned. The Tao offers the opportunity for redemption and transformation to all, regardless of their past actions. This reflects the Taoist principle of compassion and the belief that everyone has the potential for change and growth. Therefore, on the day the emperor is crowned or the 3 officers of state are installed, do not send a gift of jade and a team of 4 horses, but remain still and offer the Tao. This suggests that the greatest gift one can offer is the Tao itself. Rather than offering material gifts or symbols of power, one should offer the wisdom and guidance of the Tao. This is because the Tao is the ultimate treasure and the source of true fulfillment. Why does everyone like the Tao so much at first? Isn't it because you find what you seek and are forgiven when you sin? This suggests that people are initially drawn to the Tao because it promises to fulfill their desires and offer forgiveness for their sins. However, the true value of the Tao lies in its ability to provide a deeper and more enduring form of fulfillment than material wealth or external rewards. Therefore, this is the greatest treasure of the universe. This emphasizes the Tao's role as the ultimate treasure, the ultimate source of fulfillment and guidance. The Tao is the ultimate treasure because it provides a path to true fulfillment, wisdom, and harmony with the universe. In summary, Chapter 62 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the universal importance of the Tao and its role as a source of guidance and refuge for all people. It emphasizes the Tao's value as the ultimate treasure, offering guidance, redemption, and fulfillment to all. The chapter encourages readers to recognize the Tao's value and to offer it as the greatest gift to others, recognizing its power to transform and fulfill. 63. Practice non-action. Work without doing. Taste the tasteless. Magnify the small, increase the few. Reward bitterness with care. See simplicity in the complicated. Achieve greatness in little things. In the universe, the difficult things are done as if they are easy. In the universe, great acts are made up of small deeds. The sage does not attempt anything very big, and thus achieves greatness. Easy promises make for little trust. Taking things lightly results in great difficulty. Because the sage always confronts difficulties, he never experiences them. Explanation of Chapter 63 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 63 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the principles of non-action, Wu Wei, simplicity, and the power of small, consistent actions. Lao Tzu offers guidance on how to approach tasks and challenges by aligning oneself with the Tao, emphasizing the importance of subtlety, patience, and a focus on the small and seemingly insignificant. Lao Tzu begins by advocating for the practice of non-action, or Wu Wei. This does not mean doing nothing, but rather acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao without force or unnecessary effort. By practicing non-action, one can achieve results that are in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Work without doing. This suggests that true effectiveness and success come from aligning oneself with the Tao and allowing things to unfold naturally without force or coercion. This is a profound and paradoxical idea that challenges conventional notions of work and productivity. Taste the tasteless. This suggests that true appreciation and enjoyment come from being able to appreciate the subtle and the simple, rather than constantly seeking out the intense and the extreme. By appreciating the subtle, one can find satisfaction and contentment in the simple things in life. Magnify the small, increase the few. This suggests that by focusing on the small and the few, one can achieve great results. This is because the Tao operates through the accumulation of small, consistent actions rather than through grand gestures or dramatic actions. Reward bitterness with care. This suggests that when faced with difficulties or challenges, one should respond with care and attention rather than with force or aggression. By approaching difficulties with care, one can transform them into opportunities for growth and learning. See simplicity in the complicated. This suggests that true understanding and insight come from being able to see the simplicity and underlying order in complex situations. By seeing the simplicity in the complicated, one can approach problems with clarity and focus. Achieve greatness in little things. This suggests that true greatness is achieved through the accumulation of small, consistent actions, rather than through grand gestures or dramatic actions. By focusing on the small and the few, one can achieve great results over time. In the universe, the difficult things are done as if they are easy. This suggests that the Tao operates in a way that makes difficult things seem easy. By aligning oneself with the Tao, one can approach difficult tasks with ease and grace. In the universe, great acts are made up of small deeds. This reinforces the idea that true greatness is achieved through the accumulation of small, consistent actions. The Tao operates through the accumulation of small actions, and true greatness is achieved through consistent and persistent effort. The sage does not attempt anything very big and thus achieves greatness. This suggests that the sage does not seek to achieve greatness through grand gestures or dramatic actions, but rather through consistent and persistent effort. By focusing on the small and the few, the sage is able to achieve true greatness. Easy promises make for little trust. This suggests that making promises that are too easy or unrealistic can lead to a lack of trust. True trust is built on a foundation of honesty, integrity, and consistent action. Taking things lightly results in great difficulty. This suggests that taking things lightly or not taking them seriously can lead to difficulties and challenges. True success comes from taking things seriously and approaching them with care and attention. Because the sage always confronts difficulties, he never experiences them. This is a paradoxical statement that suggests that by confronting difficulties with a calm and focused mind, the sage is able to overcome them without experiencing the stress and anxiety that others might feel. The sage's approach to difficulties is characterized by calmness, focus, and a willingness to confront challenges directly. In summary, Chapter 63 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of non-action, simplicity, and the power of small, consistent actions. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and approaching tasks and challenges with subtlety, patience, and a focus on the small and seemingly insignificant. The chapter encourages readers to approach difficulties with care and attention, to recognize the value of small actions, and to trust in the natural order of the universe. 64. Peace is easily maintained. Trouble is easily overcome before it starts. The brittle is easily shattered. The small is easily scattered. Deal with it before it happens. Set things in order before there is confusion. A tree as great as a man's embrace springs from a small shoot. A terrace 9 stories high begins with a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles starts under one's feet. He who acts defeats his own purpose. He who grasps loses. The sage does not act, and so is not defeated. He does not grasp and therefore does not lose. People usually fail when they are on the verge of success. So give as much care to the end as to the beginning. Then there will be no failure. Therefore the sage seeks freedom from desire. He does not collect precious things. He learns not to hold on to ideas. He brings men back to what they have lost. He helps the 10,000 things find their own nature, but refrains from action. Explanation of Chapter 64 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 64 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of prevention, foresight, and the principle of wu wei, or non-action. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of taking action early and maintaining a focus on the end goal, while also emphasizing the importance of non-action and allowing things to unfold naturally. Lao Tzu begins by stating that peace is easily maintained, and trouble is easily overcome before it starts. This suggests that it is easier to maintain peace and prevent trouble than to deal with it after it has arisen. This highlights the importance of foresight and prevention, and the idea that it is easier to prevent problems than to solve them once they have arisen. The brittle is easily shattered, the small is easily scattered. This suggests that things that are fragile or small are easily broken or scattered. This is a metaphor for the idea that things that are not firmly established or that are not given proper attention are easily lost or destroyed. Deal with it before it happens. Set things in order before there is confusion. This emphasizes the importance of taking action before problems arise. By anticipating potential problems and taking action to prevent them, one can avoid the difficulties and challenges that arise from neglecting problems until they become serious. A tree as great as a man's embrace springs from a small shoot. A terrace 9 stories high begins with a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles starts under one's feet. These metaphors emphasize the importance of small beginnings and the idea that great things often have humble beginnings. They emphasize the importance of taking small, consistent actions and of being patient and persistent in one's efforts. He who acts defeats his own purpose. He who grasps loses. This suggests that those who act impulsively or forcefully often end up defeating their own purposes. Similarly, those who grasp or try to control things too tightly often end up losing what they are trying to hold on to. This is because such actions are not in harmony with the natural order of the universe. The sage does not act and so is not defeated. This suggests that the sage does not act impulsively or forcefully, but rather acts in accordance with the Tao, allowing things to unfold naturally. By not acting in a way that is out of harmony with the Tao, the sage avoids defeat and achieves their goals. He does not grasp and therefore does not lose. This suggests that the sage does not try to control or hold onto things too tightly. By letting go of the need to control and allowing things to unfold naturally, the sage avoids the pitfalls of grasping and the loss that comes with it. People usually fail when they are on the verge of success. This suggests that many people fail because they become complacent or overconfident when they are close to achieving their goals. This is because they lose sight of the importance of maintaining focus and effort until the goal is fully achieved. So give as much care to the end as to the beginning, then there will be no failure. This suggests that in order to avoid failure, one must maintain the same level of care and attention throughout the entire process from beginning to end. This is because success is not achieved through a single action or effort, but through consistent and persistent effort. Therefore, the sage seeks freedom from desire. This suggests that the sage seeks to free themselves from the desires and attachments that can lead to suffering and discontent. By freeing themselves from desire, the sage is able to act in accordance with the Tao and achieve true fulfillment. He does not collect precious things. This suggests that the sage does not seek to accumulate material wealth or possessions. This is because such things are not necessary for true fulfillment and can become a source of attachment and suffering. He learns not to hold on to ideas. This suggests that the sage is open to new ideas and is not rigid in their thinking. They are willing to let go of old ideas and beliefs that no longer serve them, and they are open to new ways of thinking and being. He brings men back to what they have lost. This suggests that the sage helps others to reconnect with the Tao and to find their way back to their true nature. The sage helps others to find their way back to what they have lost, whether it be their true nature, their sense of purpose, or their connection to the Tao. He helps the 10,000 things find their own nature but refrains from action. This suggests that the sage helps others to find their true nature and to live in harmony with the Tao, but they do so without force or coercion. The sage acts in accordance with the Tao, allowing things to unfold naturally and without interference. In summary, Chapter 64 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of prevention, foresight, and the principle of wu-wei or non-action. It emphasizes the importance of taking action early, maintaining a focus on the end goal, and acting in accordance with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a mindset of simplicity, humility, and non-attachment, and to trust in the natural order of the universe. 65. In the beginning, those who knew the Tao did not try to enlighten others, but kept them in the dark. Why is it so hard to rule? Because people are so clever. Rulers who try to use cleverness cheat the country. Those who rule without cleverness are a blessing to the land. These are the two alternatives. Understanding these is primal virtue. Primal virtue is deep and far. It leads all things back toward the great oneness. Explanation of Chapter 65 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 65 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of governance, wisdom, and the concept of the primal virtue, which is the embodiment of the Tao. Lao Tzu contrasts two approaches to governance, emphasizing the importance of simplicity, humility, and aligning with the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by stating that in the beginning, those who knew the Tao did not try to enlighten others but kept them in the dark. This suggests that in the past, those who understood the Tao did not try to impose their understanding on others or to force them to see the world in a certain way. Instead, they allowed people to discover the Tao for themselves, recognizing that true understanding cannot be forced or imposed. He then asks, why is it so hard to rule? The answer is because people are so clever. This suggests that when rulers try to govern through cleverness, cunning, or manipulation, they create a situation where people are constantly trying to outsmart them. This leads to a cycle of mistrust, deception, and ultimately a breakdown in governance. Rulers who try to use cleverness cheat the country. This suggests that when rulers rely on cleverness or cunning, they end up deceiving themselves and their people. This is because cleverness without wisdom is ultimately self-defeating, leading to a breakdown in trust and a loss of legitimacy. Those who rule without cleverness are a blessing to the land. This suggests that rulers who govern through wisdom, humility, and a deep understanding of the Tao are a blessing to their people and their country. They govern through trust, integrity, and a commitment to the well-being of the people, rather than through manipulation or control. These are the two alternatives. This suggests that there are two fundamentally different approaches to governance, one based on cleverness and control and the other based on wisdom and trust. The former leads to chaos and suffering, while the latter leads to peace and prosperity. Understanding these is primal virtue. This suggests that true understanding of the Tao and the principles of good governance is the essence of the primal virtue. The primal virtue is the embodiment of the Tao in action, characterized by wisdom, humility, and a deep understanding of the natural order of things. Primal virtue is deep and far. This suggests that the primal virtue is profound and far-reaching, influencing all aspects of life and society. It is a deep and enduring principle that guides the wise ruler in their actions and decisions. It leads all things back toward the great oneness. This suggests that the primal virtue leads all things back to the Tao, the ultimate reality and source of all things. By aligning with the Tao, one can achieve a state of unity and harmony with the universe. In summary, Chapter 65 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of simplicity, humility, and the rejection of cleverness in governance. It emphasizes the importance of aligning with the Tao and the importance of the primal virtue in achieving true harmony and prosperity. The chapter encourages rulers to govern through wisdom and trust, rather than through cleverness and control, and to align themselves with the natural order of the universe. 66. Why is the sea king of 100 streams? because it lies below them. Therefore it is the king of 100 streams. If the sage would guide the people, he must serve with humility. If he would lead them, he must follow behind. In this way, when the sage rules, the people will not feel oppressed. When he stands before them, they will not be harmed. The whole world will support him and will not tire of him. Because he does not compete. He does not meet competition. Explanation of Chapter 66 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 66 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the principles of leadership and the importance of humility, service, and non-competition. Lao Tzu uses the metaphor of the sea to illustrate the qualities of an effective leader and to emphasize the importance of humility and service in leadership. Lao Tzu begins by asking, why is the sea the king of 100 streams? The answer is because it lies below them. This metaphor suggests that the sea is the king of the rivers and streams because it is the lowest point, receiving water from all directions. This is a powerful metaphor for the idea that true leadership is about being humble and receptive, serving as a receptacle for the needs and concerns of the people. Therefore, it is the king of 100 streams. This reinforces the idea that the sea's position as the lowest point is what makes it the king of the rivers and streams. This is because it is able to receive and hold the water from all the streams, demonstrating the power of receptivity and humility. If the sage would guide the people, he must serve with humility. This suggests that the sage or wise leader must lead by example, demonstrating humility and a willingness to serve. By serving with humility, the sage can gain the trust and respect of the people, and they will be more likely to follow their guidance. If he would lead them, he must follow behind. This suggests that the sage must be willing to follow the needs and desires of the people, rather than imposing their own will. By following behind, the sage can guide the people in a way that is in harmony with their needs and desires, rather than imposing their own will on them. In this way, when the sage rules, the people will not feel oppressed. This suggests that when the sage governs with humility and a willingness to serve, the people will not feel oppressed or burdened by their rule. Instead, they will feel supported and empowered. When he stands before them, they will not be harmed. This suggests that when the sage leads with humility and a willingness to serve, they will not harm or oppress the people. Instead, they will act in ways that are in harmony with the needs and desires of the people. The whole world will support him and will not tire of him. This suggests that a leader who governs with humility and a willingness to serve will be supported by the people and will not face resistance or opposition. This is because their leadership is in harmony with the needs and desires of the people. Because he does not compete, he does not meet competition. This suggests that the sage does not engage in competition or conflict, but rather seeks to work in harmony with others. By not competing, the sage avoids the pitfalls of conflict and opposition, and they are able to work in harmony with others. In summary, Chapter 66 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of humility, service, and non-competition in leadership. It emphasizes the importance of leading by example, following the needs and desires of the people, and avoiding competition and conflict. The chapter encourages readers to lead with humility and a willingness to serve, and to align themselves with the natural order of the universe. 67. Everyone under heaven says that my Tao is great and beyond compare. Because it is great, it seems different. If it were not different, it would have vanished long ago. I have 3 treasures which I hold and keep. The first is mercy, the second is economy. The third is daring not to be ahead of others. From mercy comes courage, from economy comes generosity. From humility comes leadership. Nowadays men shun mercy but try to be brave. They abandon economy but try to be generous. They do not believe in humility but always try to be first. This is certain death. Mercy brings victory in battle and strength in defense. It is the means by which heaven saves and guards. Explanation of Chapter 67 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 67 of the Tao Te Ching highlights the unique and enduring nature of the Tao, as well as the 3 treasures that are essential for living in harmony with it. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of mercy, economy, and humility, suggesting that these qualities are essential for true strength and leadership. Lao Tzu begins by acknowledging that everyone under heaven says that his Tao is great and beyond compare. This suggests that the Tao is recognized as a profound and unparalleled principle, one that is beyond comparison with other philosophies or ways of life. Because it is great, it seems different. This suggests that the Tao is distinct from conventional ways of thinking and living. Its greatness lies in its uniqueness and its departure from conventional wisdom. If it were not different, it would have vanished long ago. This suggests that the Tao's uniqueness is what has allowed it to endure throughout the ages. If it were not different from conventional ways of thinking and living, it would have been forgotten or discarded long ago. Lao Tzu then reveals that he has 3 treasures that he holds and keeps. These treasures are: 1. Mercy. This is the first treasure and is characterized by compassion, kindness, and a willingness to forgive. Mercy is a reflection of the Tao's compassion and its willingness to embrace all things. 2. Economy. This is the second treasure and refers to the principle of simplicity and frugality. It suggests living in a way that is in harmony with the natural order of the universe, avoiding excess and waste. 3. Daring not to be ahead of others. This is the third treasure and refers to the principle of humility and the willingness to let others take the lead. It suggests a willingness to serve and to put the needs of others before one's own. Lao Tzu then explains the benefits of these treasures. From mercy comes courage. This suggests that true courage comes from a place of compassion and kindness. It is not the courage of aggression or violence, but the courage that comes from a deep sense of compassion and a willingness to protect and care for others. From economy comes generosity. This suggests that true generosity comes from a place of simplicity and frugality. By living simply and avoiding excess, one is able to be generous with what they have, sharing with others and contributing to the well-being of the world. From humility comes leadership. This suggests that true leadership comes from a place of humility and service. The leader who is humble and willing to serve is able to inspire and guide others, leading by example rather than by force or coercion. Nowadays men shun mercy, but try to be brave. They abandon economy, but try to be generous. They do not believe in humility, but always try to be first. This suggests that in the modern world, people often value bravery, generosity, and the desire to be first, while neglecting the principles of mercy, economy, and humility. This is a reflection of a world that is out of balance, where people are more focused on personal gain and recognition than on the well-being of others. This is certain death. This suggests that the pursuit of bravery, generosity, and the desire to be first, without the foundation of mercy, economy, and humility, is ultimately self-destructive. It leads to a world that is characterized by conflict, greed, and a lack of harmony. Mercy brings victory in battle and strength in defense. This suggests that true strength and victory come from a place of compassion and kindness. By acting with mercy, one can inspire loyalty and support, and one can create a sense of unity and cooperation. It is the means by which heaven saves and guards. This suggests that mercy is a reflection of the Tao and that it is the means by which the Tao protects and sustains the world. In summary, Chapter 67 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of mercy, economy, and humility as the 3 treasures that are essential for living in harmony with the Tao. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and living in accordance with its principles, and it highlights the importance of compassion, simplicity, and humility in achieving true strength and leadership. 68. A good soldier is not violent. A good fighter is not angry. A good winner is not vengeful. A good employer is humble. This is known as the virtue of not striving. This is known as ability to deal with people. This since ancient times has been known as the ultimate unity with heaven. Explanation of Chapter 68 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 68 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of non-aggression, emotional control, and humility in achieving true effectiveness and harmony. Lao Tzu presents a series of principles that highlight the qualities of a true master in various fields, emphasizing the importance of non-striving and alignment with the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by stating that a good soldier is not violent. This suggests that true strength in combat is not about aggression or the use of force, but about discipline, strategy, and the ability to act in accordance with the Tao. A good soldier understands that true victory is achieved through wisdom and restraint, not through violence. A good fighter is not angry. This suggests that true skill in combat is not about anger or aggression, but about maintaining composure and clarity of mind. Anger can cloud judgment and lead to poor decisions, while a calm and focused mind allows for better decision-making and more effective action. A good winner is not vengeful. This suggests that true victory is not about seeking revenge or inflicting punishment on one's enemies. True victory is about achieving one's goals and achieving peace, not about perpetuating a cycle of violence and retribution. The wise winner understands that revenge is a cycle that only leads to more conflict and suffering. A good employer is humble. This suggests that true leadership in the workplace is characterized by humility and a willingness to serve. A good employer does not rely on authority or force to lead, but rather on respect, trust, and the ability to inspire and motivate others. Humility allows the leader to connect with their employees and to create a positive and productive work environment. This is known as the virtue of not striving. This suggests that true effectiveness and success come from aligning oneself with the Tao and acting in accordance with its principles. The Tao operates according to the principle of Wu Wei or non-action, which means acting in a way that is natural, effortless, and in harmony with the natural order of the universe. This is known as the ability to deal with people. This suggests that true leadership and effectiveness in dealing with people come from understanding and aligning with the Tao. By acting with humility, compassion, and a lack of aggression, one can inspire trust, cooperation, and loyalty in others. This, since ancient times, has been known as the ultimate unity with heaven. This suggests that the principles of non-striving, humility, and alignment with the Tao have been recognized throughout history as the path to achieving true harmony and unity with the universe. The Tao is the ultimate reality that underlies all of existence, and by aligning with it, one can achieve a state of unity with the universe. In summary, Chapter 68 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of non-aggression, emotional control, and humility in achieving true effectiveness and harmony. It emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and acting in accordance with its principles, and it highlights the importance of non-striving and the ability to deal with people in achieving true effectiveness and success. 69. There is a saying among soldiers: "I dare not make the first move but would rather play the guest. I dare not advance an inch but would rather withdraw a foot." This is called marching without appearing to move. Rolling up your sleeves without showing your arm. Capturing the enemy without attacking. Being armed without weapons. There is no greater catastrophe than underestimating the enemy. By underestimating the enemy, I almost lose what I value. Therefore, when the battle is joined, the underdog will win. Explanation of Chapter 69 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 69 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the principles of military strategy and the importance of caution, humility, and non-aggression in conflict. Lao Tzu uses the metaphor of a skilled warrior to convey the idea that true strength and victory come from subtlety, patience, and a deep understanding of the situation. Lao Tzu begins by presenting a saying among soldiers: "I dare not make the first move but would rather play the guest. I dare not advance an inch but would rather withdraw a foot." This suggests that a skilled warrior is cautious and patient, preferring to let the opponent make the first move and to retreat rather than to advance aggressively. This approach reflects the Taoist principle of Wu Wei or non-action, which emphasizes the importance of acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao. This is called marching without appearing to move. This suggests that true progress is not always visible or obvious. The skilled warrior advances by retreating, gaining ground by yielding, and achieving victory by avoiding unnecessary conflict. Rolling up your sleeves without showing your arm. This metaphor suggests that true preparation and readiness are not always visible. The skilled warrior is prepared for action, but they do not reveal their intentions or capabilities prematurely. Capturing the enemy without attacking. This suggests that true victory is achieved without the need for direct confrontation or aggression. The skilled warrior is able to defeat the enemy through strategy, cunning, and the ability to turn the enemy's weaknesses against them. Being armed without weapons. This suggests that true strength is not always visible or obvious. The skilled warrior is prepared for battle, but they do not rely solely on weapons or force. Their true strength lies in their wisdom, strategy, and ability to adapt to the situation. Lao Tzu then warns that there is no greater catastrophe than underestimating the enemy. This suggests that underestimating the opponent's strength, cunning, or determination can lead to disaster. The underestimation of the enemy is a common mistake that can lead to complacency and a false sense of security. By underestimating the enemy, I almost lose what I value. This suggests that underestimating the enemy can lead to the loss of what one holds dear. This is because underestimation leads to complacency and a lack of preparation, which can result in defeat and loss. Therefore, when the battle is joined, the underdog will win. This suggests that the underdog, or the underappreciated and underestimated, often has the advantage in battle. This is because they are more likely to be underestimated by their opponent, and they are more likely to be prepared for the unexpected. In summary, Chapter 69 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of caution, humility, and non-aggression in conflict. It emphasizes the importance of being prepared, but not revealing one's intentions or capabilities prematurely. The chapter emphasizes the importance of avoiding underestimation and the importance of being prepared for the unexpected. The chapter suggests that true victory is achieved through strategy, cunning, and the ability to adapt to the situation, rather than through force or aggression. 70. My words are easy to understand and easy to perform. Yet no man under heaven knows them or practices them. My words have ancient beginnings. My actions are disciplined. Because men do not understand, they have no knowledge of me. Those that know me are few. Those that abuse me are honored. Therefore the sage wears rough clothing and holds the jewel in his heart. Explanation of Chapter 70 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 70 of the Tao Te Ching reflects on the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the challenges of living in accordance with its principles. Lao Tzu expresses a sense of frustration and irony about the fact that his teachings, though simple and straightforward, are often misunderstood or ignored by people. Lao Tzu begins by stating that his words are easy to understand and easy to perform, yet no one understands or practices them. This highlights the paradox that while the principles of the Tao are simple and straightforward, they are often overlooked or dismissed by people. This is because the Tao often goes against conventional thinking and the prevailing values of society. My words have ancient beginnings. This suggests that the teachings of the Tao are not new or innovative, but rather have their roots in ancient wisdom and the fundamental principles of the universe. The Tao is a timeless and enduring principle that has been understood and practiced by wise people throughout history. My actions are disciplined. This suggests that living in accordance with the Tao requires discipline and commitment. It is not a path that can be followed casually or half-heartedly, but requires dedication and a commitment to living in harmony with the natural order of the universe. Because men do not understand, they have no knowledge of me. This suggests that because people do not understand the Tao, they are unable to recognize or appreciate the wisdom of the sage. The sage's actions and way of life may seem strange or incomprehensible to those who are not familiar with the Tao. Those that know me are few, those that abuse me are honored. This suggests that those who understand and follow the Tao are few in number, while those who are honored and celebrated by society are often those who do not follow the Tao. This highlights the fact that the values and priorities of society are often at odds with the principles of the Tao. Therefore, the sage wears rough clothing and holds the jewel in his heart. This suggests that the sage does not seek external rewards or recognition, but rather finds fulfillment in the simplicity and authenticity of the Tao. The rough clothing represents the sage's humility and lack of concern for material wealth or status, while the jewel in his heart represents the true treasure of the Tao, which is held within. In summary, Chapter 70 of the Tao Te Ching reflects on the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the challenges of living in accordance with its principles. It highlights the fact that the principles of the Tao are often misunderstood or ignored by people, and it highlights the importance of discipline, humility, and authenticity in living in accordance with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to find fulfillment in the simplicity and authenticity of the Tao, rather than in external rewards or recognition. 71. Knowing ignorance is strength. Ignoring knowledge is sickness. If one is sick of sickness, then one is not sick. The sage is not sick because he is sick of sickness. Therefore he is not sick. Explanation of Chapter 71 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 71 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of self-awareness, humility, and the importance of recognizing one's own limitations and ignorance. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of acknowledging what one does not know and the dangers of ignoring one's own ignorance. Lao Tzu begins by stating that knowing ignorance is strength. This suggests that true strength and wisdom come from recognizing the limits of one's knowledge and understanding. By acknowledging what one does not know, one can remain open to learning and growth and avoid the pitfalls of arrogance and overconfidence. Ignoring knowledge is sickness. This suggests that ignoring or denying what one knows to be true is a form of sickness or delusion. It is a form of self-deception that can lead to poor decisions and negative consequences. Ignoring knowledge is a form of denial that prevents one from seeing the world clearly and acting in accordance with reality. If one is sick of sickness, then one is not sick. This is a paradoxical statement that suggests that by recognizing and acknowledging one's own ignorance and limitations, one can begin to overcome them. The recognition of one's own ignorance is the first step toward wisdom and self-improvement. The sage is not sick because he is sick of sickness. This suggests that the sage is not afflicted by the sickness of ignorance because they are aware of their own limitations and are constantly seeking to learn and grow. The sage is not complacent or arrogant, but rather is humble and open to new insights and understanding. Therefore, he is not sick. This suggests that by being aware of one's own ignorance and limitations and by being open to learning and growth, one can avoid the sickness of ignorance and achieve a state of wisdom and enlightenment. In summary, Chapter 71 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of self-awareness, humility, and the recognition of one's own ignorance. It emphasizes the importance of acknowledging what one does not know and the importance of being open to learning and growth. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a mindset of humility and openness, and to recognize the importance of continuous learning and self-improvement in achieving true wisdom and enlightenment. 72. When men lack a sense of awe, there will be disaster. Do not intrude in their homes. Do not harass them at work. If you do not interfere, they will not weary of you. Therefore the sage knows himself but makes no show. Has self-respect but is not arrogant. He lets go of that and chooses this. Explanation of Chapter 72 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 72 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of humility, respect, and the importance of non-interference in the lives of others. Lao Tzu emphasizes the importance of maintaining a sense of awe and respect for the world and the people in it, and he advises against unnecessary interference and intrusion. Lao Tzu begins by stating that when men lack a sense of awe, there will be disaster. This suggests that a lack of awe or reverence for the world and the natural order can lead to negative consequences. A sense of awe fosters a sense of respect and humility, which is essential for living in harmony with the world and with others. He advises, do not intrude in their homes and do not harass them at work. This suggests that one should respect the privacy and autonomy of others, avoiding unnecessary interference in their lives. By not intruding or harassing, one can maintain a sense of respect and harmony in relationships. If you do not interfere, they will not weary of you. This suggests that by not interfering or imposing one's will on others, one can maintain positive and harmonious relationships. People appreciate being given the space to live their lives without unnecessary interference, and this can lead to stronger and more positive relationships. Therefore, the sage knows himself but makes no show, has self-respect but is not arrogant. This suggests that the sage has a deep understanding of themselves, but they do not seek to draw attention to themselves or to impose their will on others. The sage has self-respect, but they do not allow it to turn into arrogance or self-importance. He lets go of that and chooses this. This suggests that the sage is able to let go of the desire for control and recognition and instead chooses to live in harmony with the Tao. By letting go of the desire to control or dominate, the sage is able to live in harmony with others and with the world. In summary, Chapter 72 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of humility, respect, and non-interference in the lives of others. It emphasizes the importance of maintaining a sense of awe and respect for the world and for others, and it advises against unnecessary interference and intrusion. The chapter encourages readers to cultivate a sense of humility and self-respect, and to live in harmony with others and with the world. 73. A brave and passionate man will kill or be killed. A brave and calm man will always preserve life. Of these two, which is good and which is harmful? Some things are not favored by heaven, who knows why? Even the sage is unsure of this. The Tao of heaven does not strive, and yet it overcomes. It does not speak, and yet is answered. It does not ask, yet is supplied with all its needs. It seems at ease, and yet it follows a plan. Heaven's net casts wide. Though its meshes are coarse, nothing slips through. Explanation of Chapter 73 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 73 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of courage, calmness, and the mysterious workings of the Tao. Lao Tzu contrasts different approaches to life and the consequences of each, emphasizing the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and trusting in its mysterious workings. Lao Tzu begins by contrasting two types of bravery: the brave and passionate man who will kill or be killed, and the brave and calm man who will always preserve life. This suggests that there are different ways to be brave and that true bravery is not about aggression or violence but about calmness, wisdom, and the preservation of life. Of these two, which is good and which is harmful? This rhetorical question encourages the reader to reflect on the nature of true bravery and the consequences of different approaches to life. The implication is that the brave and calm man who seeks to preserve life embodies the principles of the Tao and is therefore more aligned with the natural order of the universe. Some things are not favored by heaven. Who knows why? This suggests that there are aspects of life that are beyond human understanding and that even the sage does not fully understand the workings of the universe. This highlights the mysterious and often inscrutable nature of the Tao. Even the sage is unsure of this. This reinforces the idea that even the wisest and most enlightened individuals do not fully understand the workings of the universe. This highlights the importance of humility and the recognition that there are limits to human understanding. The Tao of heaven does not strive, and yet it overcomes. This is a key principle of the Tao, emphasizing that true strength and effectiveness come from non-action and alignment with the natural order of the universe. The Tao overcomes through its natural flow and harmony, not through force or effort. It does not speak, and yet it is answered. This suggests that the Tao communicates through its actions and effects rather than through words or speech. It is through the natural order of the universe that the Tao communicates its will and intentions. It does not ask, yet is supplied with all its needs. This suggests that the Tao is self-sufficient and self-sustaining, requiring no external support or resources. It is a self-contained and self-sufficient reality that provides for all its needs without asking or demanding. It seems at ease, and yet it follows a plan. This suggests that while the Tao operates in a way that seems effortless and spontaneous, it is actually following a plan or design that is inherent in the natural order of the universe. This highlights the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and trusting in its mysterious workings. Heaven's net casts wide, though its meshes are coarse, nothing slips through. This metaphor suggests that the Tao's influence is vast and all-encompassing and that nothing can escape its influence. The meshes of the net are coarse, suggesting that the Tao's influence is not always precise or exact, but it is ultimately inescapable. In summary, Chapter 73 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and trusting in its mysterious workings. It highlights the importance of calmness, wisdom, and the preservation of life, and it highlights the mysterious and often inscrutable nature of the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to trust in the natural order of the universe and to recognize the limitations of human understanding in understanding the workings of the universe. 74. If men are not afraid to die, it is of no avail to threaten them with death. If men live in constant fear of dying, and if breaking the law means that a man will be killed, who will dare to break the law? There is always an official executioner. If you try to take his place, it is like trying to be a master carpenter and cutting wood. If you try to cut wood like a master carpenter, you will only hurt your hand. Explanation of Chapter 74 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 74 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of fear, authority, and the consequences of overreach. Lao Tzu examines the relationship between fear of death, the law, and the role of authority, offering insights into the limitations of force and the importance of natural order. Lao Tzu begins by stating that if men are not afraid to die, it is of no avail to threaten them with death. This suggests that fear of death is a powerful motivator, but it is not effective if people are not afraid to die. This highlights the limitations of using fear as a tool for control or coercion. If men live in constant fear of dying, and if breaking the law means that a man will be killed, who will dare to break the law? This suggests that fear of death can be an effective deterrent to crime and wrongdoing. However, Lao Tzu is not advocating for the use of fear as a tool for governance, but rather highlighting the natural consequences of living in constant fear. There is always an official executioner. This suggests that there is a natural order to the world and that there are natural consequences for actions. The official executioner represents the natural consequences of one's actions, and it suggests that there is a natural balance and justice in the world. If you try to take his place, it is like trying to be a master carpenter and cutting wood. This suggests that if one tries to take the place of the natural order, they will only end up causing harm to themselves. This is because the natural order is complex and beyond human understanding, and attempts to control or manipulate it are likely to backfire. If you try to cut wood like a master carpenter, you will only hurt your hand. This metaphor suggests that trying to take the place of the natural order is like trying to perform a task without the necessary skill or understanding. The master carpenter represents someone who has the skill and understanding to perform a task effectively, and trying to imitate them without the necessary skill will only lead to harm. In summary, Chapter 74 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the limitations of force and the importance of aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe. It suggests that fear of death can be a powerful deterrent, but it is not a sustainable or effective approach to governance. The chapter emphasizes the importance of recognizing the natural order of things and the limitations of human intervention, and it encourages readers to trust in the natural order of the universe and to act in accordance with its principles. 75. Why are the people starving? Because the rulers eat up the money in taxes. Therefore, the people are starving. Why are the people rebellious? Because the rulers interfere too much. Therefore, they are rebellious. Why do the people think so little of death? Because the rulers demand too much of life. Therefore, the people take death lightly. Having little to live on, one knows better than to value life too much. Explanation of Chapter 75 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 75 of the Tao Te Ching examines the causes of suffering and discontent among the people, highlighting the role of rulers and their policies in creating these conditions. Lao Tzu attributes the suffering of the people to the actions of their rulers, highlighting the negative consequences of excessive taxation, excessive interference, and excessive demands on life. Lao Tzu begins by asking, why are the people starving? The answer is because the rulers eat up the money in taxes. This suggests that excessive taxation is a primary cause of poverty and hunger among the people. When rulers impose heavy taxes, they take away the resources that people need to live, leading to poverty and suffering. Therefore, the people are starving. This reinforces the idea that excessive taxation leads to poverty and hunger. The people are left with little to live on and they are unable to meet their basic needs. Lao Tzu then asks, why are the people rebellious? The answer is because the rulers interfere too much. This suggests that excessive interference by rulers in the lives of the people leads to discontent and rebellion. When rulers impose too many rules and regulations, they restrict the freedom of the people and create a sense of oppression. Therefore, they are rebellious. This reinforces the idea that excessive interference leads to rebellion and discontent. The people resist the oppressive rule of their rulers, leading to social unrest and instability. Lao Tzu then asks, why do the people think so little of death? The answer is because the rulers demand too much of life. This suggests that when rulers demand too much from the people, they place a heavy burden on them, leading to a sense of despair and hopelessness. When people feel that life is too burdensome, they become less concerned with the value of life and more willing to risk their lives in rebellion or other forms of resistance. Therefore, the people take death lightly. This reinforces the idea that when people are oppressed and burdened by the demands of their rulers, they become less concerned with the value of life and more willing to risk death. Having little to live on, one knows better than to value life too much. This suggests that when people have little to live on, they are less likely to value life in the same way as those who have more. This is because their focus is on survival, and they are more willing to take risks and make sacrifices in order to survive. In summary, Chapter 75 of the Tao Te Ching attributes the suffering and discontent of the people to the actions of their rulers, particularly their excessive taxation, interference, and demands on life. The chapter highlights the negative consequences of these actions, including poverty, rebellion, and a devaluation of life. It suggests that the actions of rulers have a profound impact on the state of their people, and that true leadership involves acting in ways that promote the well-being of the people. 76. A man is born gentle and weak. At his death he is hard and stiff. Green plants are tender and filled with sap. At their death they are withered and dry. Therefore the stiff and unbending is the disciple of death. The gentle and yielding is the disciple of life. Thus an army without flexibility never wins a battle. A tree that is unbending is easily broken. The hard and strong will fall. The soft and weak will overcome. Explanation of Chapter 76 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 76 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of flexibility, adaptability, and the power of softness over hardness. Lao Tzu uses the natural world as a metaphor to illustrate the importance of flexibility and adaptability in life and in leadership. Lao Tzu begins by observing that a man is born gentle and weak, but at his death he becomes hard and stiff. This suggests that the natural state of life is one of softness and flexibility, while rigidity and stiffness are associated with death and decay. This sets the stage for understanding the importance of flexibility in life. Green plants are tender and filled with sap. At their death they are withered and dry. This metaphor reinforces the idea that life is characterized by softness, vitality, and growth, while death is characterized by hardness, dryness, and decay. The image of green plants suggests vitality and growth, while withered and dry plants suggest decay and death. Therefore, the stiff and unbending is the disciple of death. This suggests that rigidity and inflexibility lead to death and decay. By being stiff and unbending, one is not able to adapt to the changing circumstances of life, and as a result, they are more likely to fail and decline. The gentle and yielding is the disciple of life. This suggests that flexibility and adaptability are the keys to life and growth. By being gentle and yielding, one is able to adapt to the changing circumstances of life and to thrive in the face of challenges. Thus, an army without flexibility never wins a battle. This suggests that in the context of warfare, flexibility and adaptability are crucial for success. An army that is rigid and inflexible is unable to respond to changing circumstances and is more likely to be defeated. A tree that is unbending is easily broken. This metaphor reinforces the idea that rigidity and inflexibility make one vulnerable to breaking and failure. A tree that is too rigid is unable to bend with the wind and is more likely to break under pressure. The hard and strong will fall, the soft and weak will overcome. This is a powerful statement that challenges the conventional wisdom that strength and hardness are the keys to success. Lao Tzu suggests that true strength comes from flexibility and adaptability, and that the soft and weak can overcome the hard and strong by being flexible and adaptable. In summary, Chapter 76 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of flexibility and adaptability in life and in leadership. It uses the natural world as a metaphor to illustrate the power of softness and flexibility over hardness and rigidity. The chapter encourages readers to embrace flexibility and adaptability, to be gentle and yielding, and to trust in the power of softness to overcome hardness. 77. The Tao of heaven is like the bending of a bow. The high is lowered and the low is raised. If the string is too long, it is shortened. If there is not enough, it is made longer. The Tao of heaven is to take from those who have too much, and give to those who do not have enough. Man's way is different. He takes from those who do not have enough, to give to those who already have too much. What man has more than enough and gives it to the world? Only the man of Tao. Therefore the sage works without recognition. He achieves what has to be done without dwelling on it. He does not try to show his knowledge. Explanation of Chapter 77 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 77 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the concept of balance and the principle of Tao of heaven, which involves the natural balancing of forces in the universe. Lao Tzu contrasts the way of heaven with the way of humanity, highlighting the importance of balance, humility, and selflessness. Lao Tzu begins by stating that the Tao of heaven is like the bending of a bow. This metaphor suggests that the Tao operates by balancing forces, much like a bow that bends to store energy and then releases it. The Tao operates by bringing balance to the world, lowering the high and raising the low, ensuring that there is a natural equilibrium. The high is lowered and the low is raised. This suggests that the Tao operates by bringing balance to the world, ensuring that no one element is too high or too low. This is a reflection of the Tao's natural balancing act, which ensures that all things are in harmony. If the string is too long, it is shortened. If there is not enough, it is made longer. This suggests that the Tao operates by adjusting and correcting, ensuring that things are in balance and harmony. It suggests that the Tao operates by making adjustments to ensure that things are in balance. The Tao of heaven is to take from those who have too much and give to those who do not have enough. This suggests that the Tao operates by redistributing resources and ensuring that there is a balance between abundance and scarcity. It suggests that the Tao operates by ensuring that there is a fair distribution of resources. Man's way is different. This suggests that human beings often act in ways that are contrary to the Tao. Instead of taking from those who have too much and giving to those who do not have enough, humans often take from those who do not have enough and give to those who already have too much. What man has more than enough and gives it to the world? Only the man of Tao. This suggests that only those who are aligned with the Tao are able to act with true generosity and selflessness. The man of Tao is one who embodies the principles of the Tao, acting with generosity, compassion, and a lack of self-interest. Therefore, the sage works without recognition. This suggests that the sage or wise person does not seek recognition or reward for their actions. They act out of a sense of duty and a desire to serve, rather than out of a desire for recognition or reward. He achieves what has to be done without dwelling on it. This suggests that the sage acts decisively and effectively without dwelling on their actions or seeking recognition for them. They are focused on achieving their goals and fulfilling their duties rather than on personal gain or recognition. He does not try to show his knowledge. This suggests that the sage does not seek to display their knowledge or wisdom for the sake of recognition or admiration. They are more concerned with acting in accordance with the Tao and serving the needs of the world. In summary, Chapter 77 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of balance, humility, and selflessness in the way of the Tao. It highlights the importance of aligning oneself with the natural order of the universe and acting with generosity and selflessness. The chapter encourages readers to act without seeking recognition or reward, and to trust in the natural order of the universe. 78. Under heaven nothing is more soft and yielding than water. Yet for attacking the solid and strong, nothing is better. It has no equal. The weak can overcome the strong. The supple can overcome the stiff. Under heaven everyone knows this. Yet no one puts it into practice. Therefore the sage says, "He who takes upon himself the humiliation of the people is fit to rule them. He who takes upon himself the country's disasters deserves to be king of the universe. The truth often sounds paradoxical. Explanation of Chapter 78 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 78 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of humility, strength, and the paradoxical nature of the Tao. Lao Tzu uses the metaphor of water to illustrate the power of softness and adaptability, and he emphasizes the importance of humility and the willingness to take on hardship for the sake of others. Lao Tzu begins by stating that under heaven nothing is more soft and yielding than water. This highlights the Taoist principle that softness and flexibility are more powerful than hardness and rigidity. Water is a powerful symbol in Taoism, representing adaptability, resilience, and the ability to overcome obstacles through gentleness and persistence. Yet for attacking the solid and strong, nothing is better, it has no equal. This suggests that despite its softness, water is incredibly powerful and effective in overcoming obstacles. It can wear down the hardest of substances over time, demonstrating the power of persistence and adaptability. The weak can overcome the strong, the supple can overcome the stiff. This reinforces the idea that true strength is not about brute force or rigidity, but about adaptability, flexibility, and the ability to yield. The weak and the supple can overcome the strong and the stiff by being adaptable and resilient. Under heaven, everyone knows this, yet no one puts it into practice. This suggests that while the principles of the Tao are widely recognized, they are often not put into practice. This is because they go against conventional thinking and the prevailing values of society, which often emphasize strength, power, and control. Therefore, the sage says, "He who takes upon himself the humiliation of the people is fit to rule them." This suggests that a true leader is willing to take on the burdens and hardships of the people, even if it means enduring humiliation or hardship. This willingness to sacrifice for the sake of others is a reflection of true leadership and a deep understanding of the Tao. He who takes upon himself the country's disasters deserves to be king of the universe. This suggests that a true leader is willing to take on the burdens and responsibilities of the state, even in times of crisis and disaster. This willingness to serve and sacrifice is a reflection of true leadership and a deep understanding of the Tao. The truth often sounds paradoxical. This highlights the paradoxical nature of the Tao and the principles of leadership that Lao Tzu is describing. The principles of the Tao often seem counterintuitive or contradictory to conventional wisdom, yet they are the key to true strength, leadership, and fulfillment. In summary, Chapter 78 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the power of softness, adaptability, and humility in achieving true strength and leadership. It emphasizes the importance of being willing to take on the burdens and hardships of others, and it highlights the paradoxical nature of the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the principles of the Tao, to act with humility and selflessness, and to trust in the power of softness and adaptability to overcome strength and rigidity. 79. After a bitter quarrel, some resentment must remain. What can one do about it? Therefore the sage keeps his half of the bargain, but does not exact his due. A man of virtue performs his part, but a man without virtue requires others to fulfill their obligations. The Tao of heaven is impartial. It stays with good men all the time. Explanation of Chapter 79 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 79 of the Tao Te Ching delves into the themes of conflict resolution, forgiveness, and the importance of adhering to the principles of the Tao. Lao Tzu offers guidance on how to handle disputes and maintain harmony, emphasizing the importance of generosity, forgiveness, and adherence to the Tao. Lao Tzu begins by acknowledging that after a bitter quarrel, some resentment must remain. This suggests that in any conflict, it is natural for some lingering resentment or hard feelings to remain, even after the immediate conflict has been resolved. This is a natural part of human relationships and reflects the complexity of human emotions. What can one do about it? This rhetorical question invites the reader to consider how to deal with lingering resentment and conflict. Lao Tzu's answer is that the sage keeps his half of the bargain but does not exact his due. This suggests that the sage fulfills their obligations and commitments but does not demand repayment or retribution from others. This approach reflects the Taoist principle of wu wei or non-action, which emphasizes the importance of acting in accordance with the natural order of things rather than forcing outcomes. A man of virtue performs his part, but a man without virtue requires others to fulfill their obligations. This suggests that a person of virtue takes responsibility for their own actions and fulfills their obligations, regardless of what others do. They do not demand that others fulfill their obligations, but rather focus on their own actions and responsibilities. The Tao of heaven is impartial. This suggests that the Tao operates according to principles of fairness and impartiality, treating all things equally and without bias. This is a reflection of the Tao's inherent justice and its lack of favoritism or discrimination. It stays with good men all the time. This suggests that the Tao is always present and available to those who are aligned with it. The good men are those who embody the principles of the Tao, acting with integrity, compassion, and a lack of self-interest. The Tao supports and sustains those who are aligned with it, providing guidance and support. In summary, Chapter 79 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of forgiveness, generosity, and adherence to the Tao in resolving conflict and maintaining harmony. It emphasizes the importance of fulfilling one's obligations without demanding repayment or retribution, and it emphasizes the importance of aligning oneself with the Tao and acting with integrity and compassion. The chapter encourages readers to trust in the natural order of the universe and to act in ways that promote harmony and well-being. 80. A small country has fewer people. Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than man, they are not needed. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. Though they have boats and carriage, no one uses them. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. Men return to the knotting of rope in place of writing. Their food is plain and good, their clothes fine but simple. Their home secure. They are happy in their ways, though they live within sight of their neighbors. And crowing cocks and barking dogs are heard across the way. Yet they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die. Explanation of Chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching presents a vision of an ideal society that embodies the principles of simplicity, contentment, and harmony with nature. Lao Tzu describes a small, self-sufficient community that thrives without the need for advanced technology or material wealth. Lao Tzu begins by describing a small country with fewer people. This suggests a society that values quality of life over population size and material wealth. The emphasis is on creating a sustainable and harmonious community, rather than one that is focused on growth and expansion. Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than man, they are not needed. This suggests that the society values human labor and the quality of life over efficiency and productivity. The people are not reliant on technology or machinery, but rather rely on their own skills and resources. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. This suggests a society that values life and the present moment, rather than being preoccupied with the future or distant places. The people are content with what they have and do not feel the need to constantly seek new experiences or opportunities. Though they have boats and carriage, no one uses them. This suggests that the people are content with their immediate surroundings and do not feel the need to travel far or seek out new experiences. They are content with the resources and opportunities that are available to them locally. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. This suggests that the society is peaceful and does not rely on military strength or aggression to maintain order. The people are not preoccupied with defense or aggression, but rather focus on living in peace and harmony. Men return to the knotting of rope in place of writing. This suggests a return to simplicity and a focus on basic skills and crafts. The people value practical skills and the ability to provide for themselves, rather than relying on complex systems of writing and communication. Their food is plain and good, their clothes fine but simple, their homes secure. This suggests a society that values quality and sufficiency over excess and luxury. The people have what they need to live comfortably and securely without the need for excess or extravagance. They are happy in their ways. This suggests that the people are content and fulfilled, living in a way that is in harmony with their values and the natural world. They are not driven by the pursuit of wealth or status, but rather find happiness in their way of life. Though they live within sight of their neighbors and crowing cocks and barking dogs are heard across the way, yet they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die. This suggests a society that values peace and harmony, where people live in close proximity but do not interfere with each other. They respect each other's space and autonomy, and they live in peace and harmony as they grow old and die. In summary, Chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching presents a vision of an ideal society that embodies the principles of simplicity, contentment, and harmony with nature. It emphasizes the importance of living in harmony with the natural world, valuing quality of life over material wealth, and living in peace and harmony with others. The chapter encourages readers to embrace a way of life that is simple, sustainable, and fulfilling, and to find happiness in the present moment. 81. Truthful words are not beautiful. Beautiful words are not truthful. Good men do not argue. Those who argue are not good. Those who know are not learned. The learned do not know. The sage never tries to store things up. The more he does for others, the more he has. The more he gives to others, the greater his abundance. The Tao of heaven is pointed but does no harm. The Tao of the sage is work without effort. Explanation of Chapter 81 of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 81 of the Tao Te Ching serves as a concluding chapter that encapsulates the essence of the Tao and the principles of Taoist philosophy. Lao Tzu presents a series of paradoxes and insights that encapsulate the wisdom of the Tao, emphasizing the importance of simplicity, humility, and selfless service. Lao Tzu begins by stating that truthful words are not beautiful and beautiful words are not truthful. This suggests that true wisdom and insight are not always expressed in eloquent or pleasing language. True wisdom is often simple and straightforward, while elaborate or flowery language can obscure the truth. Good men do not argue. This suggests that true goodness is not about engaging in debates or arguments, but about living in harmony with the Tao and embodying its principles. The wise person does not feel the need to prove their point or to engage in conflict, but rather seeks to live in harmony with others. Those who argue are not good. This suggests that those who are quick to argue or debate are not truly aligned with the Tao. They may be more concerned with being right or winning an argument than with living in harmony with the Tao. Those who know are not learned. This suggests that true wisdom is not about accumulating knowledge or achieving academic success. True wisdom comes from understanding the Tao and living in accordance with its principles. The learned do not know. This suggests that those who are focused on acquiring knowledge and achieving academic success may not truly understand the Tao. Their focus on intellectual pursuits may lead them away from the true source of wisdom. The sage never tries to store things up. This suggests that the sage does not seek to accumulate material wealth or possessions. They understand that true wealth comes from within, not from the accumulation of material goods. The more he does for others, the more he has. This suggests that true abundance comes from giving and serving others. By focusing on the well-being of others and contributing to the well-being of the world, the sage experiences a sense of abundance and fulfillment. The more he gives to others, the greater his abundance. This reinforces the idea that true abundance comes from giving, not from accumulating. The more the sage gives, the more they receive in return, not in material wealth but in the form of fulfillment and a sense of purpose. The Tao of heaven is pointed but does no harm. This suggests that the Tao operates with precision and effectiveness, but it does not harm or destroy. It operates in a way that is in harmony with the natural order of the universe, promoting life and growth rather than destruction and harm. The Tao of the sage is work without effort. This suggests that the sage's actions are aligned with the Tao and are characterized by effortlessness and spontaneity. The sage acts in accordance with the natural flow of the universe, achieving results without the need for force or coercion. In summary, Chapter 81 of the Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of simplicity, humility, and selfless service in living in harmony with the Tao. It emphasizes the importance of true wisdom, which is not about accumulating knowledge or engaging in debate, but about understanding and aligning with the Tao. The chapter encourages readers to embrace the principles of the Tao, to live in harmony with the natural order of the universe, and to find fulfillment in giving and serving others. Review. Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, a timeless exploration of the Tao. The Tao Te Ching, written by the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, is a profound and enigmatic text that has shaped Chinese thought and culture for over 2 millennia. Comprising 81 short chapters, this work is the foundational text of Taoism, a philosophy and spiritual tradition that emphasizes living in harmony with the Tao, the fundamental principle that underlies the universe. Lao Tzu, the sage, and his legacy. Lao Tzu, meaning Old Master, is a semi-legendary figure believed to have lived in the 6th century BC. He is traditionally regarded as the keeper of the imperial archives at Luoyang in the province of Henan. According to legend, disillusioned with the state of the world and the ways of men, Lao Tzu decided to leave civilization behind and live out his days in solitude. However, before his departure, he was persuaded by a gatekeeper to record his teachings, which resulted in the Tao Te Ching. Lao Tzu's philosophy is deeply rooted in the concept of the Tao, often translated as the Way. The Tao is an ineffable, mysterious force that encompasses the universe and all of existence. It is the source of all things, yet it is not a deity or a personal god. Instead, it is a natural principle that governs the cosmos, characterized by spontaneity, simplicity, and harmony. The essence of Taoist philosophy. At the heart of Taoism is the belief that the Tao is the ultimate reality and that human beings should strive to live in accordance with its principles. The Tao Te Ching is a guide to understanding and embodying the Tao, offering insights into how individuals can achieve a state of effortless harmony with the universe. 1. The nature of the Tao. The Tao is described as formless, nameless, and beyond human comprehension. It is the source of all existence, yet it is not a creator in the traditional sense. Instead, it is a natural force that gives rise to the myriad things in the world. The Tao is both the origin and the end of all things, and it operates according to its own inherent logic, which is often paradoxical and counterintuitive. 2. Wu Wei non-action. One of the central concepts in Taoism is Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. This does not mean doing nothing, but rather acting in accordance with the natural flow of the Tao without force or unnecessary effort. The sage or wise person embodies Wu Wei by aligning themselves with the Tao, allowing things to unfold naturally without interference. 3. The virtue of humility. The Tao Te Ching emphasizes the importance of humility and simplicity. The sage is grounded, unassuming, and content with what they have. They do not seek power, wealth, or recognition, but rather find fulfillment in living a life of harmony and balance. This contrasts with the pursuit of material wealth and social status, which Lao Tzu sees as sources of suffering and discontent. 4. The duality of opposites. The Tao Te Ching explores the interconnectedness of opposites such as yin and yang, and the idea that seemingly contradictory forces are complementary and interdependent. This principle is evident in the text's teachings on the relationship between strength and weakness, action and non-action, and knowledge and ignorance. 5. The importance of simplicity and naturalness. Lao Tzu advocates for a life of simplicity and naturalness, free from the artificial constructs of society. He encourages individuals to live in harmony with nature, to be content with what they have, and to avoid the pursuit of material wealth and power, which he sees as corrupting influences. The philosophical and historical significance of Taoism. Taoism emerged as a counterbalance to Confucianism, which emphasized social order, hierarchy, and adherence to ritual and tradition. While Confucianism focused on the importance of moral virtues and social harmony, Taoism offered a more individualistic and mystical approach to life, emphasizing personal freedom, spontaneity, and the pursuit of inner peace. The Tao Te Ching has had a profound impact on Chinese culture, influencing not only philosophy and religion but also art, literature, and politics. Its teachings have inspired countless generations of scholars, artists, and spiritual seekers, and its principles have been applied to various aspects of life, from governance to personal conduct. The content and meaning of the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching is a deeply poetic and enigmatic text filled with paradoxes, metaphors, and aphorisms. Its teachings are often conveyed through vivid imagery and symbolic language, inviting readers to reflect on the deeper meanings and implications of the text. The book is divided into 81 chapters, each offering insights into the nature of the Tao and the principles of Taoist philosophy. Some of the key themes and ideas explored in the text include: the nature of reality. The Tao Te Ching challenges conventional notions of reality, suggesting that the true nature of the universe is beyond human understanding and that the pursuit of knowledge and certainty is ultimately futile. The art of living. The text offers guidance on how to live a fulfilling and meaningful life, emphasizing the importance of simplicity, humility, and naturalness. It encourages individuals to let go of their desires and attachments, to embrace uncertainty, and to find peace in the present moment. The role of the sage. The sage is a central figure in the Tao Te Ching, embodying the principles of the Tao and serving as a model for others. The sage is wise, compassionate, and detached, acting in accordance with the natural order of the universe. The paradox of power. The text critiques the pursuit of power and control, suggesting that true strength lies in flexibility, adaptability, and the ability to yield. It argues that those who seek to dominate and control ultimately undermine themselves, while those who embrace humility and non-action achieve lasting success. Conclusion. The Tao Te Ching is a timeless masterpiece that continues to resonate with readers across cultures and generations. Its teachings offer a profound and enduring wisdom, challenging us to reconsider our assumptions about the world and our place within it. Through its poetic language and enigmatic imagery, the text invites us to explore the mysteries of the Tao and to cultivate a deeper understanding of the universe and ourselves. In a world that often values material wealth, social status, and individual achievement, the Tao Te Ching offers a refreshing perspective, reminding us of the importance of simplicity, humility, and harmony with nature. It is a call to live in accordance with the natural order of the universe, to embrace the flow of life, and to find peace and fulfillment in the present moment.